I recently have released Laravel for Beginners course on my website TheCodeholic.com. That course contains 37 modules, 24 plus hours of content, more than 300 well-prepared, well-edited HD videos, written lessons, quizzes and challenges, deployment on custom domain on VPS Server with GitHub Actions, certificate of completion, and a lot more. Today, I took first 19 modules of my premium course, combined that into a single video, and offering this to you for free on my YouTube channel. The only thing I ask is like, subscribe, and provide a nice comment. The video has time codes for pretty much every lesson. If you want to skip around, you can do this. I have one very important and big announcement to make in this introduction section, so please don't skip that section and watch it till the end. I tried to make the course very beginner friendly, so I did not use any extra JS or CSS frameworks during this course. Even the HTML CSS template which I created exclusively for this course is pure HTML and CSS and JavaScript template, no extra frameworks there. We will just work with Laravel and Blade templates, and of course database and a lot of other things. Do you get my point, right? Anyway, I plan to update the course from time to time, trying to make this literally the best Laravel for beginners course out there. And for this, I need your feedback. Whether you're watching this on YouTube channel or on my website, TheCodeholic.com, if you have anything in your mind, you can write them under the comment section down below, and I will do my best to read every comment and react accordingly on those comments. If you are enrolled in this course, you can provide your feedback on the Discord group as well. The course also has 400 pages written notes for pretty much every lesson. From time to time, as I update my course, I will update that written notes as well. On the course page or on my website, you can find the newsletter subscription form. If you want to get the course updates or PDF updates or releases about new courses, please subscribe to the newsletter. I promise you won't be spammed. You will be only notified with meaningful and useful information for you. Before we jump into the course, two more things I want to mention. First is that I'm right now working on one of the most exciting projects I have ever built, and this is going to be available on my YouTube channel for free. And this is Laravel React e-commerce website. That course will use the latest Laravel version, React with Inertia version 2 and server-side rendering, Spatial roles and permissions package. It's going to have multiple vendors, online payments, and it's going to have a lot of comprehensive e-commerce features such as product variants, dynamic fields, coupon codes and discounts, watch list, reviews, and a lot more. Follow me on X or Twitter because I share updates regarding this course from time to time. And also, don't forget to subscribe to be the first one to be notified when the course is released. And now, here's the exciting news. I wanted to give a chance to every student who wants to enroll to my courses but cannot afford them. So this is what I decided. In every video, I'm going to generate 100% coupon code for all the products that I have right now created on my website. And right now there are 3 products. Laravel course for beginners, which is what I'm talking about right now. The offline written notes for this Laravel course for beginners, which is 400-page PDF file, and Laravel Vue.js e-commerce website. As soon as you find the coupon code, you can use that coupon code to purchase all my 3 products. And in this specific video, there are 2 such coupon codes. And though the location of these coupon codes are absolutely random, so you see that this is 11 hours tutorial. Somewhere in this tutorial, there are 2 coupon codes using which you can purchase all 3 products that I have right now available. In order to find the coupon code, you need to watch the video or skim the video, find the location, and as soon as you find the coupon code, you can use it. You can just go through the checkout process on my website. You can put the coupon code there and purchase for free. You can enroll for free. It's a 100% coupon code. I want to highlight that. But also send me a DM on X. So please let me know once you find the coupon code, because I want to announce this as soon as somebody finds that on my Twitter account or X, because I want to let everyone know that the coupon codes are already found for the specific video. So for this, please follow me on Twitter as well and send me DM if you find the coupon code. If you're the lucky one to find that, I'm very happy for you. But yeah, this is all I wanted to say, and this happens on almost all the videos I release from now on. So in every upcoming videos, there will be at least one coupon code. One is going to be kind of minimum, but today, because this is a special video for me, I decided to put 2 coupon codes. Yeah, that's what I wanted to mention, and now enjoy the video. Welcome to my Laravel course for absolute beginners. In this course, we will learn all the fundamental topics of Laravel and build fully functional car selling websites, where you can browse cars for sale, filter by multiple criteria such as make, model, release year, price, car type, and so on. You can see car details page with multiple images, detailed description, and features of the car. In case you are interested in buying the specific car, you can view the owner's full phone number. If you want to sell your own car, you can sign up or log in with email and password, or with social auth such as Google or Facebook. You can add your own car, upload images, and publish on the website. At the end of the course, I will also teach you how to host the project on custom domain in production environment. Just type in your browser grabacar.xyz and see the final version of the project. At the end of each module, you will also find quizzes and challenges to test your skills. The course also includes written notes for almost all the topics that is explained in video content. This course also has a 3 hours testing section. We're gonna get familiar writing tests in Laravel and write all the necessary and useful tests for our project. By the end of this course, you will be able to confidently build Laravel projects with this complexity and host it on custom domain. The course also comes with 30 days money-back guarantee. If you don't like it, we will refund your money back. Hello everyone, my name is Zura, also known as TheCodeholic. I taught to hundreds of thousands of students what is PHP and how they can create full-stack applications with PHP and Laravel. I'm super excited to be your mentor in this course, and let's get started. This course is the perfect course for everyone, whether you have zero experience with Laravel or you know your way around and you want to take your Laravel skills to the next level. Since Laravel is built on PHP, it's important you to have solid grasp of PHP and object-oriented programming. Don't worry, you don't need to be an expert, just comfortable enough to understand the basics. You also need good handle of HTML and CSS since they are essential part of building websites. Knowing how to structure a page with HTML and style it with CSS is all what you need. Lastly, we will be working with databases a lot, reading, writing, inserting, updating the data. So having a basic understanding of SQL databases will help a lot. You should know what tables, columns, primary keys, foreign keys, data types are, along with how to run queries, write joins, and perform basic insert, update, and delete operations. Again, no need to be an expert, just basics will be enough. Now let's have a look at the full demo of the project we are going to build in this course. You can also check this on your own computer. Just type in the browser grabacar.xyz. This is already deployed on production environment. When you open the home page, you're going to see hero slider right here, then search section, and then latest edit cars. In this hero section, we see 2 main slides. One is for potential buyers, and second is for potential sellers. This search form is just basic search form. We can search by maker, model, state, city type, year range, price range, and fuel type. And when we click on search right here, this is gonna open dedicated search page. And on the left side, we have even more search criteria. Let me go back and check the home page. On the home page, we see 30 latest edited cars. We can see car's primary image, its location, its year, maker, model, and price, the type, and the fuel type as well. When we click on the car, it is going to open car details page. Right here, we see all the images of this car, and we can just activate the image by clicking on the thumbnail, or we can navigate into the images through these arrows. On the right side, we see the price and all the details about this car. We also have right here the seller information who is selling that specific car. We can also see that this seller has 26 total cars open for selling. Right here we have the phone number. If you as a potential buyer are interested to buy this specific car, you can contact to this buyer on this phone number. However, the phone number, if you pay attention, is not fully visible. That is done on purpose. We didn't want the phone to be always fully visible because search engines will crawl our website and they will just grab the phone number and use it for spamming purposes. Instead, if you are interested to see the full phone number, you can click on this button. This is going to make AJAX request to the server, get the full phone number, and display this right here. So here we also have detailed description of the car and car specifications, all the features the car has supported. If we scroll at the top, we see right here heart icon. This is to add the car into your watch list, into your favorite cars. Right now I am not authenticated, and if I click this watch list, I get the following message: please authenticate first to add cars into watch list. Okay, let's try to add this car into my favorite cars when I am authenticated. Now, let's test everything from the seller's perspective. I'm going to click on sign up. Right here we have the very basic form with the name, email, phone, and password. We have also possibility to sign up with Google and Facebook. Let's sign up with Google. I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to choose the account using which I want to sign up. And I am actually already signed up. And it opens this Add New Car page. Right now, because I'm already authenticated, let's open the home page. I'm going to scroll down below and I'm going to add this car into my favorite cars. Right now, I get the message, car was added to watch list. Let's click OK. Now, right here, I have my profile section. So I can see my personal details like name, email, phone, and I can change the password. Right here, the email is disabled. This is because I am authenticated as Google user, and I cannot change email if I am authenticated as Google user. If you are authenticated as a regular user with email and password, you can change your email. Let's check my car section, and at the moment my user doesn't have any cars. I can click right here to add new one, but I'm interested in my favorite cars section, inside which I have only one car at the moment. Let me go ahead and add a few more cars. I'm interested into this one. Okay, and into this one as well. Okay, awesome. Now let's click on my favorite cars and I see all the 3 cars and the latest added car is at the top of the list. Okay, I'm not interested in this one. I'm just going to remove it. I can reload the page and this is gone. If I have a lot of cars added into my favorite cars list, then right here I will see pagination. Now let me try to authenticate with a different user which has cars inside my car section, and we can try to add new car from there. I'm going to log out, click on login. I'm going to click on login right here. Okay, and welcome back, Ilva Graham. Now let's check my car section, and I have right here a lot of cars. And right here, I also see this pagination. Okay, let me try to add new car. Click right here. I'm going to choose Lexus RX ER. We're going to choose car type. Let's provide some price here. Let's provide the VIN code, which must be exactly 17 characters. So for just testing purposes, I'm just going to type right here 111. Let's provide the mileage. Let's provide the fuel type. We're going to choose the location. We're going to provide the address as well. We're going to provide address as well, phone number, and we're going to choose the features the car has supported. I'm going to tick a couple of features, not all of them. We're going to provide right here some description. Let's provide test description. And if we want to publish the car and make it available for selling, we're going to provide the publish date right here. We can also provide the publish date in the future, and then the car will be visible on the website in the future, but not now. If we just want to create cars but not publish them, you can just leave this publish date as empty. Right now, I want the car to be displayed on the website, so I'm going to choose today as my publish date. And before I click on the submit, let's add images as well. That's good. Let's click on submit. The car was added, and we see right here this new car. We can click on the home page, scroll down below, and we see right here the new car has been added. Now let's try to edit this car. I'm going to click on My Cars. We can click on Edit. We can change anything what we want. However, if we want to manage images for the specific car, we cannot do this from the screen. We can click right here, or we can click Images button from here in the My Cars page. I'm going to click on Images, and right here we have a couple of options. We can delete the images we don't want. Let's say I don't want this image, so I'm going to tick this under the Delete column, and I'm going to click this Update Images, and that image was actually deleted. I can also change the ordering. Let's say I want this image to be the first one, so I'm going to give it position 1, and I'm going to give this position 3. I'm going to click on Update Images. That was updated. Now this is the first one, and if I check the home page, we're going to see that this image now is the first image, kind of thumbnail image of the car. Let's go back into images. If we decide that we want to add more images to that car, we can click right here, choose a few more. Right now we will have duplicated images, but that's not important, and click on Add Images. Right now we have more images on this car. Let's go on the home page, click on the car, and we see all the images that we added for that specific car. Before we dive deep into Laravel, I want to talk to you about something super important, and this is deployment. Now, I know for many developers this seems something like they can put off for later stage, but trust me, learning how to deploy your project on production environment and make it accessible to the world is a game changer. Imagine this, you have worked very hard, created cool application with some cool and nice features, and you want to put this project in portfolio. And you want to demonstrate this to everyone, how you're going to do this. Of course, you can write text descriptions, you can also put some screenshots of the application in the portfolio, but would not it be even better if you just deploy the project and put a demo link of the project in your portfolio? Having a demo link of your project is such a powerful tool. Now, it is not just your words about the project, it is a real, actual functioning application that anyone can see. When I personally look for some projects to use for my personal purposes, I always look for projects which have demo links. Because one thing is what they say about the project, how the screenshots look, but the other thing is how it actually works when you make your hands on the project. Deploying the project on your own custom domain gives it professional look and touch as well. It shows that you can take the project from start to finish and make it accessible to anyone and anywhere. And this is exactly what we are going to do in this course. We will be using GitHub Actions for the project deployment, which means less hassle for you. Once we set the project up, your updates will be deployed immediately. It is like a magic. Now, speaking about hosting and deployment, I personally use Hostinger, and they have been great so far. I have been using their services for past 3 or 4 years, and I'm very happy and confident that I can recommend it to you as well. Alongside with great advantages of the Hostinger, one of the greatest advantage I personally like is that I have a single space from which I can purchase domains, I can purchase shared hosting, VPS hosting, cloud hosting, I can manage DNS settings, I can purchase business emails for my websites. In my case, this is going to be info@grabacar.xyz or support@grabacar.xyz, or both at the same time. And Hostinger also provides DDoS protection with Cloudflare from their panel. I don't have to switch back and forth between multiple accounts, one for domain, second for hosting, third for DDoS protection or DNS management. Everything is in a single place, which is pretty cool for me, and this saves a lot of time for me as well. Shared hosting is great for small projects and if the projects do not need any big customizations. I can use shared hosting for a very low price, which includes domain, SSL certificates, databases, 100 website support, and a lot more. I do have YouTube videos where I deploy my Laravel projects on shared hosting, and I can tell you that this is not bad practice. But you should always keep in mind that shared hosting has shared resources with others. So that's good for small projects, but not for the big ones. For medium to large size of projects, I generally grab a VPS server, and this is what I recommend also, which comes with the latest pre-installed Laravel application and set up everything, the Nginx server, the MySQL databases, the cloud panel to manage everything on your server, and simply I can replace the existing pre-installed Laravel application with mine. For this project, we're gonna get VPS server and purchase the domain for as low as $2 all inside the Hostinger. They have all the tools you need to set the project up very easily, and I will show you step-by-step guide how you can make your Laravel project up and running on their platform. For this course, I partnered up with Hostinger, and they were kind enough to provide me the VPS server on which I'm gonna host my project. They also provided special link and discount coupon code for the students of this course, or for pretty much anyone who wants to learn Laravel. Go to the following URL, hostinger.com/learnlaravel. Grab the VPS hosting you want, and during checkout, use a coupon code LEARNLaravel to get extra 10% off. So by the end of this course, you will not only know how to create fully working Laravel applications, but also how to deploy this on custom domain, on production environment, make it accessible to the world, which is an awesome skill to have, and it's gonna boost your confidence as well. All right, let's get started. Laravel, hands down, is the most popular PHP framework out there, used for almost everything starting from simple websites to APIs, CRMs, e-commerce systems, and just about any kind of web application you can think of. It was created by Taylor Otwell in 2011, and right now is developed and maintained by an amazing team of passionate web developers. Laravel is all about clean and elegant syntax. It provides a lot of tools to make building modern and robust web applications easier and more enjoyable. Laravel offers a ton of benefits, so let's take a look at few of these standout features. It's quick and simple to get started with, but powerful enough to handle complex applications. Security is right in, with features like XSS protection and protection against SQL injection. It delivers high performance right out of the box. Laravel's routing system is super flexible and powerful. Eloquent ORM makes working with the databases a breeze. The syntax is clean, simple, and elegant, making coding more enjoyable. It follows the MVC architecture for better structure and organization. Laravel comes with built-in support for testing, which is a huge plus. Authentication and authorization are already baked into the framework. Caching is made easy for better performance. It offers excellent error and exception handling. The Blade templating engine helps you build dynamic frontend effortlessly. Task scheduling is seamless, making automated tasks a breeze. It has a robust queue system for managing heavy background jobs. Need to support multiple languages? Laravel's got you covered with multilingual support. Maintenance and updates are super easy. It keeps costs low while providing tons of value. And let's not forget, huge Laravel community and ecosystem. There's a package for just about anything you can think of. These are just few benefits of using Laravel. The more time you spend in Laravel, the better you will understand how powerful the framework is. If you are here on this course willing to learn Laravel, I assume that you already have some experience in PHP and you quite probably have PHP working environment set up locally. Here are two major options in terms of Laravel working environment setup. If you are on Windows or on Mac, you can set up your Laravel working environment using Laravel Herd. Laravel Herd is a single program which combines PHP, Nginx Web Server, Node.js, and Composer. If you buy a Pro version of this package, it is going to include MySQL, Redis, and few other useful services as well. The second option to set up your PHP working environment is called XAMPP. XAMPP is a package which contains PHP, Apache Web Server, MySQL, and few other services. If you choose XAMPP as a choice of your PHP environment, you have to install Composer and Node.js separately, which is a disadvantage compared to Herd. Another disadvantage of XAMPP is that at the moment it doesn't have the latest version of PHP supported. In the future, this might change and it might support the latest version of PHP. But Laravel Herd already supports PHP 8.3. However, the advantage of XAMPP is that it supports MySQL and comes with phpMyAdmin as well. In case of Herd, MySQL is in Pro version, so you cannot get it for free. You can choose whichever you want, Herd or XAMPP. If you're on Linux, you might install PHP, Apache or Nginx and MySQL as separate packages. But we will not need MySQL, Nginx or Apache locally installed for this course, as we are going to use SQLite as a choice of the database and we are going to start the project with PHP's built-in server. But my choice for this course is going to be Laravel Herd, just because it has the latest version of PHP 8.3 at the moment. In case of Laravel Herd, before you install your Laravel project, we should make one change in PHP ini. We are going to open a folder inside which PHP ini file is located. This, in my case, is located in my home directory under config folder, herd, bin, PHP and the version of the PHP. In this folder, there is PHP ini file located, and we're going to open this using any editor you want. We're going to find variables order text, and we're going to remove this E and change this E GPCS into just GPCS. We can close this file. Then we're going to open any terminal, and we're going to execute herd restart to take the changes of PHP ini. Speaking about the editor/IDE for Laravel, there are two major players, PHP Storm and VS Code. PHP Storm is the paid product, but is the best choice in my personal opinion for PHP. It has integrated all the tools you need for Laravel or PHP development. It has 30 days free trial as well, so I really recommend to try it. VS Code is free and open source, but you need to install a couple of extensions to make it convenient for Laravel development. One of the extensions is PHP All-in-One extension. This contains all the basic things you need on PHP, such as syntax highlighting, auto-completion, formatting, and so on. The next extension I recommend is Laravel Blade Snippets. I also recommend to install Laravel Go-To-View, Laravel Extra IntelliSense, and Laravel Blade Formatter. These extensions, in my opinion, are the most basic extensions you need to install in VS Code to make it convenient to work with Laravel. There are several ways to create Laravel projects locally. One of them is to install using Composer command. We're going to execute Composer, create -project, Laravel/Laravel, and we're going to provide here your project name. The second option is to install Laravel installer and create new project with Laravel installer. Keep in mind that internally it still uses Composer. To install Laravel installer globally, we're going to execute Composer global require Laravel/installer. Once this command is finished, we can create new Laravel projects using Laravel, new, and our project name. The third option to create a Laravel project locally is using Laravel Herd. If we go into Site section, we have a plus button right here. When we click on this, we have three options: No Starter Kit, Laravel Breeze, and Jetstream. We can choose whichever we want. We're going to click Next. We're going to provide right here our project name. We're going to choose the testing framework. We're going to choose the target location, and we're going to click Next. It is going to start creating project locally, and once this is done, we're going to have up and running Laravel project. The Laravel project has been created using Laravel Herd, but I am going to delete this because this is not the way I want to create my Laravel project. Maybe you are following this on XAMPP, or you have a separate environment on Linux, separate installation of PHP and everything. So we're going to create Laravel project using terminal. I'm going to navigate into desktop folder, and I'm going to execute Laravel new Laravel course right here. On the first question, I have 3 options. I'm going to hit the enter. I'm going to choose the default one, no starter kit, and I'm going to hit enter right here as well. Now it asks us which database we want to use, and I'm going to leave this default as this is the SQLite, and this is exactly what I'm going to use. Hit the enter right here. The project has been installed, and here we have the instructions. We can navigate into the project, and we're going to execute PHP artisan serve. But before I do this, I want to open this project using my editor or IDE. The project is on my desktop as we created that. I'm going to open brand new install PHP Storm, and I'm going to click open right here. We're going to go to desktop and choose Laravel course. We're going to trust this project. The project has been opened, and now I'm going to bring up terminal, integrated terminal of PHP Storm. You can open integrated terminal of VS Code as well. We are inside the Laravel course project, and we're going to execute PHP artisan serve. Now we're going to open 127.0.0.1 port 8000 in our browser, and we're going to see Laravel application up and running. In Laravel, an artisan is a command line tool that helps you to perform various tasks related to your web application, such as generating code, managing migrations, clearing cache, and more. Here's my project opened in PHP Storm, and now I'm going to open terminal. In one terminal, I have PHP artisan serve running, so I'm going to open second terminal. In VS Code, you can open your terminal from the menu item, terminal, new terminal. You can execute PHP artisan serve right here, and if you click the plus button, it's going to create second terminal, and you can execute all the rest of the artisan commands right here. Now let's go back to PHP Storm, and I'm going to open this terminal on a full screen. Every artisan command should be executed using PHP artisan. This is a command line tool, and this command will be followed a specific artisan command, such as about. When we hit the enter, this is going to give me every information about our project, such as application name, Laravel version, PHP version, information about caches, and drivers. Let's hold on for a second and understand how this works. There is a file in our project which is called artisan. It doesn't have any extension, but actually this is a PHP file. It is using the following class to pass the arguments in our console. It is loading all the autoload files from vendor folder. Right here, it is creating the Laravel application and calling handle command, passing the new argument input instance. The rest happens inside this handle command and inside this application class. To get the list of all available commands in our terminal, we are going to execute PHP artisan list. We can scroll up and we see dozens of commands right here. Some of the commands are inside a group, such as cache, db, event, or make. Every command right here has its own description, what it does. Okay, to see a list of commands in a specific group, we're going to execute PHP artisan make, which is the name of the group, help, which means that I want to get all the commands inside make group or make namespace. When we hit the enter, it's going to give me all the commands available for the make namespace. To get information for a specific command, such as make controller, we're going to execute the following command: PHP artisan make controller --help. We hit the enter, and we're going to see the description of the command, the usage, how we can use it, arguments, as well as all the additional options with the description for each option. So whenever you have a question how a specific command works in Artisan, you can always execute PHP artisan that command --help. Now let me give you a challenge. I want you to execute an artisan command which will give you list of all the available commands in a queue namespace. Pause the video right now, execute that artisan command, and then continue the video and see the answer. Okay, to get a list of all commands in a queue namespace, we're going to execute php artisan queue help. We hit the enter, and it's going to give us all the available commands for the queue namespace, as well as the descriptions for each command. Now I have another small challenge to you. Now let's execute an artisan command, which will give you all the information about migrate refresh command. Okay, I hope that was easy. To get all the information about migrate refresh command, we're going to execute php artisan migrate refresh help. We hit the enter, and it's going to give us the description, the usage, as well as all the options with their description regarding that specific command. Now let's explore directory structure of our Laravel application. There are several key folders in your Laravel application inside which you are going to do most of your work. One of them is the app folder. By default, it contains HTTP modules and providers folder containing controllers, modules, and a single provider. But you can also create new folders manually inside the app folder, such as enum, for example, and create new enums inside the enum folder, and it's going to be auto-loaded. Or whenever you execute specific artisan commands, such as php artisan make job, is going to create job folder for you inside app folder. Bootstrap folder contains two main files, app.php and providers.php. App.php file is one of the most important files inside which we can configure middlewares, routing, exceptions, and few other useful things around our application. Providers.php just contains a single provider. You can add more providers inside this array. Config folder contains the major configuration files. If you don't plan to modify these configuration files, you can delete them, or if you want to create new configuration files, you can also create them either by manually or by executing a specific artisan command. The database folder contains factories, migrations, and seeders. This will also contain database.sqlite file if your database driver is set to SQLite. In our case, we are using SQLite as our choice of database. That's why we see right here database SQLite. This is the main database file for our project. Public folder is single web accessible folder. Index.php right here is the entry script, and the request starts from this index.php. So every file or folder what is available inside public folder is going to be accessible through the browser. Resources folder contains CSS, JavaScript, and views. Roles folder contains the main routes for our application, whether those are web-based routes or console-based routes. If we decide to create API routes, we can have api.php for routes related to API. Storage is the folder that contains all the generated files. Inside app folder, we can have uploaded files by the user. Inside the framework, there are files and folders generated by the Laravel framework itself, such as cache, sessions, testing, or views. Those views are cached views. The logs folder contains all the log files generated by Laravel framework. Tests folder contains all the available tests. Vendor folder contains all the third-party packages. Editor config file is necessary for IDE or editor. .en file contains most of the configuration options around our application, such as the application name, application language, database credentials, session driver, Redis client, mailers, and SMTP credentials, and so on. env.example file is the simple example file of .env. You should never commit and push .env file in your Git repository because it might contain sensitive data. Instead, you're going to commit and push .env.example file, which should not contain sensitive data. It should contain only sample data. Git attributes and gitignore are Git-related files. We already talked about artisan. Composer.json and composer.log are composer-related files. Package.json is for npm dependencies. PHP unit is for tests. README is, I think, obvious. And vite config.js is the configuration file for VPS Server. Now I want to create new root. Whenever I access /about URL in our application, I want to see some text, some information about my project. So let's go to the project and we're gonna open roots folder, web PHP, and we are going to create new root for /about. For this, we're gonna use root facade. We're gonna listen on get method. The URL is going to be about, and we're gonna provide function right here, from which we are going to return view. Inside view, we're going to pass the actual view name. In our case, I'm going to create a view called about. We need semicolon here, semicolon here. Now, if I try to access /about, root is available, but we don't have view yet. Let's go inside resources, views, and just like here we have welcome blade PHP, I'm going to create another blade PHP file, about.blade PHP file. Let's hit the enter. The blade file can contain plain HTML. Even plain HTML is okay. We're going to obviously talk more about blade in the future lessons, but for now, let's just create h1 tag right here, and I'm going to write hello, welcome to my Laravel course. And let's create another paragraph. I'm gonna just write a lorem ipsum text. Now, when I save this, I go in the browser, reload the page, and we're gonna see hello, welcome to my Laravel course with some lorem ipsum text. Congratulations, you have just created your first Laravel root. In Laravel application, the request starts on public index.php. Index.php includes vendor autoload PHP file, then it creates application in bootstrap.php. The application itself loads configuration files and initiates service providers. Service providers in Laravel prepare and configure the application, handling tasks like registering services, event listeners, middleware, and routes. They ensure both core and custom features are set up properly, making the application ready to function efficiently. Then the request is passed to router. The router takes the request, finds the corresponding function to execute, and executes that. Optionally, there might be middleware registered on the route. We will talk more about middlewares, but in a nutshell, the purpose of the middleware is to execute code before the request reaches to the action and maybe block the request. After this, the controller will send the response back to the user. Or, if the middleware is registered, the response will be passed to middleware first and then returned to the user. The controller action might also optionally render the view, after which the response as a view will be sent to the browser. In some cases, the route might be configured in a way that it directly renders the view, in which case the response might be directly sent to the user, or if the middleware is available, first the response will be passed back to middleware and then back to user. This is the Laravel request lifecycle. Most of the configuration options regarding Laravel is available in .en file. Here you can change the application name, application time zone, change the language, change the database credentials, session driver, modify Redis client information, SMTP details, AWS, and so on. There are even more configuration keys available, which is not by default in the .en file. If you want to customize configuration options which are not available in .en file, you can find the configuration files under config folder. If you don't plan to modify these configuration files, feel free to delete them. The default files exist in vendor folder in Laravel's core, and they will be used from core. Let's open up PHP, for example. Here we have the application name, which is taken from .en file. Here we have the environment, we have debug mode, and so on. Now let's open database PHP configuration file. We have a couple of options right here, and most of the values are coming from .en file. But here we have one of the options which is called migrations. And here we have the table. For example, if you decide that you want to change the table name for migrations, you should update that right here. And if you don't plan to modify any other configuration options in this database PHP, feel free to delete every other option right here and only leave migrations with your own database table name. In this case, the default values for those other configuration options will be taken from vendor, from Laravel core, but your modified configuration option will be taken accordingly. So if I quickly delete all the options right here, just below the migrations and above, we can have database.php file as simple as that. And of course, modify the table name. I'm going to undo this because this is not exactly what I want. Let me close database PHP and app PHP, and I'm going to open terminal. Besides the configuration files that is available by default in the config folder, there are other configuration files which is not available by default in the config folder, but we can publish them and modify them. To publish new configuration files, we should execute the following artisan command: php artisan config publish. When we hit the enter, it's going to give us a list of configuration files we want to publish. Most of the configuration files are familiar for us and is already available in the config folder, such as app, for example. But by default, broadcasting is not available in the config folder. Also, course is not available in the config folder. If I want to publish broadcasting configuration file, I would just type right here broadcasting and hit the enter, and the configuration file will be published. Or if you know exactly which configuration file you want to publish, you can directly execute php artisan config publish and the configuration file name, for example, course. We hit the enter and we published course configuration file as well. We can see those configuration files in our config folder, broadcasting and course. I just showed you how you can publish configuration files. I don't need them to be published, so I'm gonna delete them. Now, let's talk about a couple of useful debugging functions in Laravel. We have the welcome page opened, and let's go and open routes web PHP file. Here we have two routes defined, and I'm going to make some changes right here. I want to define an associative array called person, where we have this name and email, and I want to print that person. I'm going to use the following function called dump. We're going to provide the person right here. We save this and let's check in the browser, and we're going to see person like this. Dump is a Laravel's built-in function which prints every information about the given variable, and it prints pretty nicely. If the associative array is too large, you can also collapse it and expand it, and you can also see right here a comment from which file and which line that was printed. There are two other debugging functions available. One of them is called dd, which actually prints the variable and stops code execution. So if I reload right now, we're going to see only this dump and we don't see welcome page anymore, because right here the code execution was stopped. We have already defined a single route in our application. When we access /about URL, we see the following content. This is how we define that route. Now, let's see what other request methods are available in Laravel. There are totally 6 request methods available: get, post, put, patch, delete, and options. Get is mostly used to get the information, post is to create the information, put is to update the information, and patch is also to update the information, delete is to delete the information, and options is to get more information about the specific route. In Laravel, there is also a possibility to define routes which listen for multiple methods. For example, the following route will listen to get and post methods, and the corresponding function will be executed for both methods. In the following way, we can also define a route which matches to all request methods. If we want to define a redirect type of route in Laravel routes, we can do this in the following way. We call the redirect method. The first argument in this method is the route to which we are going to listen to, and the second argument is where the user should be redirected. By default, this redirect happens with status code 302, but we can also provide a third argument, which is going to be the status code. In this case, we are doing a redirect with status code 301, which is the identical of calling permanent redirect method. In Laravel, there's also a possibility to define a view type of rules. For example, the following code will listen to /contact route, and it will immediately try to render a view called contact. So if we open our application, we can even change the following route definition in the following way. We can change this get into view. We have the route as the first argument, and the second argument in our case should be the view name. We already have view called about, so this will be the equivalent of what we had previously. And now if I open the browser and reload the page, we're going to see the same result. Optionally, we can also provide a third argument to the view method and pass the parameters for view. In this case, we are passing a single parameter called the phone to the contact view. In the later lessons, we're going to see how we can get and how we can print those parameters inside the blade file. Now let's understand how to define routes with required parameters. Let's define a get route. I'm going to listen to the following URL, product / and right here I want to have a variable route parameter. The route parameters needs to be inside curly braces. So I'm going to define curly braces, and inside there I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to call it ID. So whenever the URL looks like this, then some function should be executed. So here I have the function, and whenever the function is executed, it means that the URL was matched, so we are going to get that ID as a parameter of the function. Once we have this ready, we can already return something from here. For example, product ID equals the parameter ID. Okay, now let's save this and open browser, and let's access the URL product/1. When we hit the enter, we see the following text. That text is exactly what is returned from here. We can type right here not only 1, we can type any arbitrary number, obviously, because this is a variable, like 1, 2, 3, or we can even have strings like test, because we don't have any restriction defined on the following route for the route parameter ID. So our defined route will match the following URLs. Any string after the product text, if it does not contain / will be matched. Now, let's see a slightly more complex example. In this case, I'm going to have 3 route parameters. Let's say that I want to access product review for the specific language. So in this case, the URL, the first section of the URL contains the language code, then we have the product as a hard-coded, then we have the product ID, then we have review text and the review ID. So we have 3 variables, and we can access those 3 variables inside this closure function. We have lang, ID, and reviews. And the following route will match the following URLs. It's going to match these 3 URLs. Just pause right now and pay attention. The variables at the moment can contain any arbitrary text, as soon as these variables do not contain /, because / is a special character in the URL. In the later lessons, we will understand how to add those restrictions so that lang, ID, or review ID cannot be any arbitrary text. Now let's learn how to define routes with optional parameters. Let me define get route. In this case, I'm going to listen to the following URL, product / and here I'm going to define a category parameter. category. But to make this optional, we're going to provide question mark before this closing curly brace. Now let's provide associated function here. Let's put a semicolon, and inside this function we can obviously accept the category. That's going to be string category. But because we defined that category right here optional, this category might not be given to the function whenever it is not presented in the URL. In order us to not have any kind of errors, we're going to assign some default value to the category. Okay, in this case, I'm going to assign null to it. Otherwise, you might have an error when you don't provide this category in the URL. Now I'm going to return something, product for category equals the given category. Let's save this. Now let's open the browser and let's try to access the following route, product / and let's provide the category. Let's say cars. I'm going to hit the enter and we're going to see product for category cars. However, if we remove this section completely, it's going to still work. However, the category is going to be null. That's why we don't see anything printed right here. This is how you can define the optional parameters, and you can define as many optional parameters as you want. Just make sure in the function you assign some default values to them. Otherwise, if you simply remove this and reload in the browser, we are going to see an error. Let's undo this and I'm going to leave null right here. Now, let's define a route what we already had defined previously. Product / ID. And let's just return a text. It works. And I'm going to return the ID as well. As we already discussed, if we provide any arbitrary text inside this ID variable, it is going to work. Now let's open our browser and let's just provide product / test. We hit the enter and we see it works. However, our goal is to make it not working because we only want the ID to be number. So if I type test, it should not work. However, if I type 1, 2, 3, any arbitrary number, it should work. How we're going to do this? Inside this route, whenever we define this, after this calling this get method, we can chain another method. In this case, I'm going to use the method called where_number. Where_number accepts an argument and we're going to provide a parameter. So in this case, I'm going to provide ID. And that's it. So we just defined that this route should only work if the parameter ID is going to be number. If I save this and reload in the browser, we see it works. However, if I type test right here and hit the enter, we see 404. The route was not matched. That's the whole idea. Now let's see which URLs will be matched based on our route definition. So the following route definition will match the following URLs. Whenever the ID only contains numeric values, it is going to match, but it is not going to match anything that does not contain numeric values. Now let's see another example. So we're going to define the following route where username needs to contain only alpha characters. It cannot contain numbers or anything else. It should only be alpha characters from A to Z. So it is going to match the following URLs, but it's not going to match the following URLs if the URL contains numeric value. Okay, let's see another example. In this case, I want the username to contain alphanumeric characters. Numbers and letters is okay, but anything else is not okay. So in this case, it is going to match the following URLs, but it is not going to match the URLs which contains something else other than letter or number. Let's see another example. I want to define route with multiple parameters. We have language and we have ID. So in this case, language can only contain uppercase and lowercase letters, and the ID needs to contain only digits. The route will match the following URLs, however, it is not going to match the following URLs. Let's see one last example. In this case, I'm going to define list of allowed values. So the language parameter can only be one of the provided values, EN, KA, or IN. In this case, it is going to match the following URLs, but it will not match the following URLs. We can also apply custom regex validation logic to our route parameters. For example, we have 3 routes defined. Let's say that I want username to only contain lowercase letters, not uppercase, but only lowercase. So in this case, I'm going to define right here a where method. I'm going to provide the parameter name. In this case, it is going to be username. And then I'm going to provide the custom regex expression. I'm going to define the following characters from A to Z, and I'm using the plus sign, which identifies that the following characters needs to be at least 1. So now if I save this, and I'm going to open the browser, and let's try to access user/Zura. It is going to work, and we see empty page. We see empty page because we don't return anything from here. However, if I use any uppercase characters inside here, let's say A is an uppercase, I'm going to hit the enter, I will see 404 because the route was not matched. In the same way, we can define custom regex validation logic for other routes. So for example, here I'm going to define custom validation logic for both parameters, in which case I am using an associative array syntax. The length needs to be exactly 2 characters, any symbol from A to Z, and let's use 2-character annotation. However, the ID needs to be digits. Let's make sure it is a digit, and also we need to make sure that it is at least 4 characters length, so 4, comma, and curly brace. This is a syntax of regex. If you don't know what is a regex, how to work with it, that is just out of scope of the following course. But basically, the following expression means that the ID needs to only contain digits, but it should be also at least 4 characters. Now, if I save this and let's try to access in the browser, we are going to have the following URL: en/product/1234. Let's hit the enter, and it's going to work, and we see empty page because we don't return anything from here. However, if we change this language code and make it 3 characters, it is not going to work, and we see 404. Or if we return this into 2 characters, let's change this into KA. But if we change this ID and make it 3 characters, we're going to still see 404 because according to the definition, it should be at least 4 characters. Now, let's see the last example where we define the search. Let's try to access the following URL: search/test. If we hit the enter, we see test right here because we are printing the search. However, if let's say that my search keyword should contain slash, if I try to provide, for example, 9 divided by 15, and I hit the enter, it's going to show me 404 because it tries to match the following URL. And by default, the query parameter right here, search, does not consider slash character inside. To make it consider slash character, we're going to use the following validation rule, where search query parameter contains any symbol, and it should be at least 1 character. So I'm going to save this, and now if I reload this, we're going to see 9 divided by 15. In Laravel, we can also define names for each route. But what is the point of assigning a name to a route? Here we have /about route, which renders about blade file, and we have just /route, which renders welcome. Now, let's imagine that we want to create a link to about page. Generally, when we have a website, we have the navigation, and in the header, we have the link to all the pages, or most of the pages. We might also have the link to the about page in the footer as well, and maybe in the sidebar as well. So a link to about page is used in, let's say, 3 places, and we want to change that URL. So if we want to create, let me create a variable called about page URL, okay? And we know that right now it is /about. And whenever we use this about page URL, it is going to be /about. If we decide that we want to change the URL from about into about us, then we have to update all the places. We have to update header, we have to update footer, and maybe if we have it in somewhere in the sidebar, we have to update sidebar as well. However, if we associate name to every route, and we can associate names in the following way: name, and then we just provide right here some string. In this case, it's going to be logical if I call this about. So we associated name about to the about route, and instead of having this hard-coded URL, we can always generate the URLs with a name. About page URL equals route, and in this case we have to provide the route name. In this case the route name is about. Now let's have a look. If I comment this out and if I print this about page URL, let's try to access homepage. Hit the enter, we see about page URL. This is it. However, if we decide to change the URL from about into about us, if we save this and reload the page, we are going to see updated URL. So the generation of the URL should always happen based on the route's name. That's why it is always good practice to associate names to your routes. Now, let's define one more route which will have parameters. Product route with length and ID parameters. I'm going to associate name product.view to the following route. Now let's generate URL based on the route name for the route which already has two parameters. So first, we're going to define this product URL with the route and provide the product name. Then we're going to provide two parameters. Those are parameters which is required for the route: length and ID. We're going to provide length to be whatever and ID to be whatever. In this case, en and 1. Now let's print this product URL, but before this, let's remove what we have right here completely. Now I'm going to save this and let's access in the browser. I'm going to reload the page and we see the following URL. Now if I decide to change the format of the URL, let's say I want p/language and then ID. I save this, I reload the page, and this is how our URL looks like. Let me define another route, and I'm going to call this user/profile. Let's create a simple function, empty function right here, and I'm going to give it also name to be profile. Now I'm going to define another route, which I'm going to call current user. And let's say whenever current user is accessed, I want to redirect user to the user profile page. So in this case, I want to do this redirect using the name. So one way to do this is going to use a redirect function and provide route right here and provide the route name. In our case, this is going to be profile. The second way will be to use toRoute function, just providing route name. We can comment this out, and just like this, whenever we try to access /current user URL, it is going to redirect us to a route which has name profile. In our case, this is going to be it. If we want to define routes with the same prefix, we can do this in the following way. We can call the prefix on the route, providing your desired prefix, and then we're going to call group method on this, providing the function. Inside that function, we can define our routes in a regular way. However, the prefix admin will be used for every route defined in this function. So in our case, the following route will be matched if the URL is admin/users. If I save this and if we check in our browser, we can see users is not going to be matched, but admin/users will be matched normally. In the same way, we can define the prefix for the root name. We're going to use root name, and the value is going to be admin dot in our case. We provide the group, and inside this function, we're going to define /users root. However, I'm going to assign a name to that root, and this means that the URL is going to be matched with /users, but the root name is going to be admin.users. So if I save this, and if we try to access /users, we are going to see this /users. However, the root name is going to be admin.users. Typically, when the route is not matched, Laravel will show 404 error. For example, let's try to access /contact, we see 404. However, we can define a fallback route for every unmatched routes. We can do this in the following way. We're going to call fallback, providing function right here, which will be executed every time route is not matched. So if I return right here fallback, save, and reload in the browser, we see fallback right here. In this case, you can render any view. Maybe you want to save that information somewhere, but the idea is that you can match all unmatched URLs with the fallback method. Now let's open terminal, and I want to execute a command and print all defined route list. For this, we're going to execute php artisan route list. This will print 6 routes, and 2 of them is defined by us, / and /about. Others are defined by Laravel application. If we want to also display middlewares for each route, we're going to provide flag -v. We hit the enter, and it is printing the middlewares as well for each route. If we want to only print routes which is defined by us, we can provide -- except -vendor flag. We hit the enter, and it's going to print those 2 routes. In a similar way, if we want to define routes which is defined only inside the vendor, we can provide only -vendor. We hit the enter, and it's going to print those 4 routes only. If we want to define all routes which are part of the API, we can provide path equals API. We hit the enter, and in this case, the application gives us an error that we don't have any routes matching the given criteria, which is actually correct. We can even combine these flags and, for example, print all the details about our routes. We can print them except vendor, and we can even provide path equals admin, for example. This is not going to print anything because the given path was not matched, but I hope you get the idea. Once you deploy your Laravel project on production, it is recommended to execute the following command: php artisan route cache. This will create cached version of your Laravel routes. Especially this is useful if your application has a lot of routes. The cache will help your application to match the route in a shorter time, and this will increase the overall performance of your website. However, if you don't want this cache anymore, you can clear this always by executing php artisan route clear. Now let me give you a small challenge. You should create a route which accepts 2 route parameters. These route parameters must be numbers. You should calculate the sum of these 2 parameters and print that sum. Pause right now, spend some time to implement this, then come back and see my solution. Alright, now let's define the route. We're going to listen to the get method, and let me call this sum, and then we're going to accept 2 parameters, a and b. You can call this whatever you want. Then we need to define the function. However, I'm going to also define a validation logic for these parameters. Where number. Where number, and we can provide an array, a and b. Both should be numbers. Then we're going to accept right here float A and float B. Finally, we are going to return sum of these two numbers, A plus B. Let's save this. Now let's open the browser and try to access to the following route, sum 1 and 2. Let's hit the enter and we see 3 right here. Let's increase the numbers 1, 2, 3 / 4, 5, 6. Let's hit the enter and we see 5, 7 and 9. That works correctly. Controller is a class which is associated to one or more routes and is responsible for handling requests of that routes. Generally, controller is a grouping of similar routes together. For example, product controller should contain only logic associated to products, but not anything else. Car controller should not contain logic which is not associated to cars. We can create controller classes manually, or we can execute artisan commands. Doing this with artisan commands is more convenient and fast, so this is how we're going to do also. PHP artisan make controller, and we're going to provide the name of the controller. I'm going to call my controller car controller. It is also convention that your controller classes should end with controller suffix. In our case, it is car controller. Let's hit the enter. The output tells us that the new file was created under app http controllers folder called car controller. Okay, we are going to open this app http controllers car controller. This is how car controller looks like by default. Now let's create a route and associate action to that controller. I'm going to define a function called index. Okay, from this function, I'm going to return hard-coded text index method from car controller. Let's save this. Now I'm going to open routes file web.php and I'm going to associate that method, what I just created, to specific route. Let's define a route and listen on /car and provide the controller and the method. The controller is going to be called car controller. We're going to provide class, and the second argument of this array right here is going to be the method name. The method is called index. And just like this, we provide the controller and the method instead of providing a closure function. Actually, I'm going to change this into import. So here we have just car controller, but here is the import of our controller. Okay, let's save this, and now let's try to access this in our browser. Right here, let's change car, hit the enter, and we see index method from car controller. If we have multiple methods defined in the car controller and we want to associate them to routes, obviously we can duplicate this, change the route right here, and change the method. However, there's a better version of it, and we're going to use grouping by the controller. So in this case, I'm going to use route controller, but I'm going to provide car controller right here, car controller class. This returns an object on which we can call group. Inside group, we're going to provide function, and any route we're going to define inside this function will assume that the controller is the car controller. So I'm going to take this route, put this right here, but we don't need the controller, we only need the method name. So this is how we can define /car. We can duplicate this and we can have, for example, my cars right here, which will have a different method associated, like my cars, and so on. You get the idea, right? So whenever we save this, let's check in the browser, I'm going to reload this and the result does not change. So it is still using this index method right here to render some text whenever the URL is matched. In Laravel, we can also define single action controllers. If your controller grows and becomes very large, it is recommended practice to split it up into multiple other controllers or create single action controllers. Single action controllers are controllers that are associated to a single route only. To generate single action controller, we're going to execute the following command: php artisan make controller. We're going to provide the controller name like show car controller, for example, and then we're going to provide a flag -- invocable. That -- invocable flag makes the controller to be single action controller. When we hit the enter, we see that the controller was created. Let's collapse this. Let's go into controller section and we're going to open this show car controller. That controller is very similar to a car controller, however, it has one additional method, __invoke. That's a special method, and whenever we use that controller in the route, that method can be executed. However, the usage of the controller should be also different. Now let's go into web.php and I'm going to modify this slightly. Let me actually comment this out for now, and I'm going to define new controller, new route, /car. On /car, we are going to apply show car controller class. Pay attention that I don't provide the method anymore. Just like we have provided previously, I don't provide method. Let's change this using import so that we have show car controller without namespace and we have the show car controller imported properly. Now if I save this, let's go actually in the show car controller and let's return something like return __ invocable. Let's save this. Now let's go in the browser and reload the page and we see __ invocable. Invocable controller is nothing else but added invoke method to regular controller. So in the same way, what we can do is, let me just delete this show car invocable controller completely. Then inside the car controller, I'm going to create that function __ invoke. Let's just return from here __ invoke. We save this. Let's open web.php. And here we are using show car controller, and I'm going to change this into car controller. Now if I save this and reload in the browser, we're going to see __ invoke, which is coming from car controller. However, we have other regular method as well in our car controller, and we can use this one as well. Let's go into web and let me duplicate this, and I'm going to change the URL for one of them. Let's give it different text, invocable, for example. And right here on this car, I'm going to provide the array. We provide the controller and we provide the method as well. So now I save this. And if I just reload, we're going to see index method from car controller. However, if we provide invocable right here, we're going to see __ invoke. Before we start talking about resource controllers, I'm going to delete just created car controller completely. Let's delete the routes as well. In Laravel, a controller is a special type of controller that provides a convenient way to handle typical CRUD operations for a resource such as a database table. To generate resource controller using artisan, we should execute the following command: php artisan make controller. We're going to provide the name of the controller. I'm going to call this product controller, and then we're going to provide a flag called -- resource. Once we hit the enter, it's going to generate this product controller. Let's open this product controller, and as you see, there are predefined methods. We have index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy. There are 7 default methods defined in the resource controller for typical CRUD operations. Index is responsible to show a list of the resources. Create is responsible to show form for the resource. Using store, we're going to create the resource. Inside show, we're going to show a specific resource by the given ID. Inside edit, we're going to render the form for editing purpose for a specific resource ID. In the update, we're going to update the resource by the ID, and in the destroy, we're going to delete the resource by the ID. Now, let's open web.php, and I'm going to define routes associated to this product controller. We can obviously define routes separately for each method, what we have right here, but there's a one-liner in Laravel which can do this thing. Route resource, we're going to provide the name products, for example, and then we're going to provide the controller name. In our case, this is going to be product controller class, semicolon at the end, and let me change this using import. So we have product controller imported right here. Now, if we try to access /products, it should execute the following route. Let me bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan route list. This will print the list of the routes, and let's have a look. So here we see the 7 routes defined by us, which corresponds to products index. This is an index method. This is actually a route name, and this is the method name. So the route name to create products is called products.store, and it is mapped to the following method. Products.create is mapped to the following method, and so on. If we want to exclude a specific method from this definition, we should provide right here except method. Inside except, we can provide array of methods we want to exclude. For example, I'm going to exclude destroy from this list. Let's save this, let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute again php artisan route list. Now we don't see products destroy method right here, we only see 6 routes defined. Or if we want to only include specific routes in the declaration, we can provide only method as well. Inside only, let's say I'm going to provide index, and I'm going to provide show. I don't want anything else from this product controller. Let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan route list, and now we only see 2 routes defined from the product controller. In the product controller, as I mentioned, we have 7 methods, but 5 of them is relevant for the API. 2 of them is not relevant for the API. For example, the purpose of this create is to render the form, as well as the purpose of this edit method is to render the edit form. So these 2 methods are not relevant for the API. If we want to define resource for the API only, we should do this in the following way. Instead of resource method right here, we're going to use API resource method. Once we define this, let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan route list, hit the enter, and now we have 5 methods defined. We don't have create method, and we don't have edit method right here. Let's go even a step farther, and when we generate the controller, if we want to generate it for the API, meaning that if we don't want create and edit methods to be presented in the controller, we should execute the following artisan command. php artisan make controller, we are going to obviously give it name, car controller, and then we're going to provide -- API flag. Once we hit the enter, it's going to generate this car controller. Let's open this very quickly, and we see index, store, show, update, and destroy. We don't see create, and we don't see edit as well. Then in the same way, we can use this car controller right here. To define routes for the car controller, we're going to use API resource name. We're going to provide the resource name. In our case, we can call this cars, and then we're going to provide car controller right here. Let's replace this with import as well. We should see car controller imported right here. However, if we want to define product controller and car controller both at the same time as API resources, we can use API resources name, providing associative array, where the key is the resource name and the value is the controller. So we define the car controller, and we can provide as well products by specifying here product controller. Just like this, we can delete this completely. And now if we execute PHP artisan route list, we are going to see API routes defined for cars as well as defined for products. In the later lessons, we're going to learn how to implement these methods actually and how to implement in general CRUD operations, how to render the data, how to create the data, how to delete the data as well. Okay, now I don't need this car controller and product controller yet, so I'm going to delete them both. And I'm going to also remove them from web.php. Now I have a challenge to you. I want you to generate a controller with two methods, sum and subtract. Define routes /sum and /subtract, which will be associated to the controller corresponding methods. Both methods will accept two arguments, and both arguments should be numbers. When accessing /sum route, it should print the sum of arguments, and when accessing /subtract method, it should print the difference of these two numbers. Pause the video right now, spend as much time as you think you need on this problem, try to make it working, and then come back and see my solution. Okay, I hope you made it. Now, let's see my solution. First of all, I'm going to create controller. Let's execute PHP artisan make controller math controller. Let's hit the enter. Math controller was created. Now let's open this and create two functions. Public function sum. We're going to accept two arguments inside this function, float a and float b. Now let's define second function, subtract float a and float b. Here we're going to return the sum of these two numbers, so we're going to return a plus b. And in the second function, we're going to return difference, a minus b. Now let's open web.php and define routes. Route get on /sum. We're going to accept two properties, two parameters, a and b. And we're going to associate the math controller sum method right here. Let's put a semicolon and let's replace this with import. Now let's duplicate this and I'm going to call this subtract a and b, and the method name will be subtract. Now we save this and we can check this in the browser. Let's access sum 5 and 7. Hit the enter, we see 12. Now let's change the method name into subtract, hit the enter, and we see -2. And just like this, we made it working. But if we change 7 right here into something non-numeric value, such as a, b, c, and we hit the enter, we are going to see an error. Subtract method, argument b must be type of float, but string was given. That's because we need to validate the arguments of sum and subtract method. So right here and right here, we're going to provide where number, and we're going to provide a, comma, b. Both a and b should be numbers. So now if I save this, and if we reload this in the browser, we are going to see 404, because such type of URL is not defined in our routes. However, if we change ABC into something which is numeric value, which is number, we hit the enter, we see the result. All right, that was the challenge and we completed the challenge. Now I'm going to delete math controller and I'm going to also remove routes defined in web.php. So far, we have been creating and deleting controllers, defining and removing routes. That's because we have been learning and we did not need this code in our final car selling website. Now, I'm going to start working on my car selling website, and I'm going to define the controller which will stay in the project, and I'm not going to delete this. Let's open terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan make controller, and I'm going to call this home controller. We hit the enter, home controller was created. Now let's go in the home controller, and I'm going to create new function, and I'm going to call this index. And for now, let's just return index hard-coded string from here. Now let's go into web PHP, and I'm going to change this closure function into using home controller class, and I'm going to use index method right here. Okay. Now I'm going to change this home controller fully qualified name into import so that we have import right here, and we have much shorter line right here. Let me associate name to this, and I'm going to call this home as well. Now, if we go in the index method, we can return this hard-coded index, or we can change this and return the welcome blade file as it was returned from this web PHP right here. Let me quickly undo this. Right here we are returning this view, so now we change this into home controller. Okay, awesome. Now let's open the browser, and in the browser nothing is changed. We see Laravel's welcome page. However, this welcome blade file is not exactly what I want. So if we go under resources, views, we're going to see about blade, which is something we created, and we have this welcome blade PHP as well. So I'm going to completely delete this welcome blade PHP file. PHP Storm finds its usage in cached file, so it asks me whether if I want to refactor or not. I'm going to refactor anyway. It is a cached file. So in this case, what I'm going to do is just to return hard-coded index. And in later lessons, we're going to start working on views, and I'm going to create new view for the home controller index method, and I'm going to use that new view right here. But for now, if I reload the home page, we're going to see hard-coded index text. Views are files that are responsible for presentation logic in your Laravel applications and are stored under Resources Views folder. Typically, views are in format of blade files. Blade is a Laravel's templating engine that helps you build HTML views efficiently. It allows mixing HTML with PHP using simple and clean syntax. Blade supports template inheritance, enabling you to define a base layout and extend it in other views. It provides directives with different purposes for control flow. Blade also supports reusable components and slots. All Blade views must have extension .blade.php. We can create views by hand under Resources Views folder, or we can execute the following artisan command. php artisan make view, and we're going to give it a name. The view name should be all in lowercase, like index, for example. I'm going to hit the enter, and index view was created under Resources Views index.blade.php file. If we open this, we see this empty D right here with some comment. Now, let me change this content, and let's write h1, and I'm going to write text hello from Laravel course. I'm going to save this. Now let's go into controllers, app, HTTP controllers, and I'm going to open home controller, and I'm going to change this return right here, and instead I'm going to render view using view function. And inside here, I'm going to provide the view name which I just created. Now let's open browser, and I'm going to reload the page, and we see hello from Laravel course. Views can be deeply nested into subfolders under Resources Views folder. For example, under Resources Views, I'm going to create a new folder, called it Home, and I'm going to move my index blade PHP under Home. And now, inside Home controller, when we try to render this view index, we should change right here as well. instead of rendering index, which will not work anymore because there is no index.blade.php file under views folder, instead it is available in the home folder, we are going to render this in the following way. Home.index. The dot identifies subfolder, so it is like a folder separator. Now if I save this and we check in the browser, the result is unchanged. This also works. However, if we want to create a view using Artisan and directly put this in a subfolder, we should execute the following command. In the view name, we're going to provide home.index as well. So in this case, it will throw an error because the view under home folder index view already exists. But if you want to create, for example, home about, we hit the enter and it's going to create about.blade.php under home folder. Obviously, this is something what we don't need at the moment, so I'm going to delete this. To render the view, we used function called view. There is a second method to render the view as well. In this case, we're going to use view facade. So I'm going to remove this and I'm going to use view facade, which is coming from Illuminate support facades. So make sure you use the following facade, following class. We hit the enter. That needs to be imported right here. Make sure it is imported if you're using VS Code. And then we're going to call a method called make. And here we're going to provide the view name. In our case, this is going to be home.index. So we save this, and if we check in the browser, the result is not going to change because we are doing the exact same thing. However, the view facade has a couple of advantages. For example, right here we can provide another function called first and provide a list of view files. For example, first I can provide index and then I can provide home index. Well, the first method will render the first available view. So in this case, if there is index blade file under views directly, it will render it. Otherwise, it will search under home.index. So if we just copy this index blade PHP and put this under views, and if we just change its content, hello from views folder. Okay, so I save this, and if we reload in the browser, we see hello from views folder. Now I'm going to again delete this index blade from views folder, and it is going to pick up this index blade from home folder, and the result will be hello from Laravel course. If we want to check if the view exists or not, we can also use view exists function. We provide, for example, home.index, and if the view does not exist for some reason, we can dump the following message: view does not exist. Of course, in this case, the view will exist because there is home.index, but if I change this into just index, save this, and we reload in the browser, we see view does not exist. I'm going to undo the changes and return the code back when we were using view function, just like this. Now let's talk about how we can pass variables to views. There are two ways to pass data to views. One of them is to provide an associative array as a second argument of the view function. And we can use this associative array when we are using view facade make function as well, make method. Okay, here I'm going to provide two variables. One, I'm going to call it name, and I'm going to provide my name, and then I'm going to provide surname, which is going to be my surname. Awesome. Now we can access these two variables in the blade file. Let's open the blade file, hello from Laravel course, and I'm going to create a paragraph right here. My name is, and I'm going to print these two variables. To print these two variables, we're going to use double curly braces, and inside double curly braces, we're going to use PHP variable normally, like $, and the name. The name is the variable we passed right here. In the same way, we can also output second variable called surname. Now, if I save this and reload in the browser, we are going to see hello from Laravel course, My name is Zura Sechniashvili. The second method to pass data to views is the following. We can remove this associative array and we can provide additional variables inside the view using with method. The first argument is the variable name, for example, in our case, and I'm going to provide Zura right here. Let's move this with down, and the second, we can provide this with second times. So here I'm going to provide surname is going to be my surname. I'm going to save this, reload the browser, and the result does not change. However, if I comment out this line, there is no surname declared in the blade file, in the view file, so it will throw an error. Now let's uncomment this so that we don't have any errors. It is also possible to declare a global shared data, and that data will be available in all blade files. For this, we're going to open Service Provider, App Service Provider, which is inside App Folder Providers. Let's open this, and inside boot method, we're going to use view facade for this, and we're going to provide share method right here. The key will be the variable name. I'm going to call this ER, and the value is going to be your value of the variable. So let's use a function date to create the current ER. Let's put semicolon right here. And now the ER variable will be available in every blade file. So if we open this index blade PHP, and I'm going to create second paragraph right here, ER, colon, and then we can output ER. Let's save this, reload the browser, and we see ER 2024. Now let's do a small challenge. I want you to create a hello controller with welcome method. Create welcome view as well using artisan and put it in the hello subfolder. From hello controller welcome method, render welcome view you just created. Pass your name and surname to the view and output in the blade file. Also define the root/hello so that when you access it, it will output your name and surname. Now, pause the video, work on this, spend as much time as you need on this, then come back and see my solution. Okay, now let's see my solution. First, let's open terminal, and I'm going to generate new controller and a new view file. PHP artisan make controller hello controller. We hit the enter, the controller was created. Now let's create view. PHP artisan make view. Well, I'm going to create welcome view, but I'm going to put this in the hello folder. So hello.welcome. This will create welcome view in the hello subfolder. I'm going to hit the enter. Now look at this. Welcome blade PHP was created inside hello folder. Awesome. Now let's create hello controller from app HTTP controllers. And let's define welcome method. From here, we are going to render view called hello.welcome. So this is the blade file we're going to render, and we're going to pass two variables. We're going to pass name, and we're going to pass surname. Awesome. Now we have the controller, we have the view created. Now let's collapse everything. Let's go under roots, web PHP, and define new root. Root get on/hello. We're going to render hello controller method called welcome. Let's put a semicolon right here, and we have these roots defined. Now let's access this in the browser /hello. We hit the enter and we see empty output. Let's check hello controller. This is because we don't have anything defined in the hello welcome. Now let's open resources, views, hello welcome blade. It is an empty div, and let's change this and output these two variables. Let's delete this comment and output name and surname. We save this, reload in the browser, and we see my name and surname. You should see your name and surname, the data you passed from the hello controller, like this. Now let's clean up the code we created for the challenge. Let's remove the root. I'm going to also delete this hello folder completely, including welcome blade PHP, and I'm going to also delete hello controller. Cool. We don't need this in our final project. Besides the variables we are using in our blade files, we can also use functions. We can even use classes and their methods to output certain things in the blade files. Let me actually remove these two lines. Now, let's use a date function and print the current date. So we already have this global shared ER variable, which we printed previously, but right now I'm going to use functions in blade file to output something. So we can use date function inside curly braces just to output the result, the current ER. In the same way, we can do the following. We can use str to upper function, take our name and concatenate it with the surname and print it like this. So if I save this right now and we check our browser, we need to access to the home page, we're going to see the ER and my name and surname all in uppercase. So in the same way, we can even use classes with the namespaces to print something. So for example, I'm going to use str helper class and use the after method. Basically, inside the following string, we're going to take anything that is after hello space. So it should print world. I'm going to save this, reload in the browser, and we see world right here. We can also use application constants, or we can use even global constants like this. All will work in your blade files, and the result will be something like this. Now, let's open home controller, and I'm going to define one more variable right here, and I'm going to give it job name. However, the content will contain HTML tags. I'm going to use b tags, and inside b tags, I'm going to write developer. Now, let's open blade file, and I'm going to output right here my job. This is going to be like this. If I save this and we reload in the browser, we're going to see developer right here, but the b tags are printed, well, they are printed as you see. So actually the developer is not inside bold. Whenever we output variables inside blade, they are escaped in the following way. If we want to render it differently, and if we want job to be inside bold instead of rendering b opening and closing tags, we should render it in the following way. We're going to use, let me remove this completely, we're going to use one curly brace, and then we need double exclamation. Okay, exclamation 2 times. And inside here, we can output job. Now, if I save this and reload the page, we're going to see developer in bold. Let's remove this. And now let's imagine that I want to print something like this in my browser. The following expressions are very often used in front-end applications such as Vue.js. If we want to print a variable in Vue.js, we need to do this in the following syntax, in the following way. Let's assume that I'm using Vue.js and I want to output the following content. If I save this and if I reload in the browser, we're going to see an error. Right here, right now, Blade is processing curly braces. Double curly braces. And right now Blade is trying to find a constant called name and output it right here because we have these double curly opening and closing braces. But let's say that we want the output to be exactly like this. What are we going to do? In this case, we're going to put @ symbol before these opening double curly braces. This @ symbol tells Laravel Blade not to process the following expression. If I save this and if I reload right now, I see the following output, and this is exactly what I want. Okay, and this output now later can be used by Vue.js to render the name variable. Also in Blade there are directives. Every directive starts with @ symbol. For example, there is a for each directive. Okay, let's say that I want to output a text starting with @ for each or @ something. If I do this, if I save this and if I reload this, I see @ something. However, if I want to print @ for or @ for each, this will throw an error because we have a syntax error at the moment. Whenever Blade sees @ for, it assumes that I want to iterate over something, and it basically fails because I don't provide all the arguments for this directive. However, my intention is just to print @ for in my browser. So for this, we're going to use second times the @ symbol, @ for. So if I save this and reload, right now we see @ for in the browser, and this is exactly what I wanted. However, imagine that just like we have here name, in the same way, let's say that we have multiple such type of expressions. I'm going to copy and paste small amount of code where we have name, age, job, hobbies, and also we have this if directive, which is also Blade directive. Now if I save this and if I reload, the first one right here, it's going to fail because it will try to print the name. Of course, we can go ahead and add @ symbols for all of them like this, and it is going to work, and we see the following result. But doing this manually in 5 places to put this @ symbol is not convenient. There is a better way to do this in Laravel Blade, and it is called verbatim directive. So I mentioned that all directives in Blade start with @ symbol, so we're going to use verbatim directive for this. And we need also end verbatim directive down below. So whenever there is something, some content between opening verbatim and closing verbatim directives, between here and between here, Laravel Blade will not process these variables. So these double curly expressions will not be processed, this if will not be processed, and they will be outputted exactly as you see. So if I save this and reload the page, we don't see any change. So this is working as it should work. However, without these verbatim directives, we are going to see an error. We have syntax error, and even if we fix this syntax error, we're going to have a lot of errors basically, because we don't satisfy the Blade requirements. That's why we need verbatim directives to output it as we expect. Now I'm going to add one more variable into my home index view file. Let's provide with right here, and I'm going to call this hobbies. And in this case, I'm going to provide an array. Let's say my hobby is tennis and fishing. It's pretty different types of hobbies, but I love both. Okay, now let's go into index blade PHP, and I want to output this array, hobbies, as a JSON array. How to do this? So for this, I'm going to use JS helper class. So I'm going to use double curly braces to output something, and I'm going to use JS helper class, this one, Illuminate Support JS, and I'm going to use from function for this, and I'm going to provide the variable called hobbies. So this will actually output a JSON. Let me save this, and let's go in the browser, reload this, and here we see JSON parse. And if we check this also in the page source, we see this JSON parse. This from function encodes your variable into a proper JSON format. And if I want to create now a JavaScript variable, which is the intention basically when you want to convert this into JSON, so we should create a script tag. Inside script tag, obviously, we need to define a variable called hobbies, for example, and we can assign the following expression to hobbies. Okay, now I save this. Now we reload this, and we see const hobbies equals the following variable. If we check this in the browser, we obviously don't see because we put this in the script tag. However, if we bring up developer tools, and if we go in the console, we should see hobby as global variable available. And if we hit enter, we see tennis and fishing. Hey, if you're enjoying this tutorial so far, maybe you want to check the entire course on my website, TheCodeholic.com, where you can find quizzes, the source code of the project is available there. You can find all the modules, including the deployment section, the testing section, which contains, I think, 3 hours of content regarding testing using PEST framework, and a lot more. All right, now let's talk about what are Laravel blade directives and how they are used. Blade directives are special keywords which is prefixed with @ symbol used in Laravel's blade templating engine to simplify common tasks like template inheritance, conditional rendering, iteration of data, and more. They convert these shorthand notations into plain PHP code, enhancing readability and maintainability of the code. Examples include if for conditionals, for each for loops, extends for layout inheritance. By abstracting these common patterns, blade directives streamline template creation and reduce boilerplate code, allowing developers to focus more on the content and logic of their views. Now we're going to get familiar with the most common directives in Laravel. Now let's open Resources, Views, Home Index Blade file, and we are going to talk more about directives, blade directives. First of all, let me remove this code from here. And now I'm going to first talk about comments. In Blade, we can actually define the comments. We already are familiar with HTML comments, which has the following syntax: less than symbol, exclamation, dash dash. And there's obviously the closing part of the comment. So this creates a comment, and in between these comments, I can write some text. Now, if I save this and we check in our browser, we obviously don't see anything. If we check the page source, however, we see the comment right here. However, there are cases when we don't want the comment to be displayed, in which case we're going to use blade comments. The difference between the HTML comment and the blade comment is that HTML comment is visible in the page source, however, the blade comment is completely ignored by Blade engine. To define the blade comment, we're going to use double curly braces. Then we need double dash, which is the opening of the comment. Then we write a comment, single line comment, for example. And then we do double dash and double closing curly braces. So this actually creates a comment. And creating a multi-line comment is very similar. We use double opening curly braces, double dash, then we write multi-line comment, and then double dash and double closing curly braces. Now, if I save this and we reload the page, we don't see this comment right here. We see additional empty lines from line 5 up to line 9, but actually we don't see the content, which is the most important part. For example, if you have written some blade expressions, for example, outputting a name, which you decided that you want to comment out, you comment out this part completely, and it will not be visible in the page source. Now, let me scroll down below, and I'm going to talk more about the most basic blade directives. Let's start with conditional directives. If we want to write a condition in our blade file, we can use @if directive. Is the how every directive basically starts, and if is the name of the directive. So this is very similar to a typical PHP if statement. Inside if, we're going to provide the condition. For example, if true, then we can do something. However, every such type of blade, conditional blade directive, needs its closing, directive closing as well. So in our case, we're going to provide end if with @ symbol. So whatever we write in between opening if and closing if directive, this will be displayed. For example, this will be displayed. Now we save this, we reload in the browser, and we see this will be displayed. Of course, if we write false here, this will not be displayed. I have prepared a couple of slides which demonstrates the most basic directives. And I'm just giving you a quick overview what is possible. When we actually start building the project, our car selling website, we will use these directives step by step in real application. Now let's have a look. So here we have an if directive, if statement. Let's imagine that we have cars array in our blade file. So we check if the count of cars is more than 1, then we print there is more than 1 car. However, we also have possibility to write an else statement. So if count of cars is more than 0, there is at least 1 car. In else case, we write there are no cars. And as I mentioned, every if directive needs to have end if directive as well, which is going to end that directive. Okay, we can go even farther and we can also have else if statements, just like this is displayed right here. If count of cars is more than 1, we write something. Else if count of cars is exactly 1, we write there's exactly 1 car. In else case, there are no cars. So that was all about if directive. Now let's talk about unless, which is actually the opposite of if directive. So if you write unless false, this actually will be displayed, and this is the same as if true. If you want to check if a variable exists, if it's defined or not in our blade file, we can use isSet directive in the following way. If cars variable is defined, it will print isSet inside paragraph. Otherwise, it will not do anything. In the same way, we can use empty directive as well to check if the cars variable is empty or not. These isSet and empty directives are doing exactly as PHP's native isSet and empty functions. We also have auth and guest directives, which is very relevant to Laravel application. Using auth directive, we can check if the user is authenticated or not. Using guest, we will check if the user is guest or not, which is opposite of authentication. We can also use switch directives in Blade. Here in this example, we can check if the country is GE, we display Georgia inside paragraph. In else case, we display unknown country. Of course, we can add more cases and we can compare the country to additional country codes such as UK or US. This is also very similar to native PHP switch statement. Now let's talk about for directive, which is also very similar to native PHP for loop. Pay attention that every directive what we described so far has their ending directive as well. For, it is end for. In a similar way, we have also for each directive, which gives us possibility to iterate over array in our Blade template. We also have one additional directive which is not available in native PHP. So this is called for else. For else is very similar to for each. However, if the array is empty, which we are trying to iterate, then there is empty directive as well. So in this case, we iterate over cars and displaying the car model for each car. However, if the cars array is empty, in this case, we are displaying there are no cars. And finally, we have end for else. We also have while loop available in Blade, which is exactly the same as PHP's while loop. Now, I want to talk about continue and break directives. Now, let's imagine the following case. We are iterating over numbers from 1 to 5, and we are displaying the number. If I want to write a continue code, one way to do this is the following. I'm going to write an if statement. If n equals 2, then I type continue, which means that the following paragraph will not be printed whenever n equals 2. So n will be printed for 1, 3, 4, and 5, but not for 2 because we have continue code right here. This is how we can use continue directive, but there's a second way which is much simpler. We can replace this 3 line with just a single line, providing the condition inside continue directive. So in this case, if the condition we are providing right here equals true, the continue will happen in this case. And this is the equivalent of this. Pretty cool, right? So in the same way, we also have break directive. If we want to break when n equals 4, we can do this in the following way. However, the shorthand syntax will be like this. From home controller, we are passing hobbies variable, which is an array. Now I'm going to iterate over these arrays and print hobbies. For this, we're going to use for each directive. I'm going to iterate over hobbies as, let's call the loop variable h, and then I'm going to print h. Now I'm going to save this. Let's check in the browser, reload it, and we see tennis and fishing. Now, I want to talk about a special variable which is available inside loops, and that is called loop. If we try to output this loop variable, it's not going to work. It's not going to give us what we want because it is an instance of the class. It is an object. However, I'm going to use dd to dump and die, and this will print the loop variable, and it's going to stop the execution. So we're going to see what is this loop variable. It is an object, and it has a couple of properties. It has iteration, index remaining, and so on, and let me explain all of them step by step. The iteration identifies which iteration the current loop is used in, and the iterations start with number 1. So we are dumping this loop variable and stopping the code execution on the very first iteration, so the iteration is 1, and basically we don't allow every other iteration. So what we can do is try to access the iteration through loop iteration. So if I comment out this dump, and if I comment out this h, we save and reload, we see there are 2 iterations, the first iteration and second iteration. Okay, now let me uncomment this dd because this is the most important thing. So in the same way we have index, and the index starts with 0. We have remaining, how many elements are remaining, and there is exactly 1 remaining, and so on. And now let's understand what each loop property is actually doing. So the index is the current loop iteration which starts at 0. The iteration is the current loop iteration which starts at 1. There are the iterations remaining in the loop. We have count the total number of items in the array being iterated. We have the first one, and this simply returns true or false. If this is the first iteration through the loop, this returns whether this is the last iteration of the loop. Even returns whether this is the even iteration through the loop. Odd returns if this is the odd iteration of the loop. Depth returns the level of the current loop. This is interesting. If you have nested loops, one loop into another, the loop magic variable inside the outer loop will have a depth of 1, but the loop inside the nested loop will have depth of 2. And in the same way, if you have third loop inside the second loop, and if you have 3 loops nested into each other, the loop variable in the third loop will have the depth of 3. And also loop parent will return the parent iterations loop variable. So if we are calling loop parent on the first level of iteration, like in our example, if we try to print parent right here, this will return null because there is no parent iteration right here. However, if I create a second iteration inside the first one and iterate something, then loop parent will refer to the parent loop's loop variable. So the loop parent right here will be the same as using loop right here. Of course, right here we need n for each. Now let's have a very quick look in the browser. So we have loop parent, and let's just print right here depth of it. And I'm going to duplicate this, and let's print also loop depth itself. Okay, I can remove this because it's going to throw an error. Now I'm going to save this and reload in the browser, and look at this. So we see a lot of 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. But what does this mean? First of all, we have 2 items inside hobbies, and we are iterating this twice, so totally there are 4 iterations. Okay, so this code, the line 22 and 23, will be executed 4 times. All right, so now the first output is the depth of this loop. The second output is the depth of the parent loop. So this one has depth of 2, and the parent has depth of 1. And that's why we see 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and 2, 1. Now, I'm going to leave this code right here, but I'm going to comment this out not to pollute my output in the browser. And we're going to talk about conditional classes and styles. So right now, if we have a look in the browser, we just see hello from Laravel course, which is exactly what I expect. Now, if we go in the home controller, I'm going to pass one additional variable, and I'm going to call this country. And in my case, I'm going to provide GE right here. Now, let's go in the index blade. Let's scroll down below, and I'm going to create one div, and conditionally, I'm going to add some CSS classes to this. So for this, we can use directive called class. So we use add symbol, then we provide class right here. And here we're going to provide an associative array. So here, if I provide CSS class like my-css-class, so this CSS class will be applied to the div in any case. So let's just generate lorem ipsum text. So I save this, I reload this, we see lorem ipsum, and if we check in the page source, we are going to see, let's reload the page. Okay, down below we see this div which has CSS class myCSS_class. Now, let's say that this class, myCSS_class, must always be added to the div. However, conditionally, I want to add another CSS class if the country code is GE. So in this case, I'm going to do the following. Georgia CSS class should be added if country equals GE. So now if I save this and reload, we're going to see Georgia right here because our country is actually equals to GE. If we go in the home controller and change this country code into UK, for example, reload the page, we don't see Georgia CSS class added right here. In the same way, we can add style attributes. So right here on the same div, I'm going to use style directive. I'm going to pass an array, and first I'm going to provide color to be green. So this is something I want always to be added. So if I save this right now and reload, we're going to see that color green was added, and in the browser we're going to also see that the actual color is green. However, now let's add conditionally some styles. For example, background-color equals cyan should only be added if country equals GE. Now if I save this and reload, the background color will not be applied because country does not equal to GE, it equals to UK. However, if we change this into GE and reload, we're going to see that the background color was applied to it as well. So the possibilities regarding this are endless. You can provide as many elements right here inside these arrays as you want, and you can provide any conditions right here you want to add or not add specific class or specific CSS properties to your HTML elements. Now let's talk about how we can create and include subviews in our blade file. I'm going to comment out this part. I'm leaving this code so that you can refer it, but when we move on the next section, I'm going to remove all unnecessary piece of code, and you can find them as a written form down below the lessons, or you can download the source code at the end of each section and you will find this right there. Now let's open Resources, Views folder, and inside Views, I'm going to create one folder called Shared, and inside Shared, I'm going to create a new blade file, and I'm going to call this button blade PHP. Of course, I could create this directly inside Views, but I'm showing you how you can also organize this, and it is recommended to organize these partial blade files into subfolders. Now we have this button blade PHP, which I'm going to do the following. So inside here, we're going to have just a button, and I'm going to output two things. I'm going to output text, and I'm going to also add background color to the button. So for this, I'm going to use style directive, and just like this, background dash color, and I assume that we will have right here a variable called color. Okay, awesome. Now let's go into index blade, and I want to include that button right here. So for this, we're going to use include directive, and we're going to provide the location of the blade file. So if we would create the button blade PHP directly inside resources views, we could include it in the following way: button. But because we created this under shared folder, we need to include this shared.button in the following way. Alright, now if I save this and we reload in the browser, we're going to see an error because we don't pass two variables, color and text, but we try to use these variables right here, and this will throw an error. To pass the variables, we can provide the second argument as an associative array to this include directive. In this case, we're going to provide color to be brown, for example, and we're going to provide text to be submit. Now I save this. Now let's open the browser, reload the page, and we see button. So we see the button, it has text submit, and it has background color brown. Now let's change this background color into something like yellow. Save and reload, and now we see yellow button. If we try to include a view which doesn't exist, let's say shared search form, in browser we're going to see an error. View shared search form not found. However, if we don't want the error to be thrown, instead of include, we can use include if directive. So the following directive will check if shared search form exists, it is going to include that. Otherwise, simply it will not do anything, and also it will not throw an error. There is also a directive include when. The first argument is the condition. The second argument is the file, the blade file to include, and the third argument are the parameters given to that blade file. Include when will include the given blade file only if the first condition equals true, or if the first condition is trueable. So in our example, if the search keyword exists, it is going to include shared.searchResults blade file. However, if the search keyword does not exist, it is not going to include that. There also exists include unless, which is the opposite of include when. Include unless will only include shared.searchResults if the first parameter of this include unless equals false. So in our example, these two lines are equivalent. There also exists include first directive, which accepts an array of blade files, and it will include the first available blade file. So if there is admin button, it is going to include that. Otherwise, it will try to include button blade PHP. First, let me change this search form into button and make sure we have everything working as expected, no errors. And now I'm going to talk about how we can include subviews inside loops. Let's imagine the case that I want to iterate over something. Let's say I want to iterate over cars as car, and for each car I want to include a separate view file, pass the car, and render each car in its own view file. So how I can do this? I'm going to use include directive right here, provide the view name, and I'm going to call this, let's assume that we already have this, car.view file, and I'm going to pass car right here. So if we create car view.blade PHP file, this will accept car for every car. However, we can do something similar in just one line. And for this, there exists each directive in Blade. Each accepts first, it's going to accept the view name. In our case, we're going to pass car.view. We're going to pass then the array which needs to be iterated, cars in our case, and then we pass the string variable name which will be passed to car view, and each element from this cars array will be passed to car view with that given name, car in our case. So Laravel will iterate over cars, and for each car it's going to render car view passing the car variable. So these two pieces of code what I have just selected are identical. And additionally, there's 4 parameter also available, which is assumed to be a blade view file, which will be rendered if the cars array is empty. So in our case, we can provide car.empty. Let me quickly demonstrate this to you. I'm going to declare a variable called cars, but I'm going to just assign numbers to it. Let's assume this is an array, okay? So this is an actual array, but in reality, the array of cars will be array of objects, but right now we just declared it to be numbers. So car will be a single number, and then we need to create car.view file. So if we go under resources views, I'm going to create right here a file car/view.blade PHP. Awesome. So here let me create a paragraph, and I'm going to output car variable. Now if we check in the browser, we see the following. So 1 2 3 4 5, and then again we see 1 2 3 4 5. That's because we are doing the same thing twice, right here and right here. However, if we make this cars array empty, the first one will not do anything. The third one will throw an error because it will try to render car.empty blade file, which does not exist. Let's have a look. Here we go, car empty not found. However, if we create empty.blade file inside car folder, then that will be rendered. Alright, let me first comment out this part, and then I'm going to talk about how we can use raw PHP in our blade files. For example, if I want to declare a variable, the traditional way is going to use traditional PHP tags, opening PHP tag and closing PHP tag, and inside there we can declare a variable. However, there exists PHP directive, and we use this in the following way. We open with PHP directive and close with end PHP. And in between, we can declare variables, we can create functions, or we can do anything. In the same way, if we want to import a specific class in our file, the traditional approach would be to create traditional PHP tags, use, and the class name. However, there exists use directive as well, which gives us possibility to provide right here the fully qualified class name. So these two pieces of code is identical. Now it's time for another challenge. I want you to create a subview alert blade PHP. You can put this in a subfolder if you want, which will take two variables, message and color, and use them in blade file. Use style directive to add color to the alert element. Include that view in another blade file and pass these two variables. There are many interpretations of this challenge, but the main idea is that you create a second blade file, include it in another blade file, and you provide variables. Pause right now, think a little bit about this, create your own solution, your own version of this challenge, and then come back and see my solution. All right. Let's see my solution, how I would do this. First, we need to create alert blade PHP file. And I'm going to do this inside the shared folder because this is kind of reusable shared component. PHP artisan make view. Let's put this in the shared folder, alert. Let's hit the enter. And it created alert blade PHP file. Okay, let's open this file. Let's go into resources, views, shared, and I'm going to open this alert blade PHP file. So I'm going to leave this div and I'm going to assume that two variables will be passed to it, color and message. And I'm going to use this color variable right here to give some style to the alert element. But for style, I'm going to use style directive as it is required. Let's provide background-color to be whatever color has been provided. However, inside the alert, I'm going to use message variable to actually output the message. Now let's go into index blade PHP file and I'm going to include that alert. Include, provide shared.alert, and let's provide two variables. Message is the first, and let's provide some message. For example, your account was created. And let's provide second variable called color. Let's move this on a new line, like this. Okay, the color will be green. And just like this, we have created and included the component. Now, if we open the browser, reload the page, we're going to see your account was created alert. So I can reuse this alert now multiple times. I can provide a different text right here. I can provide different color, like red, for example. Reload the page and we see the same blade file included two times with different text and different colors. Of course, if we want to create like really real world type of alert component, we need the text color as well and a couple of other things, but you get the idea. We can always assume that inside alert, we provide the basic styles. For example, color will be always white, and we will also always have padding to be 15 pixel. Let's do like this, reload the page, and now we see that the color is always white and there's always some padding, and we can provide additional CSS properties right here. But the main idea is that we have variables and we output those variables. Now we're going to move forward and start building the layout of our website. But before we do this, I want to delete all the content we created only for learning purposes, such as I'm going to delete this alert blade PHP and button blade PHP. So I'm going to delete the shared folder completely. And if we open this home index blade as well, we have a lot of content right here. So I'm going to completely delete almost everything from here, and from the home controller as well, we can remove all these variables given to home index. And just like this, we have now a clean project, and we are going to work on index blade to actually render the content of our website, the website we are working on. Now let's create the main layout file using Artisan. PHP Artisan make view, and I'm going to put that layout file under layouts folder, and I'm going to call this file up. So it's going to be up blade PHP under layouts folder. So this is created. Now let's go under resources, views, layouts, and let's open this up blade PHP. I'm going to remove everything, and I'm going to generate boilerplate HTML code. So we have the standard HTML structure. You can generate this code by just typing ! in your PHP store or VS Code and hit the tab. Okay, awesome. Now let's start using blade directives right here. The title is a document which I don't want to be documented. I want it to be something dynamic. Okay, so here I'm going to use yield directive, and I'm going to provide right here name. So that's going to be the section name. So I'm going to type title right here. So I want to output the content for section title. And I'm going to right here provide extra hard-coded text like car selling website. You can put the name of the website, whatever you call it. Okay, or you can even leave this empty and just only have this title. So the choice is up to you. The most interesting part is that right here, we are trying to output the section with name title. Okay, so I'm defining the layout, and the layout needs header. So I'm going to define header right here, and we can just type a hard-coded text like your header. So this is just your header. Okay, so I'm going to define footer as well, and that's going to be your footer. And in between the header and footer, we're going to obviously have the main content. Again, I'm going to use a yield directive, and I'm going to output a section with name content. So I have the very basic layout ready. Now let's go into index blade PHP file, and I'm going to try to use this layout. Let's delete everything, and we want to extend the layout. We want to use this up blade PHP file in our index blade. How can I do this? Extends accept the blade view file name. Our blade file is located under layouts folder, and it is called up. Just like this, we are extending our up blade PHP. So even if I leave this right now as it is, and I don't do anything, and if we check in the browser, we see your header and your footer. And if we check the page source, we see this very basic HTML. So we don't see anything right here. We don't see anything in between header and footer, but the basic layout is already rendered because of these extends. But because we are extending, we want to actually extend it and add additional things to this layouts up. For example, I want to define a section with a name title, and we can provide right here any text for that title, like home page, for example. I save this, I reload the page, and we see home page right here. Because we defined a section right here, title, and that section title was outputted in the layout, our definition, that text, now is outputted in layout. Awesome. We also try to output right here section called content. Now let's define this section. Section. However, there are two ways to define content for the section. One way is to provide two parameters right here. The first one is going to be the section name. The second is going to be the value for the section. So I want to define much larger text than just a single line. So we have possibility for this. We just provide the section name, and then we use end section. And whatever we put inside in between the section and end section, that's going to be considered as a content for this section. So in our case, I will just type home page content goes here, and let's fix the typo, and maybe we can put this inside H1. Awesome. Now I save this, I reload the page, and we see in between header and footer, we see this H1. Of course, you can put HTML of any complexity, any HTML text, as much as larger HTML as you want. You reload and you're going to see the whole HTML. Okay, awesome. And now if we check in the browser, we see homepage content goes here in between header and footer. Okay, we have the layout ready, but we want to improve this layout. For example, if we look at the HTML length property, we see EN right here. So we have language English defined always. But what if our application is in different language? Let's say Spanish. I want this language to be dynamic based on the application's language. Also, we see right here car selling website, which is actually kind of title of our website, but we already have this title written in .en file. If we go under en and open this, we see application name right here. We can call this whatever we want. For example, we can call this car selling website, or let's just call this car sell. Okay. So this is the application name, and I want to output the application name right here. How can I do these things? First, let's go into lang, and I'm going to output right here the current application name. I'm going to access this through app function. This returns an application, and then I can call get local method on that. So if I save this right now, and if we check in the browser source, we see en right here. So our current application language is actually in English. If we go right here and change the application local into ES, for example, then we reload, we're going to see ES right here, which is exactly what we want. However, the language codes can be in different format. For example, it can be ES underscore uppercase ES, for example. So we don't want underscore written in our language property. So it's a recommended practice to call str replace to search underscore in the language, replace it with a dash, and output only this information. So now if our language code is ES underscore ES, the output will be ES dash ES, which is relevant for the lang property. Okay, this is one thing what we want to do. I'm going to revert this back into en. Next, we want to output the application name right here. For this, we can use config function. In the config function, we need to provide the configuration name, and the configuration name is called app.name. All right, so where does this come from? If we go into config folder, open up PHP, scroll at the very top, we see application name, which is taken from en. Okay, from en, whatever is the app name, it is taken and inserted in the application name. That's why we are taking app name right here. However, we can fallback this to something else like Laravel. Of course, the fallback will never happen because we have that name defined right here in the en, and we also have fallback right here. So application name will be always something. But again, this fallback doesn't hurt it, so it's a good practice to have. Basically, it is a method to prevent attack from another site to your website. So it's good practice to define, and we will need this as well. So the name is going to be CSRF token, and we're going to provide the content for this token as well. The content needs to be a result of the function. We are going to output CSRF token function result. Now, if I save this and if we reload, we see right here CSRF token meta tag, and we see the content. So this is unique string which regenerates once in a while. and it is only valid for your website. So if other websites will try to send information to your website without this CSRF, they will not be able to do this. Again, we will talk more about CSRF in the upcoming lessons. And here we see the language as we talked, and here we see the application name. If I open .en file and change this application name, for example, if we call this car selling, we save, we reload, we see application name changes right here as well. Make sure you download and open the HTML CSS project that has been provided under this video. When you open this using VS Code, make sure to install Live Server extension as well. We will need this to open this HTML project in the browser. So let's open index.html file, and we can click Go Live button right here. This will start the live server, and we can browse and view this website in the browser. Here's the website and how it looks like. And now I want to take the layout from this HTML template and put this in our Laravel project. I'm going to copy everything from this index.html. Let's open our project, and I'm going to insert this content just below the stock type HTML. I don't want to delete this HTML for now. I'm just putting this at the very top. I can put and create multiple new lines, and let's put this right here. So this is a very long 800 line HTML content, and we have to identify what is part of the layout right here and what is part of the actual view. Because this is an index page, an index page contains not only layout, but it actually contains the cars as well. Now let's identify what is part of the layout and what is part of the content. So if we start from this top, so this is all part of the layout, including the links, including this header. So this is also part of the layout. Let's collapse this. Then we have this home slider. This home slider is already part of the home page. So I'm going to take this out, cut it, and let's put this inside index blade PHP inside content right here. Okay, I'm going to paste it. Good. Now we have this main tag inside which we have a couple of sections. We have to find a car form. We have new cars section, and that's basically it. So we need to take this entire main tag and put it in the index blade right here. Awesome. Let's go into up blade again. We can remove these extra new lines, and then this is part of the footer, and that is part of the layout. So everything what we see right now is part of the layout. Now what we need to do is to output the language right here, output the proper CSRF token, output the application name as well. Let's do this. Down below, we have this old HTML. So I'm going to copy this HTML tag. Let's scroll at the top and put this right here. Next, we also have CSRF token. I'm going to take this. Let's scroll up, and just below the title tag, I'm going to put this here. And finally, we have this title. So I'm going to get this and put this right here. Okay. And in between the header and footer, we need to also output using yield. We need to output content, just like we had in the previous version. Okay, now we don't need this previous version, so we are going to remove it completely. Let's remove these extra new lines as well. Cool. Now we have this HTML ready. However, it's not going to display nicely because we don't have JavaScript file, and we also don't have our main CSS file in our project. But before we proceed, let's have a look on our website. So we see a bunch of content. Okay, so we see this hero text, and we see the search form, and we see cars without any styles because the CSS file is missing. And if we check also the page source, we are going to see this entire HTML content, including this header and home slider and all those cars. Okay, this is pretty awesome. Now, let's inspect this and let's have a look where the CSS and JavaScript files are coming from. So if we reload the page, we're going to see that it has CSS up, CSS missing, JS up, JS missing, and a couple of images as well. What we need to do is take those CSS, image, and JS files and put them in our project. Now, I'm going to open this using Explorer, File Explorer. So right-click on folder, reveal in File Explorer. This opens the File Explorer, and here we see CSS, image, and JS. I'm going to select all of them, and I'm going to copy them. And let's go into our project, and we need to put them under public folder. We will improve this later, but for now, we're going to put this in the public folder. Again, I'm going to right click inside the public folder. In PHP Storm, there's Open in Explorer. In VS Code, it is Reveal in Explorer. I'm going to open this in Explorer. Here's the public folder, and I'm going to paste it right here. Now we have the CSS, image, and JS in the public folder. I can close this. They will be available right here as well. And now let's recheck it in the browser. Reload the page, and we don't see any errors in the console. Let's close the console, and we see, I need to zoom out slightly, and we see the home page. It is very identical to the HTML file, what we just saw. So because we successfully moved the layout part and the homepage part in our project. If we have a look at the HTML CSS template and navigate between pages, we see that the header is the same. So the following page, Add New HTML, has the exact same layout as the home page. We also have car details page, and this one also has the exact same layout. However, if we go into sign up page, we don't see this header anymore. So this page has a different layout, and this page has the same layout as the login page. So if we think a little bit, we can identify that we have two different types of layouts in our project. The one which is related to the pay website, like the home page, car details, add new car, and so on, and the others which is for sign up, which is for login, or maybe for password reset. So we actually have to create two different layouts. Let's open the HTML CSS project, and I'm going to open a login HTML file. And I want to compare these two files, index.html and login.html. So we already saw index.html, so it has all the links and the header right here as well, which I'm going to collapse right now. However, in the login.html, we have all the CSS files, we have these links, but we don't have this header. Then we directly have this main section. So if we observe a little bit, we can identify that everything what is above this body opening tag inside login.html and inside index.html is actually the same. Also in the index.html, we have this footer down below, which is at the moment empty, but on the real websites, we obviously have some sort of footer, right? On login.html, we don't have this footer. If we scroll down below, we directly see the script tag, which in index.html only comes after the footer. So if we select, right now I'm going to select the content, this content is not available in login.html. And if I delete this for just temporarily, we can identify that now this looks very similar to login.html. So this is the content inside login.html. We can delete this, and these two HTML files are almost identical, except that we have additional CSS class to the body inside login.html. So I want to create now one layout, which will be a basic layout, only contain CSS and JavaScript files. It will not contain this header tag, and then the second layout will have this header tag. Let's open our project. I'm going to bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute PHP artisan make view layouts dot clean. I'm going to call this layout clean layout. Let's hit the enter. The file was created. Let's go under resources, views, layouts, and let's open this clean blade PHP. Now let's open up blade PHP, and I'm going to copy the part which should be part of the clean blade PHP. Everything starting from the stock type HTML down below the opening body tag. So I'm going to copy this part or cut this part, remove it from app blade PHP, and I'm going to delete everything from clean blade, and I'm going to paste this right here. Now let's open up blade PHP again. I'm going to leave this header. I'm going to leave the content and footer, and I'm going to take this part which should be part of the clean layout as well. So let's go into clean layout, and down below I'm going to paste this. Okay, now we have this clean blade PHP, which has this outputting of the language, CSRF, and the application name as well. And right here in this place, we want to output its nested layout, child layout content. So in our case, that should be app blade PHP content. So that content should go inside here, right in this place. So for this, I'm going to use yield, and I want to output child content. So I'm going to call this section child content. Now let's go into app blade PHP, and first we have to extend the clean layout. So we use extends directive layouts.clean. Awesome. Next we have this header, and we can leave this. Then we have to define the child content section, because right here the clean layout expects child content section. Let's go into app blade, and I'm going to define section child content. And in between the child content opening and section, in between the child content opening and closing directives, I'm going to output the actual content as well. However, this header and footer should go somewhere as well, right? So they should be inside this child content as well. So I'm going to take this header and put it in the child content, take this footer and put it in the child content as well. Now let's remove these extra new lines. Let's save it. And before we check the result in the browser, let's understand the flow again. Index blade, which is the home page, extends the app layout. This is the app layout. It extends the clean layout. This is the clean layout. Clean layout outputs child content right here. And it also outputs title right here as well. So in app blade, we defined the child content with the header. We outputted the content which will come from its child view index blade PHP. So this content right here will be taken and inserted here in the following place, and this content will be taken and inserted here in the following place. And finally, when we access index blade, the home page, we should see the correct result. Let's save this and let's check in the browser. I'm going to reload the page and we see the same result. Let's check the page source. Let's scroll at the very top, and here we see the title, we see language, we see the header as well, and down below we see somewhere probably footer as well. If we open app blade PHP, we see that the header tag is about 70 lines of code. Of course, we can leave this right here, but it is also good practice to move that into its own blade file. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to execute PHP artisan make view, and I'm going to create under layouts. I'm going to create another folder called partials, and inside there I'm going to create header view file. So the view under layouts partials header blade was created. Let's go. Let's open this. I'm going to replace the content with the header tag, and inside app blade I'm going to include layouts partials header blade file. Now we see that we only have 7 lines of code in app blade, which is how it's supposed to be. If our footer gets very large, we can put this in its own partial file as well. So we save this. If we check our clean blade as well, this only contains the CSS and JavaScript files, nothing else. The header obviously contains only header, which is exactly how it's supposed to be, and we have perfect setup of our layout. Let's check the result just to make sure that we don't break anything. We still see the header right here. The reason why we created clean layout is that it is used inside login, sign up, or password reset pages. So we have to create sign up page and login pages, and we have to use this clean layout right there. Let me create sign up controller by executing PHP artisan make controller sign up controller. We hit the enter, the controller was created. Let's go under app HTTP controllers. We have the sign up controller, and I'm going to create right here. At the moment, I'm going to create only one function, create, which should render the form. So we're going to return view. Okay. I want to render the view from a specific folder called auth sign up. So this is the view I want to render. Let's open terminal again and let's create new view, PHP artisan make view auth.signup. We hit the enter, the view was created. Let's go resources, views, auth signup blade. Now let's open the HTML project and let's open signup HTML. Okay. Let's scroll down below and find the content section. We identified what is layout and what is part of the page. So here we see the main is part of the page. Again, we have to take care of this page sign up class maybe, but let's take this main tag because this is what contains the actual form. Let's go in our PHP storm and I'm going to delete everything and I'm going to paste right here this main tag. Okay, good. Now we have this sign up blade PHP, but that needs to extend clean layout. Okay, just like we are extending layout up on homepage and we define the title and the content, we have to extend the clean layout and define the title and child content because the clean layout is using child content. So let's open sign up blade. Let's collapse this main and we are going to extend from layouts.clean. Let's define section title with sign up title and let's define section child content, and we obviously need end section as well. Okay, awesome. Now let's open web.php from routes folder, routes web.php, and we have to define new route for sign up. Route get sign up, and we're going to use sign up controller class create method. Let's replace this fully qualified name with import so that we have sign up controller imported right here, and just like this we can already have a look and see the result. Let's provide sign up right here, hit the enter, and we see the sign up page, which is pretty cool. If we have a look in the HTML template, we can see that the body has page sign up CSS class. This is something which is missing in our case. So if we check our website, we see the sign up page, but if we inspect this, check the body, we don't see the CSS class. However, if we check right here, we see that it has this page sign up class, which adds additional padding top and bottom. So we want this ability to add this page sign up CSS class to inside clean layout. And it's pretty easy, much easier than you think. So we extend this layouts clean right here. And we also have possibility to provide additional parameters right here. For example, we can provide CSS class, which needs to be page-sign up. Now, if we go in the clean layout, we can use this right here. We can do like a check if the CSS class exists or not, or we can assume that it always exists, and we can simply output CSS class. If I save this right now and reload on the page, we're going to see page signup CSS class was successfully added to body. So in our example, if we want to be 100% safe and make sure we don't try to output a variable which is not even defined, we can do something like this. We can use isSet directive for this, which we already mentioned in previous lessons. We provide CSS class. If that is defined, we output it, and we need end isSet as well. And just like this, the result will not change. We will still have this page output. We also have additional extra white spaces in front of the class, after the class, which can be removed if we remove these white spaces right here. Awesome. Now we don't have that. However, if we just forget to provide that CSS class and remove this completely, it will not throw an error. It simply will not use that class. However, as you see, we see empty class attribute right here, which we can also prevent. If we go right here, and if we move that class only if the CSS class is defined, and we move that double quotes right here as well. So now pay attention. So the following content will only be rendered if the CSS class is defined. Now I save this, reload, and we don't even see this CSS empty attribute. But now if we go in the sign up and revert this back, we save and reload, we see this CSS class added. Now I have a challenge to you, and I want you to promise yourself that you will do your best to implement this challenge only by yourself. And you can check obviously my solution if you need, but do your best to do this on your own. And the challenge is the following. It's pretty simple in my opinion, because we already did something similar. In the same way, like we created sign up page, I want you to create a login controller, new login route, and copy the login form content from the HTML CSS project, template project, into your Laravel project and create a login page on /login URL. So whenever we try to access /login, it should render the following login form coming from the Laravel application. Pause the video right now, spend time, and then come back and see my solution. Alright, I hope you made it. And now here's my solution. Let's first open HTML CSS project and let's open login HTML. We are gonna copy this main tag, which is the main form. Now let's open our project, and I'm gonna create the controller and view file. PHP artisan make controller login controller. Hit the enter. PHP artisan make view auth.login. We hit the enter. So the controller was created, view was created. Now I'm going to hit double shift on my keyboard, which gives me possibility to access through all my files. You can hit Ctrl and P in VS Code to do something similar. So I'm going to open a login controller file. Then I'm going to create the function create. From here, I want to render a view auth.login. Now let's open the view file, which should be inside auth/login, which we just created. Okay, awesome. I'm going to delete this div and I'm going to paste this main div, what I just copied from the HTML CSS project. I want to extend this from layouts.clean. I want to define a section title, login, and I want to define section child content. Let's collapse this div, and here we need end section as well. Let's remove this extra new line, and right here in this layout clean, I want to provide a CSS class page-login. Oops, we need key right here as well. CSS class will be page login. Now let's open web.php, and I'm going to duplicate this line, and I'm going to define login root, which should use login controller. Let's replace this with import. We have login controller imported right here, and we need to use the method called create. Now we save this. Let's check in our browser, reload the page, and we see login page. We see one error which is coming from JavaScript. It is not that important. We can close this. And the main thing is that if the CSS class is available. So let's check this. Page login, we see that. So our login form coming from Laravel exactly looks like the login form coming from the HTML CSS project. There are several more useful cases when working with section-related directives. Let's open the layout app-blade.php. Here we have the empty footer tag. Now let's assume that inside this footer tag we want to output footer links. For this we would use yield directive, and let's call this section footer links. Whenever that footer links section is defined, the links will be outputted right here in this footer. Now let's open index.blade.php, which is the home page, and inside this content I want to define a section. Let's define section footer links. We obviously need end section. And here I'm going to define two links. I'm going to define link 3 and link 4. And you will know right now in a few seconds why I defined link 3 and link 4 and where is link 1 and link 2. Okay, I'm going to save this, and when we reload the browser, we're going to see link 3 and link 4 at the very bottom left corner of the screen. We can check this in the page source, we can zoom in, and here inside the footer, we see link 3 and link 4. Now let's assume that we want this link 1 and link 2 to be for every page. Now we provided this link 3 and link 4 for home page only. If we go to another page, those links 3 and 4 will not be there. Now I want to define link 1 and 2 for every page. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to change this yield into the following. So let me remove this completely. So here we need to define a section, footer links. Okay, but instead of calling right here end section, we want to call show directive. So whatever we put right here, in this case, we're going to put link 1 and link 2. So the section will be defined, but it will be also outputted. So this is pretty much equivalent of calling end section right here and then calling yield with footer links. So this is pretty much the same as having show right here. And of course, this is much better. So now if I save this and reload in the browser, we still see link 3 and link 4. Why do we see this, and where is link 1 and link 2? If we don't define this section at all in index.blade, and I'm going to comment this out, we're going to see link 1 and link 2 in footer, because we didn't define it and it took the default values. Whenever we defined that, our content made an override of these two links. However, what we want is the combination of link 1, 2, 3, and 4. How to do this? For this, we are going to use right here a directive called parent. And we can use this parent in any place. We can use it here, we can use it here, or we can use it here. So it's up to you where you want to use it. In this case, we're going to put at the very beginning of the section, and now this parent will take the content of the parent section. The parent section in our case is this. So link 1, 2, and then 3 and 4 will be defined and will be printed in our browser, and you see the result. There are several more directives which are definitely worth mentioning. One of them is has section. hasSection directive checks if a specific section is defined or not, and let's see this on our example. I'm going to remove this default content right here, and let's say that I'm just yielding footer links right here. So if we open the home page, reload this, we're going to see link 3 and 4, because this is how we define in index blade. Cool. But if we don't define these footer links, I'm going to delete this completely, then the footer empty tag is still rendered. And let's say that we want to avoid this. If the footer links are not defined, we don't want the footer tag to be defined or it to be empty. So how to do this? Let's go into app blade, and before yielding, we are going to check if footer links section exists. If it is defined, if that section exists, then we're going to use, at the end, we need to finish this with end if directive, and inside the hasSection and end if, we can put this footer. So if the footer link section is defined, we create this footer and output the footer links. But if it is not defined, we don't even show this footer tag. Okay, this is awesome. Now if we reload the page in the page source, we don't see the footer tag at all. However, if we open index blade and uncomment these footer links, we save, we reload, we are going to see footer with the links. The next directive worth mentioning is section missing. Using this directive, we check if a specific section is missing or not. In our case, if the navigation section does not exist, then inside div with class pull right, we render the default navigation. Using checked directive, we can add checked attribute to input type checkbox or input type radio. The checked directive accepts a Boolean expression. If the Boolean expression is false, then checked attribute will not be added to the checkbox or radio button. However, if the Boolean expression is true, then checked attribute will be added, and finally it will be rendered with checked attribute in HTML. In the same way, there exists disabled attribute. If it is false, the disabled attribute will not be added. If it's true, it will be added. In the same way, there exists read-only, which will add or not add read-only attribute to HTML input elements. In the same way, there exists required attribute, which will add or not add required attribute. And there also exists selected directive, which will add or not add selected HTML attribute to option tag. On the example what we see right now, we are iterating over yars, and whichever is the current yar, we are adding selected attribute to that option. So in our case, 2024, this is the current time when I'm recording this course, to option with value 2024 will get this selected attribute. The other options will not get that. In Laravel, components are a reusable piece of user interface that can be included in your Blade views. They encapsulate HTML markup, styles, and logic into a single unit, making it easier to manage and reuse code. Components can accept data as attributes and can include slots for more flexible content insertion. Laravel provides two types of components: class-based components and anonymous components. Now, let's learn how to create anonymous components first. Anonymous components are Blade files located under a specific folder. Inside Resources, Views, I'm going to create a new folder called Components. Inside Components, I'm going to create a new Blade file called card_blade.php. This is a Blade file, and inside here I'm going to create a div, and let's give it a class card. Inside here, I'm just going to write a lorem ipsum text at the moment. So this is a component because it lives under a specific folder inside Views. Now let's see how I can use that component in another Blade file. Let's open home index.blade.php and let's try to use it right here at the top of the content section. Components can be included as HTML tags. Every component tag starts with x dash. So in our case, x-card will be the component we want to include. The components can be self-closing tags like this, or it can have a separate closing tag like this. So we have card component created and we have included this right here. Let me change this into self-closing version. Now, if I save this and if we check the browser, here is lorem ipsum text, which is coming from component. If I duplicate this component a couple of times, I will see this lorem ipsum text repeated a couple of times as well. Components can live in subfolders as well. For example, if I copy this card blade and I'm going to move this into a subfolder of the components, let's create a subfolder and I'm going to call this, let's call this admin, for example. If we have a separate card component for admin, I'm going to move this right there and I'm going to change the text right here and I'm going to call this admin card component. Now I save this. Let's open index-blade.php and I'm going to use this admin component in the following way. x-admin.card, and then we have self-closing, or we can have a separate closing tag. So in this case, the admin defines the folder and card is obviously the component name. We can have deeply nested components. We can create another folder inside admin and call it, for example, bootstrap. And we would be able to render the card component from the bootstrap folder in the following way. Admin bootstrap card, but every component starts with x and dash. Of course, this component doesn't exist, so it will show an error. So let's just remove this bootstrap. I will save this. And if we check in the browser, we will see right here admin card component. To create the component using artisan, we should execute the following command. PHP artisan make component. Then we would provide the component name, card, and we can provide an optional flag --view, which will generate anonymous components. We are talking right now about anonymous components. We will talk about class-based components in the next lessons, and using the following way, we can create new component. Because we already have card component available, this will not work and this will throw an error. So let's just change this and call it button. When you are creating anonymous component, it really does not matter how you name your component. With uppercase B or lowercase b, it's still going to create a blade file with all letters lowercase. If we hit the enter, the component created successfully. We can check inside views, components, we see button blade PHP. If we open this, we see right here D with a comment, and we can change this into button with submit text, for example. We open index blade and we can include this in the following way. X button. Now we save it, we reload, and here's the button component. If we want to create a button component inside admin folder, we will do it in the following way. admin.button. Let me remove any unnecessary files like this button blade. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete the admin folder also from the components. So we know that we can put the components in subfolders. That's clear. We have this card blade and we are using inside index blade PHP. However, we have this X button and X admin card as well, which I'm going to also remove. Here we are using X card component 3 times. And if we check in the browser, we see 3 times the same content. Wouldn't it be great if we would have the possibility to customize the content every time we are using the X card component? That is possible through component slots. A component slot is a placeholder where you can insert custom content when you use the component. It allows you to pass different pieces of content into predefined sections of a component, making the component flexible and reusable. There are 2 types of slots, default slots and named slots. Now let's see an example of default slot. I'm going to open the card blade component and I'm going to remove this lorem ipsum text and I'm going to use preserved variable called slot. I'm outputting that variable in between the opening and closing HTML tags. Now, I'm going to open this index blade and I'm going to change how I'm using the xcard. Instead of using with self-closing tag, I'm going to have a separate closing tag right here. And in between, I'm going to write some content like card content 1. And now I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, and we're going to have card content 2 and card content 3. Now let's delete these self-closing versions. Now I save this, and if we reload in the browser, now we see card content 1, card content 2, and card content 3. That happens through slots. Whatever we put in between xcard opening and closing tags, that will be taken and rendered instead of this slot variable right here. Now let's talk about named slots. There can be only one default slot. However, there might be multiple named slots. Now let's update our card component into like this. I'm going to create 2 HTML elements, card header and card footer. Inside card header, I'm going to use a variable called title. And inside card footer, I'm going to use a variable called footer. Awesome. So those variables by default do not exist. And if we try to reload the page, we are going to see an error, undefined variable title, which is obvious. Now let's go how we use this xcard component, and I'm going to define named slot. To provide content for named slot, we should use xslot tag. So I'm going to use x-slot. Okay, then we can provide the name of the slot. So I'm going to give it title, and then card title 1. So in the same way, I'm going to define xslot with name footer, card footer 1. Now I'm going to comment out or maybe completely remove these other cards, and I have this single card with title name and footer name for slots. This name given right here, title, and the footer name given here will be converted into a variable's title and footer right here. So if I reload the page, we will not see error anymore. Instead, we see card title 1, content, and card footer 1. Instead of providing name attribute right here, there is another version to provide content for title slot. I'm going to delete this name, and we can do in the following way: x-slot title and x-slot footer. Let's delete the name here as well. So whatever we provide next to this colon right here, that's going to be converted into a variable in our component. Okay, if I don't provide title, and if I provide title 2, for example, we will probably see an error on title because there is no title. However, we are trying to print that. Now, this works exactly as it should work. If we want to check if the default slot is empty or not, we can do this in the following way. The slot provides a method called isEmpty, and we can check if the slot is empty, then we can render some content. Else, we can render the slot actually. And just like this, if we don't provide anything, any information in the default slot, let me remove this completely, then it will render the message, please provide some content right here. However, if we provide this card content 1, reload the page, we will see this card content 1. Now let's create class-based component. PHP artisan make component. Let's call this search form. And pay attention right here that I start the naming with uppercase C, and then I have F also uppercase. So we have to name our class-based components with Pascal case. every first letter of the word needs to be in uppercase. And we also don't need to provide --view. We hit the enter and it created the component. Pay attention that the component was created under Up, View, Components, Search Form. So this command created two files. One is under Up, View, Components, Search Form, and second is under Resources, Views, Components, Search -form. Okay, cool. Now, what is the purpose of this class? Class-based components give you a possibility to override the default location of the blade file by changing the following part right here. So inside render, it is rendering component search form, which we can change easily if we don't want that place. Also, if you have very complex logic of selecting data that you want to render in your component, you can put this in the constructor right here. We can also define public methods right here. Let's define test, return something, which can be used then inside the component in the following way: $test and parentheses. So this test right here is available as a variable, but because it is a function, then we use the parentheses right here. Now let's open index blade and let's include this search form component. Maybe next to the card, I'm going to use x-search-form. Okay, so we save this and now we check in the browser and we see something, and that something is coming from here, from this method test. Now let's open index-blade.php and I'm going to find the actual place where we have this search form. So this is the home slider. I'm going to collapse it. Inside main, we have this find a car form. So I'm going to get this completely, go inside search form and replace it right here. And then in the index blade, I'm going to use this x search form like this. Now if I save and reload, down below we see this search form which is coming from the component. If I go in the component and delete everything, this form will be gone. As you see, it is not there anymore. This is pretty handy because right here in this search form, we will need to have options for maker, maybe for model, for states, and all that information can be selected inside search form, which will be available inside the component. Any public property or public method what we describe in the search form will be automatically available as a variable inside search form blade.php. We have the following search form class-based component, which has its own associated blade file. Now, let's assume that whenever we use this search form component from here, we're going to pass action and method. Then we're going to take this action and method and we're going to output those two variables right here. This can give us possibility to provide different actions inside the search form when we use the component from different places. Okay, how we can pass those attributes and render them. Let's open search form PHP, and right here in the constructor, I'm going to accept two properties: public string action and public string method. All right, we defined those two properties and both of them are required. Right now, if I reload the page, we're going to see an error. Required string action. So we have them required, but we don't pass them from here. Now, let's provide action equals something and method equals something. Now, if I reload the page, the error will be gone. So we pass those two attributes, we accept them right here, but we don't use inside the blade file. Now, let's replace the following part of the code and output these two variables, action and method. Keep in mind that any global variables, any global properties inside the component class and the global methods are directly available in the blade file. That's why, because we have this action and method defined as public properties, we can directly access them under search form blade file. Now, if I save and reload, we don't see any error. And if we check the page source, if we search for form, we're going to see action is search and method is get. And just like this, we provided those two properties right here. We can change it and just leave /s, and we can change this into post if we want, reload the page, and we're going to see it like this. However, if we don't want these properties to be required, we can provide some default values. For example, search and get. Now this gives us possibility to not provide none of the properties, or we can provide only one, and for the second one it's going to take the default values. But let's leave it like this, reload the page, and it's going to take the default values search and get. And we don't see any errors because we have provided default values for these properties. Now let's open card blade PHP, which is anonymous component, and see how we can pass attributes to anonymous components. Let's open index blade, and right here we are using this xcard anonymous component. Let's provide color equals red, for example. And in the anonymous component blade file, we can already access the variable named color. So whatever attribute we're giving right here, that attribute will be created as a variable in the blade file. So let's just output here color, we save and we reload, and right here we're going to see red. Okay, this is what we provided. Obviously we can provide any number of attributes right here, and for all of them the variable will be created. However, there exists a specific dedicated directive to define the properties of the anonymous component. And the directive is called props. So we provide array right here, and inside the array we're going to define what properties we are accepting inside this anonymous component. So I'm going to accept color, and I'm going to accept bg color right here. Okay, so I expect these two properties to be passed to the anonymous component. However, now you might have a question. What's the purpose of defining the props if we can just directly provide the color or bg color right here, and we can accept them right here in the following place and we can display them? That's a good question. There are a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is that when we define those props, we have an explicit view of what properties are defined and are used inside this component. That component might be multiple lines, dozens of lines, and we define those props at the top on it's a recommended practice to define them on the very first line of the component. Okay, and when we have a look on the very first line of the component, we immediately see what properties this component accepts. That's the one thing. And the second reason why this is a good practice is that we can provide default values. For example, on the bg color, I'm going to provide the default value to be white. And whenever the bg color is not provided, is not passed, it's going to be white. So now let's use this color and bg color right here. Card dash text dash, and let's use color variable here. And then I'm going to add a second class card bg, and let's use bg color variable here. Now, if we save and reload, and I'm going to check the page source, let's search for card, and here we see that card text red, card bg white. The card text red is given because we are providing a color red here, and bg white is because we don't provide bg color from here, but we have the default value for bg color. However, we can obviously provide bg color here to be blue. For example, we save, we reload, and we see blue right here. When we provide directives, we can provide the attribute names with camel case notation like it is defined right here in the props, or we can provide the dashed notation as well, bg dash lowercase c color. So this will also work. We reload, we still see blue right here. However, if we just provide full without dash, but the C is lowercase still, this will be a different variable. And if we reload in the browser, we are going to see white, because right here we are using BG color with camel case naming, and we don't provide anything with camel case naming, so that's why it is taking the default value for the BG color. Okay, so far so good. What if we want to provide variables right here? Let me define two variables using PHP directive. So one of them will be color. Let's give it red. And the second will be BG color. Let's give it blue. So I want to use these two variables right here. So we can use directly $color here and $BG color. However, those texts will be evaluated as hard-coded texts, not as variables. If we want them to be evaluated as variables and the values to be passed inside the attributes, we're going to use colon in front of the attribute name. So if we save it like this and reload the page, we're going to see now card text red and card BG blue. This is exactly how we want. And there's a shorthand version of the following line. So I'm going to duplicate this line and I'm going to comment it out, and we can have a shorthand version whenever the variable name what we are passing matches the attribute name exactly. We can do it in the following way. So we can remove the value and we can use the $sign here, and this is equivalent of this code. And in the same way we can do for BG color, we can remove this part, and now the following line is equivalent of this line, which is pretty cool. So if you want to use this shorthand version, that's good. However, if you have a different named variables like C right here and BG right here, obviously you cannot do like this. Then you have to provide C right here and BG right here. Okay, let me quickly undo this because we have now the same naming of our variables. And now let's test this in the browser, reload the page, we see red here and blue right here. In components, we have access to predefined variables called attributes. So this is an object and we need to print this using dump. And let's have a look what this variable looks like. Let's reload the page and we see this is component attribute big. So which has attributes property right here, and it is empty array at the moment. However, if I comment out this part, save and reload, we're going to see that the inside attributes now we have two elements. So one is color red and second is BG color. So the whole idea of the component attribute bag is that it contains all the attributes we provide whenever we use that component, and it is excluding those properties which is defined using props directive. So in our case, we provide two properties right here, color and BG color, but we don't have props defined anymore. We commented that out. So it is taking all given attributes from here, and inside attributes, we have that all of them. So if we provide right here language, for example, lang equals en, we save, we reload, now we're going to see three attributes and the language is inside there as well. However, if I now uncomment this code and we define color and BG color, so then color and BG color will be excluded from here. So let's reload, we see only one attribute, this is language. For those attributes which is defined right here, it is creating, the Laravel blade is creating separate variables for them. However, what is not defined using props, it goes inside attributes. And that is very good because we can use that attributes actually, and we can output it right here in the following way. Let me remove this dump. So I save, I reload, we're going to check inside the page source, and right here we see lang. So the toString method of these attributes object is implemented in a way that it outputs the attributes properly as they should be outputted. We can also provide test right here to equals something. We save, we reload, and we see language and test outputted right here. So this is pretty cool. Now, instead of test, let me provide right here class. And I'm going to add additional class, let's say card-rounded. So this CSS class actually doesn't exist. I haven't created any kind of styling for this specific class, but that is not the main thing. The main thing is how that CSS class will be added to the element. So if we save this right now and reload in the browser, look at this, we have something strange. We have class card-rounded, and then we have another class. So this card-rounded is coming from the attributes. If we go right here, we are outputting everything from the attributes, and class is inside that attributes. However, we have that second class right here, which is what we have defined right here. So in our case, what we want is to merge the classes defined right here to the classes what will be provided to that element. So this is how we can do this. So instead of outputting attributes separately and outputting right here class separately on attributes, we can use method called class. This class accepts string, and that should be the classes what we want to define inside here. So I'm going to take out these classes, I'm going to delete this class attribute, and let's put them right here. Okay, however, pay attention that we need variables inside here. Let me use double quotes. So we are going to use color variable here. Let's delete these curly braces because we have a string here. Okay, awesome. So we have this card, then card text with color and card text with BG. So these are the classes which will be merged to class attribute given to this element. So the card rounded will be merged to this one, and then all the attributes will be outputted. Now if I save and reload, we're going to see we have language en as well, but we have all the classes merged into a single attribute. So this is pretty cool in my opinion. Attributes object also has method called merge. We can chain class method and merge method together. But the purpose of this merge method is to merge the given attributes to the default ones we provide right here. So, for example, if we don't provide a language attribute right here, let's say that we want the default value on the card, the language attribute, to have KA, which is the language code for Georgia. So we're going to provide right here inside the merge associative array, where the key is the attribute name and the value is the default value, KA. Right now we are providing language attribute, so it is going to render the English. However, if I remove this, save, and we check this in the browser, we're going to see the language will be KA. So using the following approach, you can define the default attributes which will always be merged with the attributes given to your component if you use the following syntax. This merge obviously can be used before the class method or after the class method. It really does not matter. The main thing is that it merges the attributes defined right here to the one given to the component. Here we are using card component and we have two slots defined, title and footer. Now let's assume that I want to add additional attributes to title or footer HTML tags. So let's provide right here class, for example, and I'm going to give it card header blue. Now let's assume that I want the following CSS class to be added to an HTML tag which renders the card header. If we go in the card component, we're going to see that we have right here card header, inside which we render the title. So how we are going to take this class given to that slot inside here. So the title basically is a variable which outputs the slot content. In our case, it outputs this card title 1. But actually it is an object. And if we simply print using dump what is title, we are going to see the following result. So it is component slot which has its content, and it also has attributes. And this attributes is instance of the exact same class we used previously right here, the attributes. Okay, so now what we can do is to access attributes, title attributes. And we can use that title attributes right here instead of this class. So we can use title attributes, we can provide class method right here in the same way we are doing exactly right here, and we can provide card header CSS class. Now let's move this down, format it nicely, let's remove this dump, and let's just leave title as we had previously. Now when we save and reload, if we check, we see card header and card header blue. This is exactly what we wanted. Of course, if you need, you can also use merge method on this title attributes in the same way we are using right here. By default, there are some keywords reserved for Blade's internal use in order to render components. The following keywords cannot be defined as public properties or method names within the component. For example, if we try to define right here method with named data, which should not be defined, and then if we try to use that method in the Blade file, call the method and try to print the result, in the browser we are going to see the following error. Argument number 2 data must be type of array, string given, something which is not very clear, but this is because we made an override of existing data method which should not be done. So whenever you come across error similar to this, just check what are the reserved keywords and make sure that you don't have any public properties or methods defined with these names. Inline component is a component which does not have its associated Blade PHP file, and the HTML content is returned from the components class render method directly. Now, let's execute the following artisan command. PHP artisan make component, test component, and we're going to provide the flag --inline. We hit the enter, the component was created. Let's open the test component, and here we have this render method from which we are returning HTML. So inside this HTML, every Blade directive is supported. We can use right here predefined variable called attributes. We can also use slot right here, the default slot or name slot. Any directives, any Blade can be written right here inside the string. Now, since we have that defined, let's open index Blade and let's try right here to use this test component. We're going to use it in the following way. X test component, it's pretty identical how we are using in general. I'm going to provide some content inside there, and I'm going to also add CSS class. Now, because we are outputting all the attributes right here, we are outputting the default slot, we should see this rendered. Now let's check this in the browser. We reload the page and we see lorem ipsum right here, and if we check in the page source, we are going to see the card right here as well. So the CSS classes or any attributes we are going to add right here will be outputted on the HTML element on this div right there. It is not very common to create and use inline components without Blade files, but still I wanted to show to you that so that you know that this is available. We already have defined layouts, and layouts are defined using template inheritance. Now it's time to refactor our code, and we are going to generate components and rebuild our layouts using components. Let's bring up the terminal and we're going to create two components. PHP artisan make component. I'm going to call the first one app layout, hit the enter, and the second one is going to be base layout. So the app layout will be the layout which will be for the home page, for example, and the base layout will be the same as the clean layout, what the clean layout does. Just I think the base layout describes it better. That's why I just simply decided to call it base layout. Awesome. So we have those two component classes. Now, when we generated these components, actually it generated two files for each component. We have under app view components, we have app layout and base layout. But for each component, for each class, we have also view files, app layout blade and base layout blade. So what I'm going to do is just delete these components. Okay, so we don't need these blade files, but we need to use these two blade files, app blade and clean blade. Okay, I'm going to also rename this clean blade and call it base blade. Let's do refactor. And now let's open app layout. And here is the components app layout blade file specified, which I'm going to change into layouts app. So this is the location of the blade file for the corresponding component. Let's open base layout, and I'm going to do something similar. Layouts base. Okay, so we have the component classes ready. We gave the correct names to the blade files. Now we are going to work inside these blade files. So let's open app blade PHP and base blade PHP. So there are two approaches. The first approach is to copy everything from this base blade PHP, put this inside app blade, but add this footer and this header. Okay, so this is going to be the same. However, as we agreed when we implemented this using template inheritance, because our head tag is completely identical in base layout and in app layout, we are extending the app layout from the base layout, okay, which previously was called clean layout. But now let's change this. So I'm going to delete everything from this app blade, or maybe I should not delete everything. I'm going to take out this part, and instead of using this extends directive, we are going to use now component notation. Our base layout component is called xBase layout. Okay, because this is the class name base layout, and we use components with x prefix. Awesome. So this is the base layout. Now let's paste this include of headers. Instead of yield content, we don't want yield. Instead, we're going to use slots. Okay, so here I'm going to use slot, the default slot. For the footer links, we can leave the section. We can obviously change this into named slot again, but for now, let's just leave these footer links as a section. Awesome. Let's open also index blade PHP, from which we are extending the app layout. So we should change this. I'm going to take out everything what is inside this section content. So let's take this part completely out. And I'm going to delete everything except these footer links. I'm going to leave this for now because I want to put this in a proper place. And here in this index blade, I'm using app layout. So let me paste this, everything here. I'm going to also take these footer links and put this in the app layout, inside it. Okay, awesome. Now, let's have a look in the browser. What happens? What was changed? So we don't see actually anything right now, but if we check in the page source, what do we see? We see body, we see script right here, but between opening body and script, there's nothing. So if we go in the base blade PHP, that is because we don't have any kind of slot right here. So we are yielding, we are outputting the child content, but now the base layout is used as the component right here in the app layout. And everything what we see right here will be slot. So inside base blade, we are going to output slot, the default slot. Now we save, we reload the browser, and we see something. The home page actually was recovered. And in the footer, we also see these 4 links. So 2 of them is coming from this app blade PHP, and the other two, link 3 and 4, is coming from this index blade PHP. Okay, so far so good. Now, let's take care of the login page, because the home page is done. We recovered it. Nice. Maybe we have to adjust a couple of things, but we will do this. So now inside the login, we have this undefined variable slot, because when we open login blade PHP, we are using this base layout as normal blade file with extend, but we should use this as a component, not with extend. So I'm going to take out everything, this main tag. Let's delete everything. Actually, we need to delete everything, but we have to then later pass this page login as well as the title. Okay, let's delete everything. X base layout. And let's put this main tag inside there. Now we save, we reload the page, and the login page was recovered. However, the CSS class is not added, page login, as well as the title is not given as we want. So if we check the page source for login URL or even for home, we see there is no title right here. And then we have this pipe in car selling, which is the general name of the website. Now, if we go in the base blade PHP, we see that we are still yielding title right here. Okay, so this is what I want to change. In the base blade, we need two variables. We need the title and we need the body CSS class. And we should accept those as attributes, as properties of the component. So let's define them right here. Props, we have body class, and I'm going to give its default value empty string, and we need title as well. And I'm going to give it also empty string. Now right here, I want to output title. Okay, and if we scroll down below, right here, I want to output body class. We can call this obviously CSS class, but we might want to add some CSS class to HTML tag as well for some reason. So let's call this body class. Now, instead of isSet, we have to change this because it's going to be always set. IsSet will always return true. Instead of isSet, we can just do if body class exists, then we output the body class inside the class attribute, and finally we need end if. Okay, great. Now we save this, we reload the page, the result doesn't change because we don't provide these two attributes. If we go in the blade login blade PHP, now we can provide them right here. Title is login and body class equals page-login. We save, we reload the page. Now here we see login and here we see page login class. Now if we reload the page, we see padding was added to the form around it, and also right here we see the login title. This is so cool, so awesome. Let's go on the home page, and we need to do the handling of the title right here as well. So let's go into app blade. Now we know that our base blade accepts two attributes, body class and title. Let's go in the app blade, and we're going to accept title right here. So props title, we can give its default value empty string. Then whatever title is given to the app blade, we are going to pass it to the base layout. So because we're going to pass title as a variable, we're going to use colon right here, title equals, and then variable title. Or the shorthand notation will be $sign right here, and remove this completely because the attribute name, what is defined in the base layout, matches the variable name right here. So we save this, we reload this, and we have to provide the title. Obviously it doesn't work because we have to provide this title from the index blade. Now our app layout also accepts title. If we go in the index blade, right here we can provide title, home page, save and reload, and here we see home page written. So our index blade is passing title attribute to app layout takes that and passes it to base layout takes the title and renders it right here. Base layout also takes the body class and if it is available, if something was given, it is adding it. In theory, if we need to provide body class from up blade as well to the base layout, we can also do this as well from here. We have to just provide body class equals something. We save, we reload the page, and if we check the page source, we are going to see something right here. But obviously we don't need this, so I'm going to simply remove that. All right, now let's define these footer links as a named slot and remove this section and use slots for the footer links as well. So right here inside the footer, I am going to do the following. So we need these two links, link 1 and link 2. Let's remove this section completely. Okay, so we need these two links, but we have to output right here the variable which is going to be the named slot. Let's call this variable footer links. Okay, however, what should happen if this is not defined? So in this case, so let me first leave this. Let's do like this, footer links, and then if we go in the index blade, if you scroll down below, here is the section. We have to change this, and we have to use x slot footer links like this. Great. Now let's take these two links, link 3 and link 4, and put this inside. Let's remove this section completely. Now let's save this and let's have a look in the browser. We reload, we don't see any error, which is good. And down below, we see link 3, link 4, then link 1 and link 2. However, we want it vice versa. So here we have these footer links, but we should put these down below, right here. Awesome. We reload and now we see correct ordering link 1, 2, 3, and 4. However, we will have an error if we don't want to define these footer links for a specific page. Like if I comment this out and I reload the page, we see an error that we try to output footer links, which is undefined. So in this case, we have two options. One is that we can check if the footer links is set. We can output it only in this case, or we can define this under props. So footer links will be an empty string by default. Now if I save and reload, we see nothing. Simply we have at the bottom link 1 and link 2, but for link 3 and link 4 it doesn't print anything. It doesn't print even error. Now if I uncomment this part, the footer links again, save and reload, we see link 3 and link 4 as well. Now one last thing what I'm going to do is to change this layouts partials header and create this component as well and use it right here as a component. Let's expand the project, and here we have these views, layouts, partials, header blade. So there are two options how we can do this. First is to create class for the component like we created up layout and base layout. So if we create, for example, header component, and we change the view location for the header component and specify under layouts, partials right here, this is how we can do. This is one option. Second option is to move this header blade into components. Maybe inside components, we can create a folder called layouts, and we can move this header right there, which is something I prefer. I don't want to create a separate class for the navbar or any partial component what I'm going to have in my project. So what I'm going to do is to create layouts folder here and then move this header right there inside layouts. Components, layouts. Now this partials folder is empty right here, which we can delete. And in the layouts, we have this header blade PHP. Now, if we go into up blade PHP, we can change and use this in the following way. X layouts dot header. So this is the component. Oops, it should not be like this. So X layout dot header. So this is the component and how we can use that. Let's remove this line, let's leave it, and let's reload the page and have a look. So layout header, it should be layouts header in plural form. reload the page, and now we see header recovered, and now we have everything. The whole application is using components, the complete layout. Because this doesn't need any content in between, we can change this into self-closing tag as well, and this is how we can have it. Now it's time for a small challenge. In a similar way, how we transformed login blade PHP from using template inheritance into using component, you have to change sign up page in the same way. Right now, if we check sign up page in the browser, we see something like this. So we have undefined variable slot, and we have to adjust this, and we have to make this working in the same way as login page is working. Okay, pause right now, spend as much time as you need, and then come back and see my solution. Okay, so here's my solution. Let's open sign up blade PHP, and I'm going to delete everything right here, and we are going to use X base layout component. So the closing tag should go right here, and we have to provide title to be sign up, and we have to provide body class to be sign up page. We save and we reload, and we see page right there. However, the CSS class is not applied, probably because it should be page-sign up and not sign up page. And just like this, the sign up page is already working. I also have a second challenge to you. In this case, we're going to create new component. If we pay attention to login page and sign up page, we see they are very similar to each other. So we have this logo ipsum right here, we have this Google and Facebook, we have links right here, and if we go on the login page, so we see again logo here, Google and Facebook, and the form part goes right here. Okay, so now I want you to create two components for Google and for Facebook, because these buttons are duplicated. If we scroll down below, we're going to find this is the Google button and this is the Facebook button. Okay, let's create a component and use them in the sign up blade PHP as well as in the login blade PHP. Okay, here's my solution. Let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute PHP artisan make component Google button, and we're going to provide --view. We don't want the component class to be generated, we only want view file. We hit the enter, the component created, and in the same way I'm going to generate FB button. So we hit the enter, the component created successfully. Now let's open Google button blade, and we're going to open FB button blade or FB button blade. So in the sign up blade, I'm going to grab this button for Facebook, and we're going to put this right here, and we're going to grab this button of Google and put this right here. Okay, so then let's go right here, and we are going to use now the component X Google button, and we can use self-closing tag right here, and X FB button, and again we can use self-closing tag approach. And let's copy these two buttons right now, open blade PHP, scroll down below, and replace these two buttons with these two lines. We save and we reload, and the result is not changed. We still see Google and Facebook buttons, and if we go in the sign up page, we still see them right here. In the future, when we actually implement, register, or log in with Google and Facebook, if we need, we can add additional props right here. We can also add additional props right now for the text or for the image. We can also add slots, you know, all that kind of things already. You can implement your own version of Facebook or Google buttons with different props. So it's now up to you. Right now, I'm going to leave this as it is. We created reusable component already, which is used in two places, and this is very cool. I have one last challenge to you. We see that signup blade PHP and login blade PHP are very similar to each other. We already observed that. Now I want you to create another layout similar to how we have app layout. I want you to create guest layout, which will extend from this base layout, and you're going to put all the code which is common for signup blade PHP as well as login blade PHP inside the new layout. So if you pay attention right now, the logo right here, the car image, the link right here, the link text changes, and you can create a named slot for this. And the form content obviously changes, and you can create default slot for this. But other than this form content and this link right here, everything stays the same. So if we go on the login page, we can see we still see logo here, we still see car, we still see these Facebook and Google buttons. Only part is this form and inputs and button in the link right here. This is a little bit complicated challenge, so I want you to spend as much time as necessary. So you might need half an hour, 5 minutes, or 1 hour. The main thing is that you should implement this by yourself. Okay? After spending some time on this, if you haven't implemented or if you have implemented, come back and see my solution. Okay, awesome. Now let's see my solution, how I would do this. First, I'm going to create the component. PHP artisan make component, and let's call this guest layout. Awesome. So the component was created, and the new component file was also created under components guest layout blade. I'm going to move this guest layout blade into layouts folder, and I'm going to also rename it, and it's going to be only guest blade PHP. Now let's open guest layout PHP class, and right here I'm going to change the view layouts guest. Awesome. Now let's open layouts guest blade, and we're going to extend from base layout x base layout. However, the base layout needs two properties. It needs title and it needs body class. So let's accept those two properties right here. Props, title, let's assign default value empty string, and body class, empty string as well. So now we provide title here, and we provide body class here with $sign. So we provide these two variables. Inside here, this base layout, we need to put something which is common for the login blade as well as the signup blade. Now, let me copy one of the views content, the entire content. So let's get this and let's put this right here. Okay, so we are already using this base layout, so we can delete this line completely. Cool. Now inside main, let's format the code. Inside main, what do we have? So if we scroll down below, we see right here logo. This is logo which is common for login as well as for sign up. So we are going to leave this inside the layout. Then right here we have text, which is specific to login. Okay, so because this is specific to login, we need this to be inside login blade, not inside guest blade. So that should be part of the login, as well as the form, the entire form. So I'm going to take out this, and right here, I'm going to output the default slot. Okay, now if we go in the login blade, I'm going to delete everything, and we're going to use x guest layout. Okay, and I'm going to paste this login title as well as the entire form. Obviously, we need to provide the title and body class as well. So right here, we need title to be login and body class to be page-login. And the last thing what we need to take out or create slot is, where's that? This is the form. I see. Okay, so here inside the form, we have this Google button, Facebook button, and this link. Okay, so this Google button and Facebook button can be part of the layout, right? And the text, what we see right here, that should be named slot. So the interpretation can be different. So right now we have this X Google button and X Facebook button inside the login blade, which can be theoretically inside the guest layout. If we simply close the form right here, so we have the form closing tag right here. I'm going to delete this. And if we close the form right here, okay, so then what we can do is to take out this part, okay, and put this back inside guest layout right here. Okay, so this slot will be replaced by the form with the login button as well as by the title, but the Google button as well as the Facebook button will be inside the layout. Now if we save this and if we check the login page, we see the result is actually not changed. However, this part, don't you have an account? This part now is part of the layout, okay? And what we need to do is to create a named slot for that. So for this, we can create named slot for the entire div, or we can only create named slot right here. So for example, if we call our named slot footer link, for example, then we go in the login blade, and right here we can define x-slot, and we give it name footer link. Okay, and we put this right here inside the footer link. Now we save, we reload, we still see link right here. Now let's create sign up page. So here we're going to take out this h1 and we're going to take out this form like this, and we're going to delete everything and we're going to use x guest layout. Then we paste everything here. We need to provide title to the sign up page, and we call this sign up, and we need body class, and we need to call this page-sign up. Okay, we save this, we reload the page, we need to go to the sign up page, and now we see the error, footer link, because we don't provide this footer link. Obviously, we can check first of all if the footer link is given or not, or we should say that the footer link must always be presented. So in this case, we don't have this footer link name slot, so let's provide it. x-slot footer link. For the sign up page, let's expand this form. We scroll down below, we see we have this button here and the footer link here. So what we need to do is again move this form closing tag after the register button right here. And this is part of the layout, so we can delete this. And this text is part of the footer link. So we extract this, we take out this, and we delete this div, which is again part of the layout right here. Awesome. So let's delete this. Now we put this footer link information here, we save it, we reload the page, and now let's have a look. Already have an account, click here to login. If we go on the login page, we see don't have an account, click here to create one. So we successfully implemented this name slot footer link, and we have different text for login blade and different text for sign up blade. Okay, and in the guest layout, we have this entire form, including the Google and Facebook buttons and the footer link down below. In the future, if we decide to have separate images, the car images to be different for the login page and different for the sign up page, you can create another named slot right here. Just like we are outputting footer link, we can output image link or image element right here. Okay, and then you would define right here image element slot different for sign up page and different for login page. Now I have another challenge to you. If you open index.blade.php file from the home folder, we're going to see that we have a lot of duplicated code. So this code is related to car item. Because we have the exact same car item many times, we see the exact same HTML code right here. The challenge is the following. You have to create a new component, car item component, and you have to use this component right here inside the loop. But at the moment, because we don't actually have any data related to cars, just create a primitive for loop from 1 to 15 and render the exact same car item component 15 times. In this case, we're going to have right here only a couple of lines, but it will render the exact same component multiple times, and we won't have code duplication. And in the future, when we actually select cars from the database, we will have an actual data. We will slightly modify the component. Okay, as always, think a little bit, spend time on this challenge, and then come back and see my solution. All right, now let's see my solution. First of all, I'm going to bring up the terminal and we're going to create a new component. PHP artisan make component car-item. We can create class-based component or view-only component. In this case, I don't want class associated to this component, so I'm going to provide right here --view. We hit the enter, the component created successfully. Now let's go under views, components, car item blade PHP. This is the component. Let's open index.blade.php file. I'm going to copy single example of car item and put this in the car item blade PHP. Let's expand this. We see this car item with everything is dummy right now and hard-coded. We're going to modify this later. Now, right here, we don't need this hard-coded HTML anymore, so feel free to collapse everything and delete it. So let's collapse everything. Here we go. And I am going to delete all car items from here, just like this. Then we're going to use for loop, and we're going to iterate from 1 to 15. So let's introduce I variable, which equals to 0, while I is less than 15. We're going to increase I, and obviously we need right here end for, and in between the opening directive for and for closing directive of end for, we are going to use x car item, just like this. Now we save this and let's check everything in the browser. Reload the page, let's scroll down below, and we see all car items, and it is exactly 15 times. Now let's reduce this into 12, and we should see only 3 lines of car, not more. Just like this, reload the page, and we see exactly 3 lines of code. Now, let's clean up our Blade files and remove the content which we created only for learning purposes, but we don't need them in our final project. For example, this text is something we don't need. Also, in the footer text, we don't need them. Let's open index.blade.php from the home folder, and we're going to remove the following PHP directive. We're going to remove this xcard, and we're going to remove this xtest component as well. Let's collapse this main, and we're going to remove these footer links as well. And we're going to also open up Blade PHP layout, and we're going to remove this footer completely. Now, we don't see, if we reload the page, we don't see these texts in the header as well as in the footer. However, there are a few more things we're going to do. First, let's open web PHP and let's add names to this sign up and login rules. Let's provide name. For sign up, obviously it is going to be sign up, and for login, it is going to be login. Cool. Next is we're going to adjust the CSS files. So if we open base layout, CSS and JavaScript files more specifically. So we have the following CSS file included with a relative URL. So if we put slash right here, this is going to be absolute URL. If we remove the slash, this is relative URL, meaning that when we create pages which will have slash in the URL, for example, car/create, when we create the following page, which includes the following CSS file, because we have this CSS relative, the actual request to the CSS file will be like this, and the following CSS file does not exist, so this will give us an error and the CSS will not be loaded. In the same way, JavaScript will not be loaded, so we are going to add slash right here. Scroll down below and we're going to add slash right here as well. In the next lessons, when we create those pages, we're going to see that the CSS and JavaScript is loaded properly. Now, let's create car controller and render several pages. For this, I'm going to open HTML CSS project, and here we have a little bit more HTML files than we had previously. I updated the project, and you're going to see the updated project if you follow this project, basically. So let's open this index.html and let's open with the live server. And right now, at this stage, we are going to create the following pages. We're going to create add new car page in our PHP project. We're going to create my cars page. We're going to also create view car page. And we're going to also create edit car page. All right, let's start first with the controller. Let's bring up the terminal and we're going to execute PHP artisan make controller. We're going to call this car controller and I'm going to provide a flag -- resource. Let's hit the enter. Car controller was created. Now let's open car controller, which by default has 7 methods. So what I'm going to do now, implement those methods and render the corresponding blade files. So from here, actually, let me use multi-cursor functionality. So I'm going to create cursor right here inside the index, then hit the Alt on my keyboard and create second cursor right here. We're going to scroll down below. I'm going to create another cursor right here. I'm hitting Alt whenever I'm clicking. Now I have 3 cursors, one here, second here, and third here. And in the same way, I'm going to click Alt and click right here. Now I have 4 cursors. I'm going to delete this comment and I'm going to return view. Then we need semicolon right here, but inside this view, we're going to provide the actual blade file name. So let's move up and I'm going to copy the function, and I'm copying this function using Ctrl and Shift, which selects the entire word. I have many cursors, as you notice. So Ctrl Shift and right arrow, and it selects all these 4 words. I'm going to hit Ctrl and C, then come down with this arrow navigation, and right here, I'm going to write car dot and paste. All right, in the following way, of course, when you get used to it, you're going to do it much quicker. And this gives you possibility to easily implement 4 methods: car show, here we have car create, and here we have car index. All right, we are going to create these blade files, but additionally, we need one more method, which is for search. So let's create new function, search, and we're going to return view car.search. Now let's create 5 blade files. I'm going to bring up the terminal and we're going to execute PHP artisan make view. We need car index. We hit the enter. Next, we need car show. Hit the enter. We need car edit. We need car create, and we need car search. Okay, we created 5 blade files. Now let's open HTML CSS project and we're going to copy HTML content from this project into our blade files. Let's start with this add new. So let's move up and we're going to find this main tag. Okay, I'm going to select this entire main tag. Now let's go in our project and find car create. So this is the blade file which will be responsible for rendering car form. And I'm going to paste this main tag right here. Okay, in the same way, let's find my cars. Let's find this main tag. I'm going to collapse this header. And here we have this main tag. So I'm going to copy this main tag and open car index blade. And I'm going to put this main tag right here. And we also need to adjust the layout before I proceed. So here instead of div, we need x up layout. Make sure that the closing tag is also x up layout. We need to do the same thing for create as well. X up layout, just like this. And here we need x up layout as well. Okay, awesome. Let's continue. So inside edit, we need pretty much the same content as inside create blade PHP. So let me copy this. Let's open this edit. X up layout, and paste this main right here inside edit. We need search as well. So let's open search, where is SHTML, and let's search for the main tag, opening main tag right here. Let's copy this and let's change this into X up layout and paste the main tag. Oops, I copied something else. Let's copy this again. Okay, it was pasted. Awesome. And the last one is show blade PHP, which is view HTML. So again, let's search for main tag. We are going to copy that and we are going to put this right here. Let's change this again into X up layout. Okay, awesome. Now let's open web.php and we're going to define routes. Let's define this right here, and we're going to define a couple of routes, but we are going to use the resource type of definition. So we're going to use root resource. We're going to provide car, and we're going to provide car controller right here. Okay, awesome. Let's replace this with import. I'm going to hit Alt and Enter, hit right here. So that car controller was imported. Okay, this is good. And that defines, as we know, 7 routes. Okay, additionally, we need search as well. But we need to define this search route above this route. So this is important. If you define this below this route, it is not going to work. And I will explain why. Route get /car search, and then we are going to use car controller. I think I have to disable this autocomplete. This is the PHP Storm's built-in autocomplete, which if you're using PHP Storm, this will work on your computer as well, quite probably. But I don't want this autocomplete to do the things instead of me, because we're going to learn a lot of things. So I'm going to disable this quickly. This can be actually disabled if we go to settings. Then we need to go to, or maybe we can just type enable full line. Inside editor general code completion, here we have this enable full line suggestions, which actually downloads the models for PHP and a couple of other things, and it uses the AI. So I'm going to disable this because I want to do everything by ourselves, because we're going to learn. So here I'm using car controller class, and we need search method, and let's provide name for it as well. This is going to be car.search. Okay, now let me try to explain why this should be defined before this resource, because the following line, route resource for car, defines 7 routes, and one of them is car, to view car for a specific ID. And the route, let's execute the following command, php artisan route : list. And we have car search right here, and we have car and the variable here as well. So if this is below the following route, then the following route will always match car search, because this is car whatever, and car search obviously is car whatever. That's why any arbitrary string, okay, that's why we need to have this car search defined this before the car and the variable whatever, or arbitrary string. Okay, awesome. Now we have these routes defined. Let's actually open the browser and we can try to have a look. For example, car. We hit the enter and we see my cars. Let's access car create and we see add new car. We have also car and specific variable, which is car show. I think we have car edit and some variable as well, or don't we? Let's open routes again, car ID and then edit, my bad. Car ID and then edit. This is again add new car because we have the exact same HTML. And finally we have car search, which looks like this. Since we have the controller and routes defined, now let's update the links to these pages. For example, when we click add new, it should access car/create. And in the same way, sign up and login should be implemented as well. Let's open PHP Storm. We are gonna open header blade PHP. Actually, we can fix the following as well. It has href/, which is actually correct. This always goes to slash. That's okay. We can leave that. Here we have this add new HTML, and we're going to change this to the following route. Route car.create. Awesome. Let's collapse this. We have sign up HTML. This is going to be route sign up. And we have this login HTML, which is going to be route at login. Okay, let's go also into car item, and clicking on the car item opens this view HTML, and I'm going to change this into route car.show, and right now I'm going to provide hard-coded number 1. But again, we're going to implement this correctly in the future. So we're going to save this. I think one last thing what I'm going to do is also open index.html, index blade PHP, sorry, and we're going to find this form, not this index. We need home/index blade PHP, and we're going to find this form, x search form. Let's open search-form, and here we have this action and method, which we actually don't need. So let's open this search form. We are going to remove this action and method that was only there for learning purposes. Awesome. And I'm going to change this action into the following route. This is going to be car.search, and the method needs to be always get. We're going to implement search with the method get. Now if we open homepage, and if I click right here, it is going to redirect us to car search, passing the query parameters, which we don't have yet implemented, but the main thing is that the redirect to the search page works successfully. Laravel makes it super easy to work with different databases using raw SQL, a smooth query builder, or the Eloquent ORM. Currently, Laravel directly supports 5 databases, It is MariaDB 10.3 and above, MySQL 5.7 and above, PostgreSQL 10.0 and above, SQLite 3.35 and above, and SQL Server 2017 and above. All configurations of the database happens under config database file. Here we're going to find the default database connection name, which is taken from .en file. We see all the connections configured to SQLite, MySQL, MariaDB, PGSQL, SQL Server. We have the default migration repository table, and we have the Redis database as well. Everything related to database is right here. But we control which connection we want to take from .en file. The connection right here is configured for different databases. From the en file, and let's open .en file, we decide which database we want to use. For example, for DB connection, we have provided that we want SQLite. If we want to use MySQL for DB connection, then we can uncomment the following code. We're going to remove the hashes. We're going to change the DB connection into MySQL, and then we're going to configure the DB host, port, database, username, and password for our MySQL. In the same way, we can change this into SQL Server or PostgreSQL, and we have to provide the correct host, port, database, username, and password. However, if we have this as a SQLite, we can also provide the database location, which by default is taken from database.sqlite. However, if we provide right here db underscore database, then we can provide a different path to our SQLite database, which we don't want in our case. So I'm going to remove this line, and our database is located under database.sqlite. Additionally, we have also option to provide the configuration through the URL. For example, we can provide right here database underscore URL, and right here we can provide the full URL of the database. We can provide the driver of the database, then we can provide the username and password, then we're going to need @ here, then we need host and port, and then we can provide the database. Using the following URL, we can also connect to the desired database. Okay, so in MySQL example, this would be MySQL. Let's say this username is root. The password, let's say it is password. The host might be 127.0.0.1. The port will be 3306, and the database might be Laravel or whatever. Okay, we could connect to MySQL in the following way. Okay, I'm going to remove the following codes, which you can find under the notes, everything, but we know how to connect to the database, and by default, we are connected to SQLite. Now, let's explore the existing database which comes with the default installation of Laravel. For this, we need SQLite browser. If you follow this on PHPStorm, we can use the PHPStorm's built-in database tool. But if you don't follow on PHPStorm, I'm going to show you which software you can use to open SQLite files and browse it. So let's type in the Google SQLite DB browser. The very first link will be DB browser for SQLite. This is what we need to download. We can access /dl, and here we have these versions for different operating system. On Windows, we can download. Make sure you download and install, okay? I already downloaded and installed on my machine, so we're gonna open DB browser for SQLite. This is opened, and now let's open the database. We're gonna click this Open Database, and let's go to Desktop, Laravel Course, Database, and database.sqlite. Hit Open, and we see the following tables, the following indices, and we can also browse it. So let's explore the tables. So we have the users table, which has ID, name, email, email verified date, password remember token, created date, and updated date. So we have this SQLite sequence table separately. This is necessary for SQLite. We have this sessions table with a couple of columns, user ID for which user the session is opened, IP address, user address, payload, last activity, which is the date. We have this password reset tokens table as well for email, token, and the date. We have the migrations, which we're going to talk more about it soon in the next lessons. We have the jobs and job batches table, which is related to some background jobs. We have the failed jobs, which is also related to it. And we have cache and cache locks. So this is how the default structure looks like for the default installation of Laravel. And all those tables are created through the migrations, which we're going to talk more about it. If you are using PHP Storm and you want to explore the database using PHP Storm, like I'm going to do in most of the cases, then you can go into database and double click on this database SQLite file. This will bring the following pop-up. It will detect that this is SQLite file. You might need to download the driver. Right here, you might have that download driver button. Once you download it, you can click OK, and it's going to mount the database right here. And right here, you will have this main and tables. And here we have all the tables we observed in the DB browser for SQLite. We have these users with all columns. We have those SQLite master and sequence and sessions and everything basically what we covered. Generally, because I am doing this in PHP Storm and I have this database tool integrated inside there, it is going to be much quicker for me. So I'm going to use the following database tool. But whenever, if you don't follow this on PHP Storm, no worries, you can always open DB browser for SQLite, and whatever I'm going to do, you can do the same thing in the DB browser for SQLite. All right. Now, let's have a look at our database schema, which we'll need for our project. Here we have a couple of tables, and let's start with the users. I didn't add all the columns to the users table because the columns, what is already in the users table, which comes with the Laravel, you should consider that we are not going to touch it. Okay, so we don't touch them, like the name, email verified date, and so on. Here I mentioned the new columns which we need to add to the users table, like phone, for example, Google ID, and Facebook ID. Google ID and Facebook ID will be necessary for OAuth, for sign up and login with Google and Facebook. And I had to provide ID right here because the users table has foreign key into other tables. So then let's start with the car types. So we're going to have table for car types, and we have only name, like if it is Jeep or sports car or SUV and so on. We're going to save that information in the car types. We're going to have also fuel types, and this is going to be like a diesel or gas or hybrid or electric and so on. Okay, we're going to have makers, the producers like BMW, Lexus, Toyota, and so on, and we're going to have models, its corresponding models like Toyota Prius, Lexus RX, and so on. We're going to have also states, list of states, and cities. Because our application is specific for a single country, it is not like a global type of application. We don't have countries, okay? We have states. And obviously there is different interpretation of states into different countries. And you can put records in the states table based on your country. For USA, we all know what is states. For Canada, I believe there exists also states, but for different countries, sometimes it is called regions. So you can insert regions as well. And then we have cities for each state. So cities has connection to states. Okay, so these are so-called leaf tables, which connects to the main table which is cars table. Each car will have ID, the maker ID, model ID, the year the car was released, the price, VIN code, mileage. We have the car type ID, fuel type ID, user ID, who added this car. We have the city ID, where the car is located. We have address as well, which is a free text field. We have the phone on which the potential buyers should contact to. We have the long text description where the seller can write any information. We have this published at, when the car was published, when it appeared on the website. Okay, potential sellers can also specify the published date to be in the future, and the car will automatically appear on the website in the future. We have also created it when the car was created, updated it when the car was last updated, and the deleted it if the car is deleted when it was deleted. For each car, we have also car images. We have the ID of the image. We have the car ID for which car the image exists. We have the image path, and we have the position as well. And if we scroll up, we also have favorite cars. Each user will have many cars in its favorite list. So cars and users have many-to-many connection. Like one user has many cars in favorite list, and one car might be added by many users into favorites. All right. I think we covered almost everything. Here we have the car features, and cars have one-to-one connections. So these are just Boolean features, whether the car has ABS, air conditioning, power windows, power door locks, and so on. You can define, if you want to customize this project, which I really encourage you, you can add as many features right here as you want, or you can remove the features if you don't want. But for now, I recommend to follow the course as I'm explaining with all the exact same fields. And then when you finish the project, you can add additional features, you can remove the features you don't need, and you can improve the project as you need. Laravel migration is a way to manage and version control your database schema. Think of it like a versioned blueprint for your database. It allows you to define the structure of your database tables, like columns and the data types inside your code. With migrations, you can easily create, modify, and share database changes with your team. When you run a migration, Laravel applies these changes to your database. This helps keep your database structure consistent and makes it easy to roll back changes if something goes wrong. Migrations are typically located under Database Migrations folder. Now, let's open the very first migration from the Migrations folder. But before I open it, let's understand the pattern of the name of the migration file. The file name consists of a timestamp followed by a descriptive name of the migration. The timestamp is the following right now, which is set to 0001, 0101, and a bunch of zeros right here. So this specifies to year, month, day, and the timestamp of the current time. Then we have this descriptive name. The timestamps will ensure that migrations are going to run in the correct order. So in our case, first this is the migration which should be executed, then this migration will be executed, and then this migration will be executed, and when we create more migrations, we're going to see that it has a different and the current timestamp right here. Now let's open the very first migration, create users table. I'm going to collapse the left side. It has the following structure. Every migration file extends the migration class, and it has anonymous class inside. This anonymous class has two methods, up and down. The up method defines the changes which will be applied to the database, such as creating or modifying tables. The method uses Laravel's schema builder to define the schema changes, such as creating tables in our case. The down method reverts the changes made in the up method, providing a way to roll back the migration. This method undoes the changes, like dropping the table, which was created using up method. We're going to learn how to create migrations, but this is the general idea. So the name of the migration, the class, which is an anonymous class extending the migration, we have up and down methods. Now, let's explore each migration which comes with the default installation of Laravel in more details. Let's expand this up, and we see that we are creating users table, providing ID, string name, email, which must be unique. We provide the timestamp email verified at, which can be also null. We provide the password. We provide the remember token and the timestamps such as created at and updated at. We also create a second table, which is password reset tokens table, which has email, which is a primary key of this table. It has a token and it has timestamp created at, which can be null. And there is a third table, sessions, which has ID as a string and primary key. We have the foreign ID, which relates to users, and the foreign ID can actually be null, because if there's a guest user, the user ID will be null because the session is created for the guest user. There's also index added on the foreign ID. We also have IP address, which can be also null. We have the text user agent, which can be also null. We have the long text some payload of the session, and we have the integer last activity, which also has index. Let's explore other migrations, like create cache table and create jobs table. Let's open this create cache table first. It creates the following tables with string key, with a value and the expiration date of the cache, and we have cache locks as well with key, owner, and expiration as well. And in the jobs table, it creates three tables. The jobs table with its own columns, it creates job batches table, and it creates a failed jobs table as well. And all these tables are available whenever we create new project, basically, which behind the scene executes the migrations. It creates all these tables right here. Now let's get familiar with the migrate artisan command. For this, we're going to open the terminal and I'm going to execute php artisan list migrate. Now this will give me all the available commands for the migrate namespace, and we have a few of them, like migrate fresh, which drops all tables and reruns all the migrations, migrate install, which creates the migration repository. We have the migrate refresh, which resets and reruns all the migrations. Basically, the difference between this refresh and fresh is that fresh drops all tables and then reruns migrations, but refresh executes down methods in the reverse order. It reverts all the migrations and then reruns them. We have reset as well, which simply reverts, rollbacks all the database migrations. So this executes only down methods in the corresponding order. We have rollback as well to roll back the last database migration. And we have the migrate status as well, which shows the status of each migration. Okay, let's explore these commands. php artisan migrate :status. We hit the enter and we have the following status. So we have 3 migrations in our project and all of them have the status of ran. Now let's execute php artisan migrate :fresh, hit the enter. Let's scroll up to see the result, dropping all the tables, which was done, preparing the database, creating migration table, and then running the migrations. Now let's execute php artisan migrate refresh. We hit the enter. Let's have a look. So it is rolling back the migrations, I mean calling down for each of the migrations in the reverse order. First, it is calling down for jobs, then for cache, then for users, and then running migrations first for users, for cache, and for jobs. So if you want to execute any specific command from this migrate namespace, you can first execute this PHP artisan list migrate to have a look at the commands for the migrate namespace, and then you can easily use it. Again, let's execute PHP artisan migrate reset, for example, with the enter. It rollbacks all the migrations, and now if I open the database, reload it, we don't have those tables. We have only these core tables, which is necessary for our project. In any case, like the migrations table, SQLite master, and SQLite sequence as well. Now let's apply our migrations, PHP artisan migrate, which will simply execute all unapplied migrations. We hit the enter and it runs those 3 migrations. And now we can reload the database and we can see those tables. So in the same way, if you are using DB browser for SQLite, you can reopen the database if you execute reset, for example. I just executed PHP artisan migrate reset. Then you can close this database and reopen it, and you're going to see updated tables right here. So every time you make some changes, you can execute migrate, for example, you can close this or directly reopen the same database, and you're going to see all updates. So this is how you can kind of refresh the database in your DB browser. Before we create our first migration, let's first update the existing create users table migration, because we need to add a couple of columns to the users table according to our schema. So we need to add phone, Google ID, and Facebook ID. All right, let's duplicate this string email and change this into phone. And we're going to make this with the length of 45, and we're going to make it also unique, but we're going to make it also nullable, because the users registered through Google or Facebook, they will not have phone numbers. Okay, Google or Facebook will not provide it. And we're going to make this nullable for that reason. Then we need to define Google ID with the length of 45, and we're going to make it nullable as well. And next we need Facebook ID, which is going to be nullable as well, because the users registered with normal sign-up form, not with Google, not with Facebook, they will not have Google ID or Facebook ID inside the users table. That's why we're going to make them nullable. Now, since we have those columns defined, we are going to execute migrations. Let's open the terminal and we're going to execute PHP artisan migrate fresh, so that we're going to drop all the tables, reapply them so that users will have those new columns. We hit the enter, the tables were dropped, reapplied. Let's open the database, refresh it, and we see right here users, which has phone, Google ID, and Facebook ID columns as well. Now let's create our first migration, and the first table we're going to create is going to be car types table. Let's execute the following artisan command: PHP artisan make migration, and we're going to provide the migration file name, create underscore car types underscore table. There's a convention that you should, whenever you're creating new table, you should call your migration file create your table name underscore table. This is exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Hit the enter, and it created the following migration file. Now let's open this create car types table. Here we see this, and pay attention to the timestamp. So this is the current time when the migration file was generated. Let's double click and open this, and it also has create table create command inside up method, and inside down method it has drop command as well. Whenever you name your migration file in the following way, create your table name, table, Laravel will automatically generate the following code with the table name and with these ID and timestamps columns. Okay, this is awesome. Now let's actually provide the content. So if we have a look in the picture of our schema for car types, we have only name, which is varchar 45 characters. Okay, so we don't need these timestamps, which is actually created at and updated at columns. We're going to remove this, and on table we're going to call string name. We can provide the second argument 45 as a length, and it must be required. So just like this, we have created our first migration for car types. Now let's create the second one for fuel types as well. PHP artisan make migration create fuel underscore types table. We hit the enter, the migration was created. Let's open it and let's remove these timestamps. We provide table, string, let's provide name with 45 as well. So if we check fuel types, which we have right here, it also has name as an only column except ID, which has varchar of 45. Okay, we just created 2 new migrations and now we can execute them. Let's bring up the terminal, and first I'm going to execute status command, PHP artisan migrate status. And this shows us that 3 migrations files are executed, but 2 of them are pending. And these are the migrations we created. Create car types table and fuel types table as well. We can execute these migrations using PHP artisan migrate, as we already covered it, but we can also pretend the migration run and print the actual SQL statement which will be generated using the following command, PHP artisan migrate -- pretend. We hit the enter, and now pay attention, running migrations. So this is the first migration, and here is the SQL code generated. Create table, car types, ID integer primary key, auto increment not null, name varchar not null. Okay, depending on which database you are using, the generated code might be slightly different. For MySQL, it might be slightly different. For SQLite, this is how it looks like. For MS SQL, it might be slightly different. And this is the power of Laravel. It is database agnostic. So we write the following methods, and Laravel knows, based on the database connection, how to generate the code for the specific database. That is very cool. Now let's execute PHP artisan migrate, hit the enter, 2 migration files were applied, and if we check the database, reload it, we're going to see car types table right here and fuel types table as well. And again, if you're using DB browser, you can click open database again, double click on it, it's going to refresh it, and we see car types and fuel types with ID and name columns right here as well. Now let's keep creating more migrations for our project, and let's create makers table and models table, and also states table and cities table. Let's bring up the terminal and execute PHP artisan make migration create makers table. We hit the enter. Let's execute create models table. We hit the enter. Next, create states table and create cities table. So we created 4 new migration files. let's go into database migrations. We had previously these two. Now we have 4 more, and the timestamps are very close to each other, as you see. So this is the current seconds. Okay, let's open this create makers table. Actually, we're going to open all 4, and we're going to provide the content starting from the makers. So the makers need ID. And if we have a look again in our database schema, it only needs a name, nothing else. So we don't need timestamps. On table, we need string name with a length of 45. That's it. That's all what we need in the makers. So we can close this makers table, and the down basically is ready by Laravel. So it simply drops the makers table. So we can close this makers. Now this models is a little bit interesting. So the models table has maker ID as well. This is a new type of column. It is a foreign key type of column. Okay, so let's delete the timestamps, and first let's define string name with a length of 45. Cool. Now here let's define this maker ID. On table, we're gonna call foreign ID method. Okay, we provide the local column name, which is maker ID, and we provide using which table the following column is constrained. So there's a constrained method, and we have to provide the table name, like makers in our case. So the following line creates a new column inside models table, calling maker ID, defines the foreign key onto makers table, makers table's primary key. Okay, so Laravel knows that there is ID primary key inside makers table, and it creates this maker ID of the models table to connect to makers table's ID column. This is cool. So we created these models. Now let's do something similar for states. We need only name, string name with the length of 45 inside states, and inside cities we need string name with the length of 45, but we also need foreign ID, and this is going to be state ID, which has constrained on states table. Okay, cool. We defined 4 new migration files. Let's close all of them. Let's bring up the terminal. I'm going to clear this up, and let's first execute PHP artisan migrate column status. We see 4 of them is about to be executed, and then we can execute PHP artisan migrate, hit the enter, all 4 were executed, and we can reload the table, and we see cities, we see states, we see models, and we see makers. Now let's keep working, and now let's create 2 more migrations, one for cars table and second for car features table. And those 2 tables have most of the columns, cars table and car features table. Okay, let's go with it. PHP artisan make migration create cars table. We hit the enter, and second is going to be create car features table. Okay, awesome. Let's open create cars table and car features table as well. Let's start with the create cars table. Okay, what fields do we need inside cars table? So we need ID, which is there. We need maker ID and model ID, which will be foreign keys. So let's define right here foreign ID, maker ID, which will be constrained by makers table. Okay, let's duplicate this line, and let's change this model ID, which will be constrained by models table. Next, we need ER and price, which will be integer values. Okay, so on table, we're going to call integer ER. Let's duplicate this, and integer price. Next, we have VIN which will be varchar 255, and mileage, which is going to be also integer. So let's duplicate this and let's create first mileage, and then right here we need string VIN, which will be 255 with the length of 255. By default, it is also 255. If you hit Control on your keyboard and hit mouse on the string method, you're going to see that it has length null, but then this length is taken from this builder default string length. And if we follow this, we're going to find out that by default, it is also 255. So we can actually close this and we can delete this 255, but I actually like this to be explicitly visible that the length of VIN code is the maximum is 255. Actually, in practice, the VIN code is 17 characters, so we can set this into 17. But because we are using actually varchar, it doesn't really hurt, so we can leave this 255. Okay, then we have after mileage, we have the car type ID, fuel type ID, user ID, and city. All will be foreign IDs. So we create car type ID, which will be constrained by car types table. Let's duplicate these 3 more times. So this is going to be fuel type ID constrained by fuel types table. This is going to be user ID constrained by users table, and this is going to be city ID constrained by cities table. Next, we have address and phone. Let's provide string right here, address 255, and let's duplicate it. And second will be phone with 45 characters. After phone, we have this long text description, and then we have timestamp. So on table, let's call long text description, but whatever is nullable, we have to provide to be nullable as well. Like the description is nullable, so right here we have to provide nullable column, nullable method as well. So this is the description. Next, we need timestamp of published at, which also should be nullable. After description, we have a published at, then we have this created at and updated at timestamps right here. And this, if we hit Control again and click on this timestamps, we're going to see that it creates these 2 columns, and both of them are nullable actually. So this is fine. And after these timestamps, we need another timestamp, which is going to be deleted at column. Okay, so we defined all the columns for our cars table. Now let's open create car features table and provide the content for it. So here we have all of them are tiny integer type of columns, the same as Boolean basically. So we have to provide Boolean right here, which will be interpreted into tiny integer. So we need Boolean right here that needs to be ABS, and we can provide the default value to be 0. Okay, so when we provide Boolean, Laravel will automatically convert this into tiny integer because our database SQLite does not support Boolean, so it supports tiny integer. But if your database supports Boolean, such as for example PostgreSQL, then the column would be created as Boolean column. Now let's duplicate this a couple of times because the format is the same for every column. We just have to provide the names like air conditioning, power windows, air conditioning, then we have power windows, we have power door locks, we have cruise control, Bluetooth connectivity, cruise control, Bluetooth connectivity. Next, we have this remote start and GPS navigation, we're going to duplicate this few more times. Remote start, GPS navigation. We have heater seats. It is called heater seats. Heater. Maybe it's a typo, so it should be heated seats. Then we have climate control, and we have two more. It's a rear parking sensors, and the last one should be leather seats. And finally, our car features table does not have ID. It has car ID based on the schema, and it has the relation to the cars table based on the car ID. So it has one-to-one relation. So here, what we are going to do, instead of defining ID, I'm going to provide unsigned big integer, provide the car ID, and make it as primary key. Okay, so we actually don't define the constraint like we defined for other relations, but we have the car ID, and then later on the model level, we are going to implement the relation between the car features and cars tables. So this is how we're going to have it. And we also don't need timestamps on the car features, so we are going to remove it as well. Okay, just like this, we define these car features. Now we save it and we can execute migrations, PHP artisan migrate. We hit the enter, these two tables were created, and again, we can check them right here, cars and car features. Now, let's learn how to roll back our migrations. For this, first open migrations table and observe the content of it. So in DB browser, let's reopen the database so that it should be refreshed. Then on migrations, we can right click and browse table. So this gives us the same content, and we just need to understand how the content looks like. So here we have this migration table name, and we have the batch as well. Okay, I prefer to have a look in the PHP Storm, so I'm going to open this PHP Storm. So this batch means that the migrations which we are run together, they were grouped in a single batch. So these first three migrations which comes with Laravel were executed together, so they were in the first batch. Then these two, what we created, are in the second batch. Then these four tables are in the third batch, and these two tables are in the fourth batch. Okay, so this indicates that the migrations are executed. If I delete, for example, these two lines and then try to execute migrations again, Laravel will try to execute the migrations, but because the tables already exist in the database, we are going to have an error problem, right? So I'm not going to do this, but you can try to do it. So what I want to show you how you can roll back the migrations. PHP artisan migrate rollback. We hit the enter, and the last two migrations, last batch was basically rolled back. And if we check right now, migrations table, we don't see last two tables right here. So the last batch was actually rolled back. Okay, so we can re-execute it, obviously, PHP artisan migrate, and they will be reapplied. If we want to roll back certain number of steps, we can provide -- steps in rollback, -- steps right here, and let's provide 3, for example. We hit the enter. It should be step, not steps, step. -- step equals 3. We hit the enter, and last 3 migrations we are rolled back. So let's re-execute them. So in the same way, if we want to roll back specific number of batches, like batches or batch in a singular form, batch equals 2, it is going to roll back last 2 batches. So this is because we actually did a rollback and then we executed migrate again. Now these 3 migration files are in the same batch, and these 3 are in the same batch. So if we roll back last 2 batches, these 6 migrations will be rolled back. So we can hit the enter, and we're going to see batch equals 2, create fuel type stable, create car type stable. Okay, what just happened? Oh, excuse me. When we provide the batch, when we provide the batch, it actually rollbacks specific batch, not the last couple of batches, but specific batch. So in our case, because we provided batch equals 2, we rolled back the second batch, which was create car type stable and fuel type stable. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, now let's execute migrate again, and those 2 tables would be applied again. And if I reload, they will have now higher batch right here, higher batch number. Okay, and just like we can pretend running migrations, we can also pretend rolling back migrations, like pretend. Hit the enter, and it's going to generate the SQL codes if it is like rolling back the last batch migrations, like create fuel types and create car types table. Okay, so I think this is pretty cool, and we can also execute refresh with -- step. Like I want to roll back and then reapply last 3 migrations. For example, we hit the enter, it's gonna roll back and reapply last 3 steps. And obviously, which we already covered, we can simply reapply this refresh or refresh, which will drop everything, reapply it, which is exactly what happened right now. And if we open this migrations table again, now we see the ID starts from 1. This is because all tables were dropped, and also ID started from 1, the auto increment, and every migration is executed in a single batch. Last 2 tables for which we don't have migrations are car images table and favorite cars table. For all the others, we already generated migrations. Now you have a challenge, and you probably guessed what is a challenge. You have to create migrations for these 2 tables, favorite cars and car images. You can do it in your desired order. However, I recommend to maybe first create car images, because we have just created cars and car features, and then you can create favorite cars table. But again, the ordering doesn't matter. You can do it as you prefer. Okay, so pause right now, create these migrations, also implement the code for these migrations, implement the up method of migrations for these 2 tables, and then you can come back and see my solution. Okay, so here's my solution. PHP artisan migrate, make migration, create car images table. We created the first migration. Second is create favorite cars table. We hit the enter, both were created. Now let's open create car images table, and we are going to define table foreign ID car ID, which is constrained by cars. So car images table has relation to cars. So this is how it should be. And also this table has string image path, which should be 255. This table also has position, which should be integer, so we provide integer position, and the table does not need timestamps, so we can remove it. And let's check the schema. So car ID, image path, and position integer, which is correct. Next, we have this favorite cars. Let's open it, and we have two foreign IDs. Table, foreign ID, car ID, which is constrained by cars table, and the second is going to be user ID, which will be constrained by users. All right, so we save it. Let's bring up the terminal, PHP artisan migrate, hit the enter, the migrations were applied. We can check the database. We see car images and we see favorite cars as well. And we are gonna see them in DB browser for SQLite as well. This is the browse data for specific table, but we need the database structure. We see favorite cars and car images. Eloquent ORM, or Object Relational Mapping, is Laravel's built-in library that allows developers to interact with databases using PHP objects rather than writing raw SQL queries. Each database table has a corresponding so-called model that is used to interact with that specific table. Eloquent provides a simple and intuitive active record implementation for working with database, including methods for common CRUD, create, read, update, and delete operations. It also supports relationships, allowing you to define and work with the associations between different database tables. Eloquent simplifies data manipulation and retrieval, making database interactions more readable and maintainable. Eloquent models are located under App Models directory, and they typically extend the Eloquent model class. So the user model is a specific class which extends the following class, Illuminate Foundation Auth User. But if we expand this auth user, it finally extends this model class. And when we generate new Eloquent model classes, we are going to see that all of them extend from Illuminate Database Eloquent model class, the following class. Now let's open the terminal and try to generate new model class. For this, we're going to execute the following artisan command. PHP artisan make model, and we have to provide the model name. I'm going to provide fuel type in Pascal case naming, uppercase F and uppercase T. So when we hit the enter, it generated the model file, which is located under app models fuel type. We also have possibility to generate migration and controller alongside with the model. So if I open app models and I delete this fuel type and re-execute PHP artisan make model fuel type, but provide -m flag to generate migration alongside with the fuel type, we can also optionally provide C as well to generate controller. We hit the enter and it generated 3 files, the model file, the migration file, and the controller file. Now, let's have a look under database migrations. Let's open this create fuel types table, and as you see, it generates the proper code to create the table fuel types. If we don't have fuel types table, this would be awesome. This would be exactly what we want. But we already have migration, so we don't want the migration. Also, we don't plan to manage the fuel types from the user interface, so we don't need the fuel type controller as well. So I'm going to delete all 3 files and let's generate just the model. PHP artisan make model fuel type, hit the enter, and the model was generated. If you want to see information about the model, we're going to execute PHP artisan model :show, and we provide the model name such as fuel type. In our case, we hit the enter, and it gives us every information about the model, such as what's the model class name, what database it connects to, what is its corresponding table name, fuel types, what attributes it has, and what relations and what observers it has. Now, if you open fuel type model, the class looks like this. It extends Illuminate database Eloquent model, and it is a very simple class, and it has only one trait has factory. We don't specify what table the model has mapping into the database. By default, Laravel considers the table name of the class to be snake case version of the class name, but in plural form. For fuel type, Laravel assumes that the table name is fuel, lowercase, underscore types in plural form. Okay? If the model name is car, Laravel will assume that the table name will be cars. If the model name is car image, Laravel will assume that the table name is car images with underscore. And if the model name is TV remote controller, for example, the table name will be TV underscore remote underscore controllers in plural form. So this is how Laravel defines what's going to be the corresponding table for the model. However, we always have ability to provide custom table name. So for example, here we can provide protected property called table, and we provide a different name such as car underscore fuel underscore types. Okay, and now if we execute PHP artisan model :show fuel type, we hit the enter, we see the information that this model maps to car fuel types. But we don't see anything in the attributes because that model, that table car fuel types table does not exist in the database. Okay, so in our specific case, we don't need to customize the table name. However, this is how you can do it. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out. Sometimes there are cases that you want to customize the primary key. By default, Laravel assumes that the primary key of the table is going to be ID. Okay. However, if we override protected primary key camel case property, and we provide something different, such as fuel type ID, for example, then Laravel will assume that there's a column inside fuel types table, which is called fuel type ID, and this is the primary key of the fuel types table. Okay, so this is commented out. Let me remove it. And if it is removed, Laravel assumes that the table name is fuel types, and the primary key is fuel type ID. Okay, this is something also we don't need, and we are not going to need in our project, so I'm going to remove it, and all the notes you can find under the video as well. Or maybe I can leave it and comment it out, just like this. Okay, if you want to disable auto-incrementing of the primary key, then you can provide public incrementing property and set it into false. So this will disable auto-incrementing feature. Sometimes if you want to change the primary key type from number into string, you can provide key type equals string right here. By default, the key type is going to be integer, and always the primary keys will be integers if the primary key is not defined to be a string inside the migration. Okay, but in our case, we have all primary keys to be numbers, so their actual values will be also numbers. But if we provide key type to be string, even though the fuel types in the database has the integer right here, when we select the data through models, the value of the ID will be string. Again, this is something we don't need. We can comment this part out as well, and we can put this on next to each other. Okay, there are cases when we don't have timestamps such as created at and updated at on our models, and this is exactly on our case. We can disable those timestamps by providing timestamps equals false. This is something we're going to need because our fuel types table does not have timestamps such as created at and updated at in the database. Cool. If you want to customize the created at and updated at column names, you can provide constants const created at and the column name right here, such as create date, for example. In the same way, we can provide second constant, which would be updated at equals such as update date, for example. And Laravel will assume that there exists create date and update date columns in the database. Of course, if the timestamp is not disabled. So in this case, I'm just giving this information for you to learn what is possible through models or how you can customize it. Okay, but we are gonna then go back to what actually is necessary for our project. Okay, and finally, if we have only create date on our model and we don't have update date, we can simply set the updated at to be null, which means that we're disabling the updated at column, and we can leave this create, we can completely remove it, and it means that there exists created at column inside this database table, but there is no updated at column. Okay, so again, this is all for learning purposes, so we can comment this out as well, but what we definitely need is timestamps false, because we don't have created at and updated at columns into our table. Now let's generate remaining models for our project. We have a bunch of them to generate, so let's execute PHP artisan make model. Car type is one of the models we want to generate. Let's generate maker. Let's generate model. Let's generate state, city, car, car features, car images, and favorite cars is something which we actually don't need to generate. So that is all. We can clear this up. Now let's open model class, and we have to fix something. Okay, because by default the template uses the following Illuminate database Eloquent model class. Now we have two model classes in this file, and we have to fix that. So let's give alias to the imported model class as Eloquent model, and then take this and extend right here. Okay, great. Now our model is fixed. The next thing what I'm going to do is let's go into car model, and I'm going to use second trait, which is called soft deletes. Whenever our database table has deleted at column, just like our cars table has right here, okay, deleted at column, then we have to add soft deletes trait into our car. And whenever you use soft deletes, make sure that the following import is also added under use. Okay, this soft deletes manages that automatically for us. whenever we call delete on the car model instance, it is not going to actually it is not going to actually delete it from the database, but it is going to set deleted add column into the database. So this is something we need to add. If we open car controller in methods like show and edit, for example, and in update and in destroy as well, so we have string ID, which is assumed to be the ID of the car. However, Laravel supports so-called root model binding. So right here, instead of accepting string, we can try to accept an instance of the car model what we just generated. Okay, let's hit the enter, make sure that the car model is imported at the top. Awesome. And then instead of ID, we can call this ID obviously, but more relevant will be to call this car. So we expect right here an instance of the car, and whenever there is an ID in the URL, Laravel will select, based on the ID, will select the car and provide an instance of the car model right here in this model, in this method. And this makes it very easy. So we already have an instance of the car, a record of the database converted into an object. Okay, and in the same way, right here, let's change and accept car. Inside edit, we need to accept car here as well, and in destroy as well, instance of the car. Awesome. We don't yet have any records in the database, but we're going to leave it like this because this is how we're going to have finally. Okay. Also, when we are generating routes, such as if we open car item, for example, we have right here route car show. Whenever we implement this component, we will have an instance of the car. Okay, and we can provide an instance of the car right here, and Laravel will take the primary key of this car and provide it in the route. So this is going to also work. I have to return this into one because we don't have an instance of the car at the moment, but because we are talking about root model binding, I had to mention this part as well. But I'm going to leave these parts because whenever we actually have cars in the database, then we will get instance of these cars right here. We disabled timestamps on fuel types, but there are a bunch of models for which we also need to disable timestamps. The only table which has timestamps is cars table. If we have a look again into database schema image, we don't have created at or updated at columns in any of the tables except the cars table. So we're going to leave them on the cars, but disable for every other model. Now let's start with the car features. We can actually open all of them. Then I'm going to collapse the left side and we can start from here. On maker, we have to disable it, timestamps equals false. Then on model, we can say timestamps equals false. Let me actually duplicate or copy this code. On states, we have to disable. On car features, we have to disable. On car images, we have to disable. On car types, we have to disable. Then we have city, we have to disable as well. And I think we are done. So we did on all models, we disable the timestamps. The only model for which we need is the car model. Now, we're going to move further and we want to insert some data manually in the database so that we can start reading that data. And then obviously we're going to learn how to insert that data through code, through our models. Okay, so first let's open DB browser and I'm going to show how you can do this in DB browser, and then I'm going to do this in PHP store. Let's refresh the database and let's open fuel types. Let's browse fuel types table. We have to click the following plus button to create new records, and I'm going to create like 4 records, and I'm going to type guess right here. We hit apply. Then we have diesel. Basically, I'm not going to do this for all the tables, just I'm showing to you how you can do it. So in DB browser, if you are not familiar with it, electric, and finally hybrid. Okay, click on apply, and the records we are inserted inside the fuel types table, and in the same way we're going to insert records into other tables. Now let's open PHP store, and I'm going to open the database, fuel types, and we don't see them because I think we have not saved the file. We're going to click on file and write changes. Okay, this will affect the changes into the database file, and if I reload right now into fuel types, we're going to see those records right here. Okay, now let me open car types, and I'm going to click plus sign a couple of times, and let's insert sedan right here. Then we have hatchback, for example. Then we have SUV, and for example, we have Jeep. Just a couple of them will be enough. Then I hit Control and Enter to save everything. Now let's open makers, and let's create 2 records, Toyota and second Ford. Hit the Enter, then Control and Enter, and it's gonna submit that. Let's open models and create 4 models. Okay, 2 of them for the maker ID 1, which is Toyota. I'll let it be Camry, for example, and Corolla. And then we have like F-150 and Escape. And provide maker ID 2. Okay, we save it. Next, we're going to open states and create like 2 states, for example, California and New York. Okay, then open cities and create 4 cities, 2 of them with state ID 1, 2 of them with state ID 2. We have to provide Los Angeles here. We provide San Francisco, like this. Then we provide New York, and let's provide Buffalo. Okay, and I'm going to create also 1 user. Okay, let's provide John at example.com. Let's provide some dummy phone number. Email verified date, I'm going to leave this empty. Password, I'm going to leave it empty, or it is required. I cannot make it empty. So let's just provide 1, 2, 3. I don't care the password. The Google ID, Facebook ID, I'm going to leave them null. Remember token, created it and updated it. I can leave them null as well. So, and finally, I'm going to create a couple of cars. And let's create like 4 cars. Maker ID 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we have YAR. We can provide something. And 2005, 2020, anything, doesn't matter. Okay, let's provide different 2015. Okay, for the prices, let's provide 10,000, 20, 30, and 40. Okay, for win, we can just provide 1, 2, 3, and 4. It should be 17 characters, but we're just testing right now, okay? It doesn't matter. For the millage as well, we can just provide 1, 2, 3, and 4. We are testing car type ID, maybe 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. User ID for all of them will be 1. City ID 1, 2, 3, and 4. For address, we can provide test for all of them. For phone, we can provide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think that's it. And we can also provide the publish date. But let me save everything so far. Cars deleted at. Oops, I made a mistake. The deleted at should be null. I made it required. Okay, let's open the migration file, create cars table, and we're going to make this deleted at nullable. And in ideal case, we have to execute PHP artisan migrate fresh or refresh, but this is going to drop all the tables and reapply migrations, and it's going to work. But because we already create some records inside car types and inside fuel types and so on, I don't want to lose that data, because if I execute migrate fresh or migrate refresh, we're going to lose that data. This is something I don't want. So I already changed the migration. The next time, if I decide to execute PHP migrate fresh or refresh, it is going to create the deleted at column to be nullable. But right now, I'm going to fix that column manually from here. Right click, modify column, and I'm going to turn off this checkbox not null. Okay, create table. It is going to actually do the following code behind, but I don't care. Okay, this is the code it is going to generate. I can copy this code, click OK. Now it did the following code behind what it described. Finally, I have cars table, which has the deleted at column to be nullable. If you are doing the same thing in using DB browser, okay, inside cars, we have this modified table, and you can find that deleted at column, which is not null, but if we just refresh, double click, then if we click and modify table, it should be nullable because we updated this from PHP Storm. But basically you have to turn this off and on from DB browser. Okay, awesome. Now let's create these 4 records. 1, 2, actually 1, 1, 2, and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me actually duplicate this same thing for ER, for price, for VIN, mileage, car type ID, fuel type ID. User ID will be null for all of them. City 1, 2, 3, 4. Address we can provide test, and phone from 1, 2, 3, 4 again. And that is all. Let's click on submit, and it created 4 cars. We can provide the current date as well, which will be published at date. Okay, like this. Awesome. So we created the data. Now let's open home controller. And here we have this index method, which is rendered in the browser right on the home page. And now let's try to select the data right here. So cars equals, we're going to use now car model, app models, and make sure it is imported every time when we are using it. And then I'm going to call get, which will simply select all the cars available in the database. Okay, so let's dump this information. Let's print that information. For this, we have a couple of options. One of them is dump, and let's provide these cars right here. Let's save it and reload the page. And we can see right here, there are 4 items into this collection. Okay, and all of them are instances of app models car. And if we expand it inside attributes, we're going to see the data. That data is ID, maker ID, module ID, and so on. The data what we just created into the database. Okay, awesome. So this selects all cars. Select all cars. Now let's select specific cars, like the cars which are published, for example. Okay, let's say we don't want unpublished cars to be displayed on the home page. For this, select published cars. For this, we are going to do the following. On car, we are going to call a method called where. The first argument of the where method is the column name, like published. The second argument is the value. Actually, our model is called published at, right? And the second argument is the actual value. So if our column would be like published Boolean type of column, then we could provide right here true or 1. But because our column is published at column, we have to find all the cars which has a non-null value inside the published at. For this, we can use the following operator, exclamation equals, does not equal, and we have to provide null right here. So basically, this where function is multi-purpose function. We can provide 2 arguments right here, which means that the published at should be equal something, whatever we provide. But if we provide 3 arguments, it means that published at does not equal to null. And after that, we can call get. Okay, let's actually dump this information, and it's going to print 4 cars because all cars have published at value. But if we open it and change, for example, on the first one, I'm going to set the published at value to be null. Okay, then we have 3 published cars. Then if we open the browser, reload the page, we are going to see array with length of 3. So we totally see 3 cars which are published. If I set null again on the second one, and then reload the page, now we see 2 cars right here. Okay, if we want to only select the first car, let's do like this. Select the first car, then we have to do the following. We can call where if we want or not. Where is optional in this case. For example, published at does not equal to null. And then, this is the most important one, then we are going to call first. Okay, we just want the first object based on the following condition. And in this case, we can print car, which will be an actual model, app model's car instance. And it has its own attributes. So this is the first car which is published with ID 3. So this is pretty cool. Obviously, if we don't want to provide this where published at, we can directly call first, and this is gonna select the first available car, and it will probably have the ID 1 because we are not filtering by published column. However, there exists a simplified version if you want to select the car based on the ID. For example, car, find and provide the specific ID, for example 2, and in this case we can print it, and we're going to see that the car right here will be the car which has ID 2. Let's reload the page, expand it, car with ID 2. If we want to sort cars by specific column, we can use also order by. Let me comment out these things, and later I'm going to remove, but I'm going to also leave this under the lesson or inside the source code. So let's comment this part. Let's say I want to sort cars by created at in descending order, or maybe published at in descending order. And then we're going to call get on this. Now let's adjust the published at column into the database. Like all of them are the same, let's set this to be 10, for example. Oops, I mistakenly typed dot right there. let's provide right here to be 12. Oops. Okay, here we need 12. Well, it provides the timestamps for some reason. I mean, the visibility is for the timestamps, which is something I don't want. Let's change these minutes, maybe 50. Let me do this from DB browser for SQLite, for cars, browse, and we need to go to the right side. We provide different time, 50 right here. Let's provide 51 here, maybe 52 here, and this is going to be 53. Okay, and let's save everything. Write changes. If I reload right here, the changes have been applied. Now we're selecting cars and printing those cars with published at descending order. Now if I reload, we see, actually this should be order by, excuse me, order by. Reload the page. Now we see 4 elements right here. And if we expand, the first one is with ID 4, and that one has the highest published date. Okay, the next one with highest published date is which has the ID 3. Okay, the next one is which has probably ID 2 and the ID 1. Okay, this is how we can sort the cars by published at column. If you want to limit the cars by specific criteria, for example, if you want to only select 2 cars, then we can use this limit function. And obviously we don't need order by. We can provide order by, but we don't also, it is not necessary. We can just provide cars limit 2, and it's going to always select the 2 cars. Okay, and we can also use the combination of all these properties, like we can provide, let me copy this part, where the published date is not null. Then we can call some another where clause, for example, where user ID equals to 1. Then we can provide order by as well. We can provide limit. And finally, we can call get only. So we can do all this combination. Now I save, reload. It is returning 2 cars, and all the where clauses are actually correct. So if I provide where user ID equals 2, it is not going to return anything because there are no cars for the user ID 2, but there are cars for the user ID 1 in the database. And just like this, instead of writing raw SQLs, we can write any selects, any queries with the following methods on every model. Of course, this is not specific to car. We can call these methods on every Eloquent model. Now I'm going to comment out this part, and let's see how we can insert the data into the database. Let's scroll up a little bit. And let's say that we want to insert a new car in the database. For this, we have to create an instance of the car model using new car, like this. And then on the car, we can provide each properties individually. So I'm going to copy the columns, what we have in the database, so that I don't have to type them manually. And let's duplicate this many times, like this. Then I'm going to use multi-cursor, and I'm going to paste these columns from the database. And then we have to provide some values for each column. Like, let's just type 1 there. So maker ID 1, model ID 1, yar, we can provide whatever. We can provide price 1 to 3. We can provide the VIN code to be 1 to 3, mileage something 1 to 3. Car type ID 1, fuel type ID 1. We can provide the user ID everything. So the address should be string. We can leave it integer, but we can provide string as well, like some lorem ipsum, for example. We can provide the phone to be string as well. The description should be a very large string, or we can leave it also empty because it is actually nullable. Inside the published at, we can provide the current date, or we can leave it null as well. If we provide the current date, we can provide the now function right here, and created at can be now as well, or it is going to be automatically provided, automatically set by Eloquent. So we actually don't even need to set any values to create it and update it. So I'm going to remove them, delete them. And then on the car, I can call save. Okay. Before I call this, in the database of the cars table, we have 4 cars. Now let's open the browser and reload it. And we don't see any error, which means that the code what we have in the home controller actually worked. Now let's open cars table and we see one more record right here. And here we see the data what we just provided. So it is as simple as that to work with the Eloquent models to save the data. There are cases when you have the data in the form of associative array, from which we want to create the data record in the database. Okay, let's say that our data looks like this. Let's put a comma right here. Oops. Okay, so I'm going to comment out the above part, creating car in the following way. And then down below we have the following car data. Okay, and let's say that we want to create record out of it. We can call car : create, providing that car data, which will create the record in the database and return just created record. So finally here we're going to have just created car. Okay, which is pretty cool. The second approach, like this is the approach 1. Second approach is to approach 2 is to actually first create the instance of the car. Let's call it car2 equals new car. And then on car2 we can call fill. So we want to fill the car2 with the car data. So this will populate all the properties of the car2 model. And then once we call this fill, then on car2 we can call save. And there's a third approach, which is to create car3 with a new car, and in constructor of the new car provide this car data. And then which behind the scene will call fill as well. So this is probably a shorthand notation of this. Then on car3 we can call save. Okay, so this is good and this is handy. However, there's one important consideration when filling the data. So all these 3 approaches is filling the data from the associative array from here. Okay, but for security reasons it is not allowed the model to be filled with arbitrary data. Let's say that we don't want the user ID to be filled from that associative array. Okay, user ID should always be the currently authenticated user's ID, and we don't want it to be provided inside the fields. So it should not be provided something. If we expect this data from the client, let's say, if we expect the data from the user, from the browser, the user from the browser can send any information inside the user ID. It can actually create the car on behalf of somebody else, which is something we don't want, right? So for security reasons, filling the modal data with the associative array by default is not allowed, is blocked unless we activate it. So if we open now car model, we need to define right here a protected array fillable. So which fields can be filled. So in our case, I'm going to copy and paste all the properties of this car. We can copy from here as well, select every column from here and paste here. So I'm just going to paste all the properties just to test the code what we have written right here. Okay, but you should be careful what you allow the users to fill. We're going to talk more about this security and everything, but for now, let's just put everything in a fillable. This means that every column what we have right here can be provided using this fill approach, the approach 1, approach 2, or approach 3. Whatever we don't put inside this fillable will not be filled and will not be provided in the database. For example, if I comment out the user ID, then the user ID will not be provided when we provide this car data. So there is a second property which is called guarded, and this excludes the fields. So if we provide guarded to be an empty array, and if we comment out this fillable completely, this means that every column of this model can be filled. But if we provide user ID here, for example, this means every column can be filled except user ID. Okay, by default the guarded is null, so if we don't allow anything to be filled, we should leave it null or we should not present it. But if we allow any column to be filled, we need to create this guarded protected property with the empty array. So in our case, so this is kind of whitelist. I'm sorry, this is kind of a blacklist, what is not allowed. Okay, we put right here what is not allowed, but it's more common to define what is allowed than what is not allowed. So in our case, I'm going to uncomment this fillable and we define everything except the user ID, and we want to see an error. I want to see an error because user ID is required and we are filling with the data, but the user ID will not be filled. So we should see some sort of error. I'm going to comment out the approach 2 and approach 3, and let's reload in the browser, and we see this error. Table car has no column named vin code. That's my mistake. That should be vin, not vin code. Now let's reload the page, and now we see a null constraint failed inside the vin. That is because in the fillable we also have vin code. That should be vin again. Now let's reload the page, and this is what I expected. Now we have this null constraint failed for user ID because we are filling everything except the user ID, and the user ID is required. That's why the car is not created. Now let's uncomment this user ID. Let's reload the page, and we don't see any error. The car was created in the database. Let's open cars table, reload it, and we see one more car with approach 1. Now let's comment the approach 1 and uncomment the approach 2. It is going to do the exact same thing, but let's reload the page. We have one more car. We have now 7 cars, and we can comment this out and uncomment the approach 3 and reload the page, and totally we are going to have 8 cars in the database. The data is the same for all the last 3 cars because we are using the same data, but the records are created as you see. Now let's open remaining models, and we're going to define fillable protected property on all these models. We already did this for cars. Let's open the database car features. Let's start with the car features, and I'm going to copy all the columns what we have right here. And then we need to define fillable array semicolon here, and I'm going to paste all the columns, And let's use now this multi-cursor functionality. In PHP Storm, we're going to hit the inner button, the middle button of the mouse, the wheel, and then we can do it like this. Or you can define this obviously one by one. So we define this for car features. Let's go into car images. The rest is slightly easier because there are not many fields. So for images, we need image path and position, right? For car type, we need only name. Let me copy this fillable. And for city, we also need only name, but we also need state ID, right? For fuel type, we need only name. For maker, we need only name. For model, we need name and maker ID. For state, we need only name. Now let's open user model as well, and we're going to add the new columns to the user model inside the fillable. Like we have phone, we have Google ID, and we have Facebook ID as well. If we have a look at our schema, we're going to notice that all tables have primary key ID. The only table that does not have primary key ID is this car features. It has car ID to be primary key. So we're going to open car features model, and we're going to change its primary key into car ID, as it is defined inside the migration based on our schema. Make sure you do this, because based on the primary key, we're going to do the updates or deletes of these car features. Now, what should we do if we want to update a specific car? Let's say I want to select a car which has ID 1. So I'm going to call find with ID 1. Then on that car, I want to modify the price. Let's open the database, open cars, find the car which has ID 1, and it has pricey 1 as well. Okay, let's modify the price and provide 1000 right here. Then on that car, we're going to call save method, which will affect the changes to the database. Now, if we open the website, reload it, we have this in the home controller index method. So the code was executed. If we open cars and reload, we're going to see that the price of the car is 1000. This is one way how we can update the data. Let's comment it out. Now let's see a second way. On the car model, there is a static method called update or create. Okay, the IDE doesn't autocomplete this, but this doesn't mean that the method doesn't exist. So the method exists. Feel free to use it. Update or create. And we're going to provide two arrays right here. The first array and the second one. The first is the condition. Which cars needs to be updated? So here we have to provide, for example, I want to update all cars which has VIN code 999 and price equals 1000. Okay, let's have a look if we have such cars which has price 1000 and VIN code 999. No, there doesn't exist such car, but there exists cars which has VIN code 999 and price is 20,000. So let's modify the price and set it to 20,000. So this is the where condition. And now let's provide right here the actual properties, actual data that needs to be updated. Actually, I'm going to move this like so. Okay, so the first one is condition. Second one is what properties we want to update. Let's say that we want to update price for every such type of car, and we're going to increase the price into 25,000. Okay, now let's save, reload the page. We don't see any errors, so the code worked. Let's open cars table, reload, and we see price is 25,000. However, that only does for a single car. That does not do for all the cars. If we want to do this for all the cars, we need to do it slightly differently. Okay, by the way, this updates the car and it also returns the just updated car. So if we just dump the car, which has been right now updated, we reload the page, it gives us the following output. Now it updated the second car because the first one, this one was already updated. So if I reload the page, the second one was updated. Now, the second one was the first car, which had VIN code 999 and price 20,000. So if we provide right here the condition based on which the car doesn't exist in the database, then it will try to create new car with the data we're providing. Okay, let's change this VIN code into 9999. And there is no such car in the database which has VIN code 9999 and the price 20,000. In this case, Laravel tries to create new car with the following data, but we will have an error because we are only providing price, nothing else. Let's reload the page. Here's the error. Maker ID is required field in the database, but we are providing null. Now, this is because, as I mentioned, we are only providing price right here. Okay, let's take the data we have above. This is the car data, okay, which is not commented out. Actually, let me copy this, comment it out, and let's put this right here. Now we have this car data. I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to provide this car data right here, okay? Now, if it does not find that car, it's going to create new car with the following data, and let's provide VIN code to be 9999 because this is the car we want to create if it doesn't exist. Okay, so we save it, we reload it, we don't see any error, we see only output. This is the new car that was just created. If we check the database, we see new car which has VIN code 9999, and it has all the other attributes we defined inside this car data. And the last thing what I'm going to show to you regarding update is how to do a mass update, how to update multiple cars. For this, let's first comment out this part. For this, we're going to write a query like on car. We're going to write where condition. For example, I want to find all the cars which has published at to be null, which is not published yet, which also belongs to the user with ID 1, and then I'm going to call update on those selected cars, and I'm going to provide associative array right here. Okay, the properties which I want to update. We can set published at to be now. Oops. To be now. Additionally, we can provide other properties like set the price right here, set the price equals 100,000, whatever. We can provide any properties we want, but right now, for simplicity, we're going to just update the published at date. So the cars which are not published and belong to the user 1 will be published. Let's have a look in the database, how many cars are there which are not published. Actually, all of them are published. So I'm going to set null to those cars, the published at date. Okay, so these 5 cars should be published when we execute the following code. Let's save it, reload the browser. We don't see any error, so it worked. We reload the page and we see published at the current date set on those cars. In the following way, we can do mass update of multiple records. But this one only updates a single record, or if it doesn't exist, it is going to create it. Okay, so the idea of this is going to work only on one record. If the record doesn't exist, obviously it is not going to create multiple records with the exact same data, right? So that works only on single record. Based on your needs, you need to decide which approach you're going to do. This one, or if you want to obviously update multiple cars, you can do this one as well. Now let's talk about how we can delete data through Eloquent models. So let's, as always, we have a couple of options. So first, let me select the car we want to delete. We can select by any criteria. We can provide right here where clause, where whatever conditions you want, and finally then you can call first to get the very first car based on these where conditions, or we can simply select the first car easily, and then on that car I'm going to call delete method. Okay, so this is the approach 1. Now let's save it and let's reload the browser. Okay, the car was deleted. Let's open now cars table, and car with ID 1 should be deleted. Let's reload the page. We don't see that the record is gone. That is because we have soft deletes activated. If we scroll on the right side, we're going to see deleted at is actually populated. So this is what soft deletes does on the car PHP model. Let's scroll up. Here we have the soft deletes, and this is why we added this deleted at. Now, if we try to select car with ID 1 again and delete it again, it is going to give us an error. It does not select that car. So when we call car find with 1, no, it doesn't exist. That's why the car is considering the soft deletes, and it doesn't select the car which is already deleted. Okay. How we can work with the actual deleted data, there is a different approach for this. We need to use with trashed as well, and we're going to talk more about this in the next lessons. I don't want to overcomplicate this simple lesson, but right now we just proceeded delete. However, if we do this delete on a fuel type, for example, find the first fuel type and delete, the record will be actually deleted from the database because the fuel type doesn't have deleted at column right there, and we also don't have the same trait soft deletes on the fuel type. Okay. This is one way how we can delete the data. Second way is to delete data by IDs. So on car model, we can call destroy and provide a single ID as an integer, or we can provide array of IDs, 1 and 2. I want to delete cars with 1 and 2. Okay, the car with ID 1 is already deleted. Let's provide 2 and 3 right here. Let's comment out this code. We save it. We reload the page. Then we check cars table, and we see now cars with ID 2 and 3 are also deleted. Okay. We can also provide the IDs right here, not as an array, but as regular arguments like this. In this case, it doesn't do anything because the car is already deleted, but it also doesn't throw any kind of error. But this will also work. And the next method to delete specific cars by certain criteria is the following. We can provide where. Let's say we want to delete all cars which are not published. Okay, so where published at equals null, which belongs to user ID 1, and then we're going to call delete on that. Now let's check on the database which cars will be deleted. Published at is not null on any of the cars, but we can set null on those cars. Okay, I saved it, and those cars will be marked as deleted. Let's comment out this code. Okay, where published at is null, where user ID equals 1, let's delete those cars. Awesome. Reload the page. Now let's check cars table, and here we see deleted at is set on those cars. And finally, we can call truncate method on the model, on any model, truncate, which will delete every car from the database. So we can comment this out, save, and reload, and the cars should be deleted. But truncate actually deletes those cars from the database. It doesn't mark them as deleted, but it actually deletes them. So you should be very careful when you execute truncate. In this case, we didn't need those cars anymore. We learned how to select, how to insert, how to update the data, and I'm okay the data to be gone, but you should be very careful when you execute the following truncate method. When generating ORM models, I noticed that we named our car images model incorrectly. We named it in a plural form. If we notice, every other model we have in a singular form except car features and car images. The whole idea of the model is that it should be in a singular form, because whenever working with an instance of the model, it is a single record of that class in the database. For example, when we create new car, we are going to create this using new car type. We have a single instance of a city when we are working with an object, and so on. The car features is kind of exception, because inside car features table, a single record contains multiple features such as ABS, air conditioning, power windows, and so on. However, when we create a new image, it is going to be new car images, which is not quite accurate. So what I'm going to do is to rename that, to refactor it, and call it into car image, not car images. In PHP Storm, we can right click on this, we can click on refactor, rename, and it is going to change the class name as well as the file name. However, if you don't follow this on PHP Storm, you can do this manually. You have to update the class name and rename the file as well. And just like this, now we have car image in a singular form as well, but as we decided, we're going to leave car features into a plural form because a single record in the database contains multiple features. Now, I have 5 challenges to you. Here you see all the challenges. The first one is to retrieve all car records where the price is greater than 20,000. Second, fetch the maker details where the maker name is Toyota. Insert a new fuel type with the name electric. Update the price of the car with ID 1 to 15,000. And we're going to delete all car records where the year is before 2020. Okay, pause the video right now, implement those 5 challenges, and then come back and see my solution. All right, let's see my solution, how I am going to do these challenges. Let's start with the first one, and we're going to retrieve all car records where the price is greater than 20,000. Okay, cars equal on car model, I'm going to call where price is greater than 20,000. Finally, I'm going to call get. And then we can print or iterate over the cars, it doesn't really matter. Car records where the price is greater than 20,000. Double check, it looks correct. Next is to fetch the maker details where the maker name is Toyota. So here we have the maker where name is Toyota. And we're going to call first. Next, to insert a new fuel type with the name electric. We have a couple of ways to create new fuel type. Let's call fuel type create, and we're going to provide associative array right here. Name is electric. This is the simplest way in my opinion. However, we can create a new instance using new keyword, assign name to it, and then call save as well. But I prefer this. This is the easiest way. The next is to update the price of the car with ID 1 to 15,000. So again, we have a couple of ways right here, but on the car, I'm going to call where ID equals to 1, and then I'm going to call update, providing the attributes which I want to update, like price set to 15,000. And the last one is to delete all car records where the year is before 2020. So on car, I'm going to call where year is less than 2020, and I'm going to call delete. So that is all, and we can execute this and have a look. So let's dump cars. Let's dump maker, and we're going to see that the electric is created and the price is updated, and right here the cars will be deleted. Reload the page. Okay, we're dumping something. We don't see any errors. Let's now open fuel types. Here we have second electric. We had one electric, but now we have second electric. Next is we updated the price for the car with ID 1 to 15,000. So here we have 15,000, and all the cars which has year less than 20,000 was 2020 actually was deleted. We don't have such cars anymore, but if we change this into 2010 and reload the page, we are going to see that it should be marked as deleted. Here we go. It is marked as deleted. Hey, if you're enjoying this tutorial so far, maybe you want to check the entire course on my website, TheCodeholic.com, where you can find quizzes. The source code of the project is available there. You can find all the modules, including the deployment section, the testing section, which contains, I think, 3 hours of content regarding testing using PEST framework, and a lot more. In Laravel's Eloquent ORM, relationships define how different database tables are related to each other. Eloquent supports several types of relationships, including one-to-one, which is how our cars and car features are connected to each other, one-to-many, which is how our cars and car images are connected to each other, many-to-many, which is how our cars and users are connected to each other, and it also supports polymorphic relationships, which is not an example of our particular project. These relationships allow you to easily retrieve and manage related data using methods on your models. For example, the car model has one-to-many relationship with car image model, meaning that each car can have multiple images. Defining relationships in Eloquent involves creating methods in the model classes that use predefined relationship methods like has one, has many, belongs to, and belongs to many. This simplifies complex database queries and enhances code readability. Laravel has a very comprehensive relationship system. In this beginner's course, we are not going to learn every single detail of these relationships. Instead, we will focus on the most important ones and the most common ones, and learn how to define and use them in our project. Now, let's open car model and start working on one-to-one relationships. We're going to add right here 2 relations to different models. Let's scroll down below, and right here, I'm going to add public function, and we're going to name the function whatever we want. But later, we can access to related object based on the following name. So here I'm going to call this features. Then I'm going to return the following thing. This has one, and we have to provide the relational model name. In this case, we're defining a relation to car features. So I'm going to use car features class right here. We need semicolon at the end, obviously. And we need to also define, it is not mandatory, but it's a good practice and we should do this. We should define the return type of this method. Let's define it has one, and that has one is a class imported from Illuminate Database Eloquent Relations has one. Make sure that you import this if your IDE/editor does not automatically import it. Okay, PHP Storm or VS Code, whatever you're using. The has1 method has second argument as well, and that second argument is the field, is the column name in the database using which the two models relate to each other. In our case, the car model, inside which we're defining this method, and the car features model. The column name, which is the foreign key column name, is the car ID. And based on the car ID, car features table connects to the car. However, the car ID column right here is optional because Laravel automatically guesses this foreign key name based on the current model name. Current model name is the car inside which we're defining this relation. And the foreign key name is guessed in the following way. Laravel converts the class name into snake case version, which will be lowercase car, and it appends _ID. So even if we remove this foreign key right here, the relation will still work. However, just want you to know about this. If you have a different convention of naming your foreign keys, like if this is called my car ID, or if this is called ID, for example, you have to provide this foreign ID. In our case, I'm going to delete this, and we have this relation defined. Next, the second relation which I'm going to define is the primary image. We know that car has many images, but car will have a single image which will be its primary image. And I'm going to assume that the primary image will be the image which has the lowest position. In most cases, it's going to be position 1. So the image on the first position will be my primary image. So I'm going to define the following relation. This has 1. We're going to define the relation into car image. We can optionally again provide foreign key name car ID, but this is the default one is also car ID guessed by Laravel. And let's define right here has 1, and then we have to provide additional method right here just to make sure that Laravel will take the image which has the lowest position among all the images of that specific car. So in our case, we're going to use the method called oldest of many. By default, this oldest of many is looking at the created at column, and it is taking the record which has lowest created at datetime. But we can provide right here a column which Laravel should look at when taking the oldest of many record. Okay, in our case, we have to provide position right here. So among many images of this specific car, Laravel take the one which has lowest position, and it's gonna return that as primary image of that specific car. There's a second method called latest of many. If we want to take the image which has the highest position of all the images of that specific car, and if we don't provide a position right here, Laravel will take this latest of many based on the created at column. In our case, we need oldest of many based on the position. So this is what we need. Now let's open home controller and remove every code what we have in the index method, and let's understand how we can access relational data with one-to-one relationship, how we can read the data, update, delete, or even create. Let me select car using car find, and I'm going to provide one right here. So I'm selecting the first car. At the moment, I think we deleted all cars from the database, so I have to very quickly create a couple of them. Here is what I did. I created a single car, then I added a record inside car features for that car, and I also created two images with dummy image path inside car images table, which is for the car I just created. So two images for the car features, and the car itself. This is what I did. Now, if we open home controller, we're selecting this car, and now I want to access these relational data, such as car features, for example. Let me use DD, and on car, I'm going to call features. We can access this relational data with the name of the method we defined right here. So we called our method features, so we can access with features name as a property to the car. Now, if I save this and we open our project on the home page, reload it, we see right here car features, an instance of the car features, which has a couple of attributes, and it has car ID 1, ABS 1, air conditioning 1, power windows 1, and everything else is 0. This is exactly how I defined. So using the following way, we are accessing the car features. Now let's try to access primary image, because this is also what we defined. On car, we're going to call primary image, save and reload. Here we have car features, and here we have car image, which has position 1. Okay, this is how we're accessing to the primary image. If we open car model and change that method from oldest of many into latest of many, then if we reload, we're going to see that the position will be 2. Okay, however, this is not what we want. We want oldest of many, and just like this, we're accessing the features in primary image of the car. However, if we want to update features, let's say for example, then on the car features, this is an instance of the car features. Then we can interact with the car features exactly as we interacted with the car model when we learned the basics of create, read, update, or delete. Car features is an instance of car features class. So here, for example, we can provide ABS to be 0, and then on car features, we can call save. This is one way how we can do. Or on car features, we can call directly update and providing ABS to be 0. Both ways is going to work. So let me comment out this part, and I'm going to change this DD into just dump to print and don't die. So now if we reload the browser, we see that the page was rendered. Now let's open car features, reload the page, and we see ABS was changed into 0. In the following way, obviously right here, we can provide any additional features for that specific model, what we want. Now, let me try to delete the primary image as well. So car primary image, we're going to call delete. In the images table, we have 2 records, but if I reload the page, then if we check car images table, we're going to see that the first image is gone with position 1. Now let's learn how to create relation. First, let me create duplicate of the car. I'm going to very quickly do this. Let's change its ID into 2. Everything else is the same. However, there is no car features available for the car with ID 2. This is exactly what we are going to do right now. Let's go in the home controller. I'm going to comment out everything right now. And let's select car with ID 2. Now on that car, I am going to call features, but I'm going to call features as a method, not as a property. And then I'm going to call save on that relation features. And here inside the save, I'm going to provide an instance of car features. Let me just define this instance of car features right here. Let's also import the car features, make sure that it is at the top. Okay, awesome. We created car features with all the columns what we have in the database. And now I'm going to take these car features and I'm going to pass inside the save. Now I save the file, I reload it. We don't see any errors, which is good. Let's go in the car features, reload, and we see second record right here, which has everything false, just like we provided right here. When we are creating an instance, we in the following way, passing associative array in the constructor, make sure that you have fillable attributes properly defined. However, because we are creating these car features through a relation, we don't need to provide car ID right here. Instead, when we are creating in the following way, from the car feature save, Laravel will automatically assign the corresponding car ID to the car features. Now let's learn how to define one-to-many relationships. Let's again open car.php, and right here I'm going to define another public function, but this is a relation to all the images, not a single image, but a collection of images. So I'm going to call my function images. From here, I'm going to return the following thing: has many. Previously, we used has one. Now we are using has many. We provide car image class, and as I mentioned, as a second argument, we can provide the relation name, which by default is car ID, so we don't need to do this. That's awesome. As a return type, we have to define has many relation. And again, make sure it is imported in the following way. So we just defined this relation of has many. Now let's go into home controller and learn how to access this relation. I commented out all the code inside this home controller index. So now let's select car by ID 1. Then on that car, we can access to the relation through images with the same name what we defined in the method. Now, if we have a look in the browser, reload it, we're going to see a collection, Eloquent collection. There's only one item, and that item is instance of car image, and that has ID 2, car ID 1, image path, and position as well. If we have a look in the car images table in the database, we see that there's a single image only for that car. Let's duplicate this. Let's give it ID 1 for car ID 1, test, and position 1. I'm going to save it. Now let's reload the page, and I see items 2. Now there are 2 car images for that specific car. Now let's learn how to create a relation. Has many relation. So I'm going to create new image. For this, first I'm going to create an instance of car image, and in the constructor let's just provide image path to be something, and we have to provide second argument, second column, position equals, let's provide position 2, okay, and I'm going to just delete that second image right here. Okay, so we have only one image on this car. Now I'm going to try to create new image. On that car images, I'm going to call save, passing the image as argument. Now, if I save this and reload in the browser, we don't see any error, which is good. Now let's open car images, reload it, and we see second image right here. There's a second option, second way how we can create image on the car. On that car images, I am going to directly call create. And it is not necessary to create an instance of the car image. Instead, we can provide associative array of attributes, like image path something 2, for example, and position 3. Let's comment out this part. We save it, reload it. Let's check the database table, and we see one more image in the database. There is also a possibility to create multiple images with a single command. Let's do the following. On car images, I am going to call a method called save many. We're going to pass an array right here, where each element of the array is an instance of car image. So we have to provide new car image right here and provide attributes, columns for the car image, like let's provide position 4, and I'm going to duplicate this with position 5, okay? Or another way is to call on car images, create many. which does not require to create instances. We have to provide array, but each element of the array can be directly an associative array, not an instance of car image. So that's the difference. Now let's create 6 and 7 position images. Okay, awesome. Now if I reload the page, this will create 2 images, this will create 2 more images, and finally we're going to have a lot of images. Let's reload the page. Let's check car images, reload it, and here we go. Now let's learn how to define many-to-one relationship and how to work with that related data. Again, let's open car PHP, and I'm going to define new relation to car type. We know that car belongs to car type. So every car has one car type, but car types have multiple cars. Now let's define this relation, and we're going to use the following method. This belongs to car type class. Again, the second argument will be the foreign key name. We can define it car type ID, but Laravel is intelligent enough to identify that because car belongs to car type class, it will try to search column named car underscore type underscore ID, even without providing. So we don't need to provide it. However, if your foreign key name is different, such as my car type ID, for example, you can do it and you can provide this foreign key. Okay, awesome. Let's define this return type, which will be belongs to. And as always, make sure that it is properly imported right here. Okay, we defined this relation, car type, and we can also define the inverse relation. So if we open car type, from here, we can define cars. Just like we defined images inside the car, where car has many images, inside car type, we can define that car type has many cars. So this has many car class. And we define here has many class as well. Okay. And as always, make sure that import is added right here. So I'm not going to mention this every time, but whenever you define this has many, if your IDE, PHP Storm, or VS Code does not automatically import this has many or has one or belongs to, you have to write it. Okay, so we defined these relations, and now let's learn how we can access that parent relation or how we can select data by relation. Let's go in the home controller. I comment out all the code. Let's scroll up slightly, and now let me select the first car, as I generally do. Car, find one. Awesome. Now let's try to access to car type in the following way. It's pretty straightforward. Let's dump what is the car type of the car. Reload the page, and we see instance of car type, which has 2 attributes, and its name is actually sedan. Okay, let me try now to select car type by its name. Car type where name equals hatchback, and let's select first. And let's assign to a variable car type. It should be car type, single car type. Now I want to select all the cars, and there's a special method for this, where belongs to car type, and then we can call get. So using the following way, Laravel will return all the cars which belongs to the given car type. That is awesome. Now let's just print those cars, save, reload the page, and we see a collection. But because there are no actual cars based on the following car type, it returns an empty collection. Okay, let's fix this. Let's go into car types and see what is its ID. Its ID is 2. Now let's go into cars and change the car type ID into 2 for both of the cars. Now we have 2 cars with the car type ID of hatchback. And here we are trying to select the cars which belong to hatchback. Let's reload the page, and here we see two items. Those are two cars which belong to car type ID hatchback. That's pretty handy. And because we selected the car type right here, now we can try to access all the cars of the hatchback in the following way. So this is one way, probably a long way, how you can do the same thing. But let's try to access, let me dump car type cars. We define this relation of cars in the car type model, and we can access to all cars for the following given car type in the following way. So that code actually is the equivalent of this. So if I simply replace this part, that's pretty cool. Okay, let me comment out this part, and it's going to give us the exact same result. All right, I commented out all the code above. Now let's select the first car, and I'm going to select a different car type, and I want to change the association of that specific car from whatever it has right now into this new car type. One way to do this is to change car type ID to be selected car types ID. And then on that car, we can call save, which will update the car type ID in the database. So the sedan has car type of 1. Our first car has car type of 2. In the following way, we are changing the car type ID from 2 to 1. But there's a second way to do this. And on that car, I'm going to call car type relation, and then I'm going to call associate, providing the new car type. All right, and that is all. And then we have to call save on the car. Now let me comment out this part, and let's just reload the page. Now let's check the database in cars table, and as you see, car type ID was changed from 2 to 1. Now let's learn how to work with many-to-many data. First, let's define relations. We have one many-to-many relation example in our database schema, and that is cars related to users through this favorite cars table. All right, let's open car model, and I'm going to define the following relation, public function. Let's name the relation favored users. Favored users. All right, favored. Awesome. Let's return this belongs to many. Okay, this is a new method. The car belongs to many user. And here we have a couple of more parameters to provide. The second argument to provide right here is the many-to-many table name. By default, Laravel will take those two model table names, like the cars and users, and will assume that the pivot table, the table in between this table, has the name like cars users. But this is not our case. So we have to provide the pivot table name, which is favorite cars. This is how we call the table name. Then we have to provide the foreign pivot keys, like what are those two columns, car ID and user ID. So Laravel will, the first foreign pivot key is the column using which the pivot table relates to current model. And the current model is the car PHP. So by default, Laravel will assume that that is the current model name, snake case version, suffixed with underscore ID. So Laravel will assume that the foreign pivot key is car underscore ID, which is actually correct. This is exactly what is the column name in our database, car ID right here. The second argument is the related modal column name. So using which column this pivot table connects to the related table, which is the user modal. Okay, and this is user ID. So Laravel will guess this car ID and user ID by default, so we don't need to provide them. However, if the names are different, then we have to provide them. Okay, so in our case, we can just omit those two columns. Awesome. Let's define now belongs to many return type here, and it should be imported at the top. We defined favored users right here. Now let's open user, and we're going to define the inverse relation. Let's call this favorite cars. Okay, let's return this belongs to many car. Then we have to provide the table name favorite underscore cars, and then again the column names which Laravel will assume correctly. So we had to provide right here the current model name, which would be user ID, and then we have to provide car ID, but again Laravel will do this instead of us. We don't need to provide them. So here we need belongs to many. Okay, we define this relation. Because we don't have modal defined for these favorite cars, whenever new record is created inside the favorite cars, the created at and updated at columns will not be managed. We don't even have those created at and updated at columns defined in these favorite cars, but in a different example, you might need those two columns, created at and updated at. Okay, Laravel actually gives you a possibility to provide a second method right here with timestamps. And if you provide this with timestamps, Laravel will assume that this pivot table has those two columns, created at and updated at, and whenever we're trying to create records inside this pivot table through this relation, Laravel will automatically provide those created at and updated at columns for us. We can add, obviously we don't need this in our case, but the with timestamps will be used only when we are creating records through this favorite cars relation, but not vice versa, not from favored users relation. If we want to manage the timestamps from this favored users relation as well, we need to add these with timestamps right here as well. However, as I mentioned, we don't have those created at and updated at columns, so we can completely remove them. But just for your information, I wanted to mention that part as well. Now let's open home controller in the index method, comment out everything, and learn how to select that related data. I'm going to select again car with ID 1, and on that car we have favored users, which will return all the users which added that specific car inside watch list, inside these favorite cars, favored users. Okay, let's dump this and have a look in the browser. Reload the page. This returns empty collection because there are no records in the favorite cars. Let's open favorite cars, and I'm going to add two records: car ID 1, user 1, car ID 2, and user 1. Okay, great. I believe we have at least two cars, don't we? Yeah, we do have. And at least one user. We do have. Awesome. Now we are selecting all the users which added the first car into its favorite cars. Reload the page and we see a single user, which is an instance of app models user, and that user is our user what we have in the database, john@example.com. So we can access in the reverse way. For example, we can, let me duplicate this, and we're going to change the variable into user and change the model into user as well. So let's comment out this part. we selected the user. Let's import the model, app models user model, and then I'm going to access favorite cars of the user. User favorite cars. We are using the exact same name of relation what we defined in the models right here. Awesome. So we save it, we reload it, and we see now a collection of 2 items where each of them is an instance of app models car, and those are 2 cars what we have defined in the cars table in the database. Now let's say we want to create new records in this pivot table. So how we're going to do this? Let me select the user, and that on that user, let's say that the user added a couple of more cars in the watch list. Okay, so we are going to do the following. On this favorite cars relation as a method, we're going to call a method called attach. And we have to provide array right here with the ID of the cars. Okay, so for example, 1 and 2. Let's actually remove everything from the favorite cars. Okay, now the particular user does not have anything in the favorite cars. We selected that user, and through this favorite cars relation, we are attaching cars with ID 1 and with ID 2. Additionally, if there are a couple of more columns in this pivot table, additional columns, you can provide those additional columns as a second argument of this attach method, like column 1, which has value 1. In our case, we don't have it, but you know how to do it if you have it. Okay, so this is when you attach, when you just create new records. However, and let's actually try this. Let's reload the page. Everything is good. Let's open now favorite cars, and we have 2 records right here. Now let's say that I want to delete every favorite car what exists in the database and synchronize with the new values. Okay, instead of attach, for this we have a second method called sync, which deletes all existing values in this favorite cars and creates new one. For example, that new one might be 3. We at the moment don't have car with ID 3, but I believe that still work. No, that doesn't work. So if we create, let's do like this. If we open cars, duplicate that with ID 3, save that. Now in the favorite cars, let's create. Okay, so we created again those 2 cars in the favorite cars. So user with ID 1 has car with ID 1 and 2 in the favorite cars. The sync will remove them and add only the 3rd car. I save, I reload, we don't see any errors. Let's open favorite cars, and we see only a single record, car ID 3. This is how the sync works. Also, if we want to provide additional columns, like I showed to you how you can provide additional columns in the attach, we can provide second argument right here, but the method is different. It is not sync. It is sync with pivot values. Okay, and then we can provide right here an associative array with column 1, value 1, or whatever you have in your database. Okay, great. Let's comment out this part again. And the last thing I want to show to you how you can detach that data on that user through favorite cars. I'm going to call detach and provide the IDs we want to detach. For example, 1 and 2, but we want to leave ID 3. Let's uncomment the user. We need the user. At the moment, we have only one record right here, ID 3, but we can again add ID 1 and 2 for user 1. Now we have 3 cars, and I want to detach 1 and 2. So the cars which have ID 1 and 2. So I save this, I reload it. Let's check favorite cars, and those were removed. If I want to detach everything, I can just call detach without any argument. So in this case, if I reload, there will be no favorite cars for the user ID 1. This is how you can work with the many-to-many data, and obviously you can do this through inverse relation as well. We used favorite cars right now, but you can also use favored users as well if your main class is car and you want to work with the users, attaching users to that car or removing users from that car. Okay, now let's define all the remaining relations on every model we might need in the project. So we have car type, and generally my personal convention is to have belongs to relations at the top and then has many relations. So I'm going to move this car type at the top right here, and then I'm going to define all the remaining belongs to relations. Okay, so we have a couple of them in this project. Based on the database schema, we see that the car has maker ID, so car belongs to maker and model and fuel type and user as well and city as well. So there are a bunch of. So let's define them. Fuel type return this belongs to fuel type. And here we need belongs to as well. So we have to type this. It's going to take some time, but we have to type this. Then we're going to define maker return this belongs to maker. You know what? I'm going to try to speed up a little bit, and I'm going to just copy and paste this method a couple of times. Okay, so I have maker. The next one is model. So I'm going to change the name right here and the actual model up models right here. Next is probably the user, who is the owner of the car. So we can call this user, but I prefer to call this owner. Okay, and that is user. Okay, great. But in this case, I want to also define the actual foreign key name. Like this is user ID. Through user ID, it is not owner ID. So it is user ID based on which the current model, the car model, connects to the user table. Okay, I had some issues that in certain cases Laravel was trying to use owner ID instead of the user ID. So let's just provide this foreign key right here. The next is to provide city, and the related class will be city. I think we finished belongs to relations. So we have, let's remove it. We have features, then we have primary image, and we have images as well, and we have favored users. Okay, great. Now let's open next model, which is car features. The car features has only one relation, and this is belongs to car. Let me duplicate this belongs to and put this here. But we're going to change this car and car here. Okay, let's move up. We have this belongs to imported, which is great. And car features belongs to car. That is correct. Now let's continue and let's open car image, and car image belongs to car. Car model here. Next, let's open car type, and the car type actually already has cars relation defined here, which has many cars. So this is something I will need in a couple of other methods, a couple of other models. So I'm going to copy that, and let's go into city, and city also has many cars. City also belongs to state. So let's define belongs to relation, but I'm going to do this above cars. So public function state return this belongs to state model belongs to. Okay, so we have these cars copied. Let's open other models such as fuel type, and I'm going to paste this right here. Maker, I'm going to paste this right here. However, maker has multiple models. So I'm going to duplicate these cars and let's change this into models. And the actual model will be model up models model. Okay, that is good. Let's now open model, which has multiple cars, many cars, and we have state, which has many cars, and state also has many cities. So we can define cities here and city model right here. Okay, and the user also has many cars. The user actually is an owner of the car, so the user has many cars. I believe we defined all the relations, but let me double check. Inside car, we have the city and owner and model and maker and fuel type and car type. I think that's everything what we have in the schema. Perfect. Double check. Features has belongs to car. That's great. Image belongs to car. Car type has multiple cars. City has belongs to state and has many cars. Fuel type has many cars. Maker has many cars and many models. Model has many cars. State has many cars and many cities. And user has many cars. The one thing we probably missed is that model belongs to maker. So we define here relation to maker, return this belongs to maker class. Belongs to. That's it. A factory in Laravel is a tool to generate fake data for models. It makes easy to create test and see data. It defines how a model should be created, including the default values for attributes. Using factories, you can quickly generate multiple instances of a model with realistic data, which is helpful for testing and database seeding. Factories in Laravel are typically located inside database factories folder. By default, there's only one factory, user factory. If we open it, this is how it looks like. It extends the factory class, which is coming from Illuminate database Eloquent factories factory. It has the main method called definition, which returns an array, associative array, and the key is the field name, the column name for the user table, and the value is how the data should be generated. So in this case, right here we are using the fake function, which always generates the fake name. Here it generates fake and unique email address. Here it takes the current date. Here it takes the random string, and so on. Using the following way, we're going to define factories for every our model to generate some seed data. To generate new factories, we're going to execute the following command: PHP artisan make factory, and we have to provide the factory name. Like, I'm going to create a new factory called maker factory, okay, which will create a factory class for maker model. I'm going to hit the enter. However, if we want to generate the model itself and the factory at the same time, we can do the following: make model maker and provide flag called -f. This will create maker model alongside with its related factory class, which is something we don't need at the moment, but you should know. Now let's open this maker factory and update its definitions. So from here, we're going to return the name, and I'm going to use now this fake function, which is using the PHP's faker package, which always generates some fake data. It has a bunch of methods, and one of them is called word. So every time I want to generate new word for my maker class. Okay, let's also open user factory, and I want to generate a random fake phone number for the user. So I'm going to update this, and let's use this fake method, and then I'm going to call a method called numerify, and I have to provide the format, like I want to numerify the following string, and I'm going to provide these hashtags right here. This will generate 3-digit number, and let's provide a couple of more. Okay, so every time when we try to create new user using factory, it's going to have the 9-digit phone number inside there. Now let's talk about the naming of factories and the discovery conventions. By default, factories, as I mentioned, are located under database factories, and if the factory name is named properly, Laravel will automatically connect to the corresponding model. For example, if we have a maker model, which is located under app models, and we create maker factory in the database factories table folder, then Laravel will automatically detect it, discover it, and connect that factory to that model. Okay. However, if we name our maker factory something different, for example, we call it car maker factory, then Laravel will not be able to connect that car maker factory to the maker model, and we have to do this manually. Now let's open maker model and do this manually. To do this manually, we have to define a new function right here. And that function should have a specific name. Like that should be new factory static protected function. And that should return an instance of the factory in the following way. Whatever we're going to call our factory, let's say it is car maker factory, we are going to call new on that factory. Okay, so in our case, we don't have this car maker factory, but if we had, then we should return it like this. Or we can return maker factory if we want, but that doesn't make any sense because our maker factory has the convention-based name. Okay, but I hope that makes sense. But this is not enough. When we define this new factory static function and we return the factory new instance, then we have to go to this car maker factory and we have to also define protected model right here. And that model should be maker class. Only after this, that maker factory, car maker factory, whatever we call it, will be connected to this maker model. Okay, just like this. Okay, because we follow the convention, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove that new factory method from here as well, and we can try to generate some data. Now let's see how we can generate data using factories. Let's use maker factory, what we just created, and then on that maker model, we're going to call a method called factory. On that factory, there exists a couple of methods. One of them is make. That creates an instance of maker model and returns that. So right here, we have this maker model and we can print that. However, if we want to create new maker record in the database, we should use right here create instead of make. Make simply makes that record an instance of the maker model and returns it. but it does not put that in the database. However, create method is what inserts the record in the database. Now, if we open makers, right here we see that we have two makers. All right, let's open browser, reload it, and right here we see maker, instance of maker, and there's a new word, new name, Amit. So that's like a fake word. It doesn't mean anything, but in the database, in the makers table, we see a new record. Okay, so that's the difference between the make. Make simply creates an instance of the maker class and returns it, but it does not put it in the database. The create puts it in the database. However, if we want to create multiple records in the database, we can also provide right here count. Let's provide count 10, for example, and execute that. Reload the browser, and now the returned result is a collection instead of a single instance. Now this more specifically is makers array, makers collection, as we see, and it has 10 items inside there. Each of them is an instance of maker, and if we check makers table in the database, we're going to see 10 more records made in the makers table in the database. If we want to just create instances of maker models and don't put them in the database, we can use right here make method again. So this creates the instances of maker model and returns it, but does not put them in the database. We also have options to provide additional properties in the make method right here or in the create method right here. For example, I want that every maker to have a specific and hard-coded name, or maybe we can use a different example. Let's undo this, and I'm going to use now user factory. I'm going to provide create, and let's provide name right here to be Zura. So this creates, let's comment out this part. So this creates new user with the name Zura, and that puts the user in the database as well. However, if we want to create multiple users, we can provide count right here, and all users will have name Zura. We can execute this. Now let's open users table, and right here we see 10 more new users with name Zura. Obviously, we can provide right here, as I mentioned, make, which simply creates an instances of user classes and returns them, but does not put them in the database. There is specific method which gives you possibility to override specific fields, and that method is called state. You can provide associative array, and you can provide your fields right here in this associative array. So that does the same thing as providing name Zura right here in this make, and that obviously works for create. It really doesn't matter. The following code will create 10 new users. However, I'm going to introduce a new method called sequence, which gives you a possibility to alternate different values when overriding the fields for the models. So here I'm going to provide two arrays. The first one will have name Zura, and the second one will have name John. Now, when we execute the following code, it is going to create 10 users. The first one will have name Zura, second one will have name John. Then the third one will have name Zura, and the fourth one will have name John, and so on. In the users table right now, we already have 11 columns. This is the last 10 records we created, 11 records, excuse me. These are the last 10 records we created. I'm going to delete them. Okay, now let's open the browser and reload it. And now let's check the users table. Now, as I mentioned, we have Zura, John, and so on. Sequence method is a pretty powerful method which gives you a possibility to provide different values when creating multiple records. For example, inside the sequence, we can also provide closure function. We can provide regular function or arrow function as well. Let me provide arrow function, and we have to accept an instance of sequence in this arrow function. We need arrow, and then I'm going to return associative array, where I'm going to return name, but the name will be something dynamic, such as, for example, name space, and then I'm going to use sequence index. Okay, I'm going to comment out this sequence method, and I'm going to leave this. Now the sequence index increases for every new user. Because we have 10 users, that sequence will increase from 1 to 10, and for every new record before it is inserted into the database, the name will be changed with name 1, name 2, name 3, and so on. Let's open now users. I'm going to delete again these last 10 records. Let's reload the browser. Let's reload users table, and now we see name 0, name 1, name 2, and so on. Obviously, if we want name it to start from name 1, we have to simply add 1 right here. But this is how sequences are working. A factory state in Laravel is a way to define specific variations of data when using model factories. States allow you to define different sets of attributes for the model and making it easy to create various types of data without duplicating the code. If we have a look at the following code, this creates 10 users, and all of them will have email verified at to be null. If we open user factory, we're going to see that email verified at right here is set to null, but we are actually overriding the state from here. However, in the user factory, there exists a method called unverified, which defines the state. And inside the state, which is an arrow function, we are returning the following array: email verified at equals null. So instead of executing and providing state right here, we simply can provide unverified right here, the method which is defined inside user factory. That does the same thing. And if we execute the following code, it is going to create 10 users, and all of them will have email verified at to be null. By default, there also exists one predefined state method similar to unverified, and this is called trashed. That trashed will create records, and each record will have deleted at to be something. So we have deleted at column only on cars. When we create the cars, we don't want the cars to be deleted. But if we want to create deleted cars, we could provide trashed when creating cars, and that is going to create cars which have some value inside deleted at. Obviously, this is not relevant for users, but because we're talking about states, I wanted to mention that there is a predefined trashed state which provides some value inside deleted at column. When creating new records using factories, we have possibility to add a certain callback when the record or records is created, or when the record or records are made. And that happens through after creating and after making callback methods. So after making will be executed when we call right here make, and after creating will be called when we call create right here. And that callback function is executed for every single user that is created. And that is very helpful because inside that callback function, you can put information, you can create some logs, or you can even create additional information for that specific user. For example, we create user, and then we can create like additional cars for that specific user, or we can add additional information inside the database table for that specific user. Now let's create new factory for model. PHP artisan make factory model factory. Now, obviously, maker and model has one-to-many relationship. Now, let's see how we can create relational data factory with models. But first, we have to open model factory from database factories folder, and I am going to define name right here to be fake word. Great, we can close this. Now let's go in the home controller and let's define factory with models. So we're going to use maker factory, and then let's create 5 factories, for example. And each factory needs to have 5 models. So for this, we can use a magic method called has, and whatever is the relation name from maker to model. So the relation name from maker to model is called models. Okay, so basically we have to provide right here uppercase M models, has models, and we can also provide count how many models it should create for each maker. So the relation name is converted into a so-called Pascal case. So if this is models, this is going to become uppercase M models. So if this is called my models, then we should have has my models like this. Okay, let me undo the change. And finally, we're going to call create. And now this is going to create five makers and 5 models for each maker. Now let's open makers table. I believe we can delete everything else from here. And let's also open models, and we have 4 models right here. Now let's open the browser, reload it. Now let's open models, and we have 25 more models inside here and 5 more makers inside here. And the maker ID is taken from the just created maker from the makers table. Okay, this has models has additional capabilities. For example, if we want to override certain state, right now our models table has only name. So if we want, for example, to override that name and provide specific model for every maker, like test, for example, let's create just one maker and one model for that maker. And let's reload the browser and let's go into models, reload it. And at the bottom, we have new model, which has the name test. So this associative array gives us possibility to provide additional or override the fields inside this relational model. Also, this has model has ability to provide right here instead of array, we can provide a function. So if we provide function, that function accepts array of attributes, and we can also take the parent model, which is maker in our case. So I can accept the maker. And then I have to return an array from here, return associative array. So this is helpful. Sometimes we want to take some information from this parent model, like maker, some property, and let's say that the child model has the parent model's certain property. For example, if in practice we're going to create cars and users, and every car has phone, and in most cases that phone will be a phone from the users table, okay, from here. So if we change this and let's say that we are creating user right here with has cars, let's imagine the following case, and right here we're accepting user, this is user, and then we are overriding those the phone. So from here we can return phone to be the same as user phone, and every car will have the same phone as just created user. Isn't this awesome for me, this is really cool. Let me undo this because we are not yet creating users and cars. Let's talk about makers, but I just wanted to show you how you can do this thing. Also, this hasModels is a magic method. And that only works if there is a relation defined on the models inside the maker. However, there also exists, I'm going to comment this out, there also exists a general method called has. And right here, we can provide other factory, such as model factory, and then we can provide count 3, for example. So now this is going to create one maker, and it's going to have 3 models. So let's reload this. Let's reload this, and now let's refresh the browser. And inside makers, we have one more maker, and for that maker with ID 20, there should be 3 more models in the models table. If your relation from maker to models has a different name, so if it has models name, then this code is going to work. However, if the relation name is different, for example, car models, then we have to provide that relation as a second optional argument inside this has function. Okay? If the relation name is called models, which is like a singular lowercase version of the relational class, model class right here, then we don't need to provide that relationship right here because Laravel guesses that automatically based on that model name. Okay? However, if we have a different name, like when I mentioned car models right here, we have to provide that relationship here. Okay, I'm going to remove this because we have a very standard name. It is called models. That's why we don't need to do anything here. Now let's see a reverse example where we create model for the factory and we create factory as well. So the following code will try to create 5 models. However, this is not going to work because in the model factory, we don't have a maker ID defined, and that is actually mandatory column in the database. However, when we create model, we want to create it for a specific factory, and that's why we can provide right here magic method, like we had hasModels. We can provide magic method called for and the relationship name. So if we open model PHP, it has relationship called maker. Then we have to provide maker here. So we want to create 5 models and all of them should be for the same maker. Okay, this is going to create 1 maker and 5 models. We can also provide additional fields for this maker, for example, name to be Lexus. Okay, so it's going to create new maker with name Lexus and 5 models. So I'm going to save it, reload it. Let's open makers table, reload it. We see Lexus right here. And if we check models table, we're going to see 5 models. All of them has maker ID 21, which is actually Lexus. There is a generic method called for, inside which we can provide another factory. Like we can provide maker factory, and we can also provide like state, for example, to be Lexus, similarly what we had above. So these 2 lines of code are doing the same thing. However, make sure that the relationship name should be maker. From a model, it should be maker. Otherwise, if it is, for example, car maker right here, then we have to provide again this relationship name as a second argument of this for method, car maker right here. So if we name our relationship in a standard way, then we don't need to do this. We also have possibility to use an existing maker. So if I define a maker right here, maker factory call create, then we can use that maker object and provide for the maker object right here. Let's create 5 models. All of them will be for the maker created above. And obviously we can provide state or anything to this maker what we want. Now let's go ahead and define the remaining factories. PHP artisan make factory, car type factory, hit the enter. The next one is going to be fuel type factory, hit the enter. We already have maker factory, we have model factory. Let's create state factory. Let's create city factory. We're going to create car factory. Let's create car features factory and car image factory. Car features factory and car image factory. Okay, great. Now let's open factories and let's start with the where's car type? Here's car type factory, fuel type factory, state, city. Let's open then car factory, car features, and car image. And we're going to define definitions array for every factory. Let's start with the car type factory. Here we're going to have name, and the name should be some fake. In almost all cases, we're going to use fake function. So we're going to start assigning some values using fake function, which gives us a huge object of faker PHP, and then we can call certain methods on that. So in this case, we're going to use the method random element, but we have to provide the values, and the faker will take randomly one element from this array. Like we can provide sedan here, we can provide SUV, we can provide truck. Why did I provide all in uppercase? We can provide like van, coupe, or how it's pronounced, I don't know, and like crossover. That's enough. Let's go in the fuel types, and here let me copy this line to save some time, paste here, and in this case we have to provide gas. For example, we can provide diesel, electric, and hybrid. Okay, the next is to go into state factory, which has a name, and there actually exists state. I believe there exists state. Why it doesn't autocomplete? I don't know, but there exists a state function in the definition. So we're going to use that, and it's going to create new random state. Now let's open city factory. The name will be fake, and here we need city. Here it is. The city actually needs state ID as well, but we are going to handle this when creating the data. Okay, so we're going to leave this right now, and then we have car factory, which is the largest one, and we are going to spend some time on this. So we need to provide maker ID here, and here what I'm going to do. So I'm going to select some random ID from the makers table from the database. So I'm going to use maker model, then I'm going to use the function called in random order. So that function exists, and that returns makers in random order. So because this is in random order, I'm going to pick the first one, and then I'm going to take the ID of that first one. Okay, awesome. Then we need model ID. However, the model ID should be from the same maker. Okay, it doesn't make any sense on the car to have maker ID to be Lexus ID, for example, and the model ID to be something which is from Toyota. So doing the same thing for model, what we did for maker, doesn't make any sense, because it is going to pick any model ID in random order, and we don't have any guarantees that it will be from the same maker. So here we're going to use function. We have that ability as well. Inside that function, we're going to have attributes. And then from that attributes, we're going to take the maker. So this is what we're going to do. So on model, we're going to call where. We're going to select all the models which has maker ID to be from attributes maker ID. This attributes maker ID is already generated, this generated maker ID. So we take it and filter models based on this maker ID. Then we can call in random order. Then we can take the first, and then we can take its ID. And of course, we need to return that. Awesome. Next, we have YAR here, which is going to be fake YAR. Next, we have price. And for the price, I'm going to get a random number in some range. So let's use fake. And on that fake, let's take random. There's no such method random integer. We have random float. And here's what I'm going to do. On that random float, we're going to provide, first is the maximum decimals, and we can provide 2. Then we are going to provide the minimum and maximum values, like minimum 5 and maximum 100. Okay, so this gives me any random float number from 5 to 100. Okay, I am going to cast this into integer. So this is how I'm going to cast it into integer. So any decimal things will be lost. And now I have an integer value from 5 to 100. And then I'm going to multiply this on 1000. And this gives me a random integer value from 5,000 to 100,000. Okay, next is to generate Vim code. And for this, we are going to use str support class, and we're going to call random and provide the 17, which is typically the Vim code length. But I'm going to also use str to upper to convert that all into uppercase. Okay, next we need mileage. Sorry if I don't pronounce this correctly. Then we are going to call again random float on that from 5 to 500. Let's cast this on integer, and we're going to multiply this on 1000. Awesome. Then we have car type ID, which I'm going to pick a random ID from the database, like car type in random order. We take the first and ID. Next, we have fuel type ID, and let me duplicate this. Fuel type ID, and the model will be fuel type. Make sure it is imported. After fuel type, we have the user ID. I'm going to duplicate this again. Then we have city ID. I'm going to duplicate this again. User ID, city ID. Let's use city model here, user model here. And next, excuse me, I lost field type ID. I'm going to move this up. So car type ID, field type, user, and city ID. After city ID, we have some address. So let's provide some fake address. Okay, next is provide the phone. And for phone, I'm going to use again function. We get array of attributes. Then I'm going to select the user find based on the attributes user ID. And then I'm going to take the phone of that user. Awesome. Next, we have the description, which should be some text. I'm going to use fake text with 2000 characters, maximum 2000 characters. And finally, we have published it, which is a timestamp. And I'm going to use the following way to assign a timestamp randomly. So I'm going to use optional. So this optional means that it is going to generate the value randomly. Okay, it might not also generate the value, and this optional has also probability like 0.9. So in 90% of the cases, this will generate whatever I provide here. So it is going to provide date, it is going to generate date time, and I also want to provide date time between. So I don't want any date time, but I want, let me move this down. I want date time minus 1 month in the past and plus 1 day. So if I remove this optional, this will always generate the date time between minus 1 month and plus 1 day. Adding that optional, and that optional can be added on any method right here. We can also add this optional to this, not right here, but we can add this optional to like a Vim code, for example, or any other property. Okay, so these with 90% probability generate the following data. Okay, so we generated the car factory. We defined the definitions for car factory. Let's open car factory, car features factory. And this basically is pretty simple. So I'm going to copy and paste this part. So we have car ID, which I left this hard-coded one, or we can completely delete this because we will provide, let me actually delete this. Because we're going to create these car features for the cars, and we're going to define for which cars the feature is created when actually creating the data. Every other property right here, ABS, air conditioning, power windows, and so on, all of them are Boolean values. Okay, you can just take the time and type this, or you can go into features, car features, and we can copy those columns, all of them, and we can paste them, and we can do the thing. Okay, I try to save some time, but I also don't want to do things and you feel annoyed that I did it in a very rush way. So I want you to follow with me and just create one, then duplicate it a couple of times, and just change the names. Okay, I hope you defined this. Now let's open a car image factory, and we're going to define the last one. It is going to have a car ID, but I'm not going to provide car ID as well. So we just need image path, which will be something random, like let's use image URL, random image URL. Okay, good. And then we have to provide a position. The position is kind of interesting. I'm going to provide function here with array of attributes. And then I'm going to return, I'm going to find a car based on the attributes car ID. I'm going to access its relation called images, and then on that relation I'm going to call function called count to get how many images that car already has, and for that new image which should be created through the following definitions, I'm going to add 1. However, when we actually create images, we might even override this position completely. Okay, so you should also keep that in mind. Okay, that's it. We have the definitions for all the factories. Now, I want to create data for many-to-many relations. I want to create a user with 5 cars, and we're going to add those 5 cars in favorite cars table for the created users. Because we already have defined the definitions for all the factories, cars can also be created. Now, let's use user factory. We're going to use has, and then I'm going to use car factory count. So this creates, let's provide 5 here. This creates user with 5 cars, but here I'm going to provide the relation. So without the relation, it is going to create a user and 5 cars, and that user will be user ID for that 5 cars. But here I'm going to provide the relation name, which is called favorite cars. I think this is how we named favorite cars in our user. We can always access and see, double check it, make sure it is correct, and then we're going to call create. Okay, great. Now let's open the browser, reload it, and let's have a look in the database. Let's open users. A new user should be created. This is the new user, which was just created. Then we should have 5 cars. Let's check the last 5 cars were created. And there should be also records in the favorite cars. Let's also check what is the user ID of those 5 cars. It should be a random. Here we see it is random user ID. It's a 26, 28, 29. So it is random. This is how we defined in the car factory. However, if we check favorite cars, we see 5 records, and all of them, all these 5 just created cars are for the same user which was just created, for this Rosalia. Okay, and in the following way, this is how we can define one-to-many relationships. If we want to provide, if we have this pivot table, the favorite cars pivot table, which has different columns, additional columns, and we want to provide some information inside that additional columns, we can use a second method called has attached. Okay, here, let me duplicate this, has attached. First, we have to provide the factory like we are doing here. Then we have to provide additional columns like column 1 and its corresponding value 1, whatever it is. And then we have to provide this relationship name. So in our case, we don't need any additional columns inside this favorite cars table. So this is something we don't need. This is something what we need, and we tested and it works perfectly. A seeder in Laravel is a class used to populate the database with simple and test data. Seeders allow developers to quickly insert predefined data into database tables, making it easier to set up a consistent development or testing environment. They are typically defined in the database seeders directory and can be run using the PHP artisan db:/seed command. Seeders can call other seeders and use Eloquent models to insert data, ensuring relationships and constraints are maintained. This helps in simulating real-world data scenarios for development and testing purposes. Now let's open only one seeder, database seeder, in our project. And if we check its run method, we see the following code. This uses user factory, and it creates a single user with name test user and email testexample.com. To create new seeders, we're going to execute the following artisan command. PHP artisan make :seeder, and we have to provide the seeder class name. Let's create users seeder class. Hit the enter, the class was created. Now let's open user seeder, And every seeder has run method. We should put creating user code inside run method. I'm going to copy this database seeder user factory create into user seeder, and let's just change the names into test user 2 and test2 at example.com. To run seeders, we're going to open terminal and we're going to execute the following command: php artisan db :seed. The following command will run the default seeder, which is a database seeder. However, we can provide custom class for the seeder using the following flag: --class equals users seeder. When we execute this, seeding database was completed. Now let's open users table, and as a very last record, we see test user 2, which was written inside users seeder. By default, running seeders are not allowed on production because it is gonna maybe delete the database, maybe create something in the production database based on the environment variable up-env, which right now is set to local, but when you deploy the application in production, this needs to be set to production. Okay, so, and you are not by default allowed to execute seeders. If you still want to run seeders on production, you have to use the flag --force. Additionally, if we run the migrations and we want to execute seeder classes as well, we can use the following command: php artisan migrate --seed flag. This will execute the migrations, and also it will execute the default seeder, which is database seeder. The --seed flag can be applied to migrate refresh and migrate fresh as well. If we want to use one seeder into another seeder, for example, let's put users seeder into database seeder. For this, we're going to open the database seeder and we're going to use this call method providing a single class or array of classes. And here we're going to use users seeder class. In the following way, when we execute the default seeder, it is going to first create the user, then it is going to execute the users seeder. Now, let's bring up the terminal and I'm going to execute php artisan migrate fresh --seed. This will drop all the tables, create them, and also apply the seeders. And finally, it is going to create 2 users. Let's open now users table. Every data is deleted right now, and we only have 2 users. First, I'm going to delete users seeder because I don't need second seeder. I'm going to put every code to create data in my database seeder. Let's delete this user seeder completely. Let's delete the comment as well. Next, I added a couple of comments and sample data using which we're going to create seed data for the database. So we have to create car types with the following data using factories. We have to create fuel types with the following data. We have to create states with cities, and here I have states alongside with its cities. We have to create makers with their corresponding models right here. Here I have typo. And we have to create users, cars with images and features. So this is going to be the most challenging one. Let's do it one after another. And you can treat this as a challenge. Okay, so you know what should be created right here. You can pause right now. You can try to do this on your own. If you are not able to do this on your own, then come back and see my solution. It is going to be pretty clear, like step by step, we're going to make it very clear, and we will know how to define a very complex seed data through factories inside our seeder. Okay, this one is pretty easy. We're going to use car type, factory, then I'm going to use sequence, and here I'm going to provide array of those values. So here I have whatever, like 9 values. So I'm going to take all of them. I'm going to put them right here inside the sequence, but each element inside the sequence needs to be attributes for my car type. So I am going to create array like this. Name corresponds to the value. So we have car type, factory, sequence. Then we need to call count. And this count should be the exact same number, how many elements we have here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we have totally 9 elements. And finally, we're going to call create. Okay, awesome. So when we execute this, it is going to create the following, the 9 car factories, and it's going to try to use the following sequence. Okay, awesome. Next, fuel types. Now you can do this on your own, I assume, because it is very identical to the car type. Let's use fuel type, factory. Let's use sequence. We need array 4 times, and then we can use the following values. Name corresponds to gasoline. And then let's change the second one into diesel, electric, and hybrid. We call count 4, then create. Great. Next is to create states with their corresponding cities. Okay, so in this case, we're going to iterate over our states and create each state with its own cities. Okay, let's do this. For each states is a state, then we're going to call state factory. And here I have to provide state method. So that state method is different from that state, obviously. So that state method gives us possibility to provide the values, as we already learned in the factories section. So we have to provide custom name for our state, and this is going to be state. Actually, we have here state as a key, and the value will be cities, right? So we're going to take the state name and provide it when creating a new state. However, we need to create related data as well, and for this, we're going to use has method. Inside has, we're going to use city factory. We need to provide count, and we need to create as many cities, as many elements we have right here. And in this case, I will just take the count of cities variable. Okay, how many cities that specific state has, the same amount of cities we're going to create. Next, we're going to call sequence, and in this case, I want to generate array like this for cities. Okay, so if I provide array like this inside the sequence for cities, then I'm good. So we have the count, the exact number of the cities, and then I just need to provide the sequence in the correct order. In this case, I'm going to use the following way. So I'm going to use array map function, which accepts a callback. So I'm going to provide arrow function here. Okay. That map obviously needs the second argument, the cities, to iterate. So I'm going to iterate over my cities. Inside the callback, I'm going to get city, and then I am going to return the following array, where the name corresponds to city. So this returns an array, all right? And that array basically will look like this, where each element is also array, and it has name and the city name. So this sequence is kind of like a multi-purpose function. We can provide here an array, like we did right here, or we can even provide multiple arguments. For example, if I remove this square bracket right here and we just provided multiple arguments, this is going to also work. So in our specific example, we can leave this array map as it is, or we can use 3-dot notation to destructure this and provide separate values inside the sequence. Both is going to work. Okay, we can leave this as an array map. And finally, on that state factory, we are going to call create. Awesome. So in the following way, states and cities will be created. Now we have to do something similar for makers and its models. Okay, let's iterate over our makers. We have maker and models. Then on maker factory, we're going to call state to provide the name for the maker. Then we're going to call has, that is going to be model factory. We're going to provide count, which will be count of models. And then we're going to provide sequence, which will be array map. We'll provide an arrow function. We accept model inside this arrow function. We return name corresponds to that model. And the second argument of this array map is the array which needs to be iterated, and this is going to be models. Finally, we're going to call create on that maker factory, and that is it. And the last one, the most challenging one, is the following. So we're going to create users, okay, cars with images and features. First, we're going to create 3 users. Then we're going to create 2 more users. And for each user from the last 2 users, we're going to create 50 cars with images and features and add these cars to favorite cars of those 2 users. Pretty complicated, right? All right, let's break it down and do it step by step. First, we're going to create 3 users. So it is pretty straightforward. User factory count 3 create. Okay, this is good. If we check user factory, we are going to see that I want to check car factory because we're going to create now cars. Inside car factory, the user ID is the random user ID, and we need some users to be presented in the database. That's why first we created 3 users, and now if we try to create cars, the user ID already exists in the database. So the following code will pick up a random user from these 3 users. City ID also exists in the database. We created cities, fuel types, car types. We created makers and models as well. So all of them is created above. Okay, and now we have to create cars alongside with users. Okay, now let's break down the second part. Then create 2 more users. Okay, let's start with it. User factory count 2. Okay, then what do we need to do? And for each user from the last 2 users, create 50 cars. Okay, for each user, we have to create 50 cars with images and features and add these cars to favorite cars of those users. Okay, let's remove this part for a moment. Like create 50 users and add those cars, create 50 cars and add those cars to favorite cars of these 2 users. So we should do this in the following way. Each user has 50 cars. So we can use car factory. We can call count 50. Okay, but we have to also provide the relation name of from user to car, and the relation name is favorite cars because we want to add those 50 cars into favorite cars of these 2 users. Okay, so here we need comma. Now we created 2 users. Each user will have 50 new cars added into favorite cars. That is pretty correct. Finally, we can call create on that. Okay. However, we need to also create images and features for those 50 cars. So on that car create, we are going to call additional has. Each car from the 50 cars has something else. They are going to have images, and in this case, we're going to use car image factory. Car image factory. We're going to call count. we can create as many images because it is not specified right here how many images each car should have. We can provide whatever we want. I'm going to create 5 images for each car, but I need to also provide position for each image. Okay, so images should have different positions from 1 to 5. Okay, for this I'm going to use sequence. Okay, and I'm going to provide function inside the sequence. We are going to accept an instance of sequence right here, and I'm going to return array which will have position some value. Okay, I'm going to move this down. So position should be some value. So I can use sequence index +1. But the thing is that finally we have to create 100 cars totally and 500 images. So for each 2 user, we are creating 50 cars, and for each car we're going to create 5 images. So totally we're going to have 500 images. And that sequence does not iterate over specific car. It iterates from 1 to 500, not 1 to 5. So if we execute the following code, and I'm going to leave this right now because I want to show this to you. If you execute right now, the sequence will be from 1 to 500, which we can fix later. Okay, but anyway, let's leave the sequence. So we have provided car images, and additionally we need to also provide features. So I'm going to use has magic method has features, because every car has relation to features somewhere. And using this magic method like has features, we can provide that each car should have its own features. Okay, awesome. Now we created, I think we did everything inside this seeder, and now we just need to try to execute this and see if we have any errors. Let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to execute php artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Let's hit the enter and have a look. Okay, we have very first error, and let's see, we have some issue inside car types. Okay, I know the reason. The reason is that inside the sequence we have to provide arrays, not a single array, because we have just one array, and inside there then we have nested arrays. This doesn't work. So sequence accepts elements, multiple arrays, not a single array. Okay, we're going to remove this array parenthesis right here, and we have to fix this in other places, like here we're going to remove this. And also, if we scroll down below, when we create this array map, we have to destructure this and provide separate arguments inside this sequence. So each pair of this name, the associative array, will be provided as a separate parameter of the sequence method. And we should do this for makers as well. And now we should be good. So let's save this and retry this again. Okay, seeding database, it needs a couple of time because it is creating something. Okay, we have another error. Okay, we have bed method, call to undefined method, car image from car. Okay, we have to provide relation and name as well when we try to create images, like the car has, and right here we need to provide images name. And you know why? Because if we open car factory, the relation to images is called images right here, but the actual model is called car image. If we call this car images, then it would probably work. But we have car image right here, we call the relation images, and that's why we have to provide the relation name. I'm going to provide images right here. We need comma. Now, let's try this once again. PHP artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Okay, seeding completed successfully, and now we need to check the database. Let's start with the users. We totally should have 5 users, and we do have so. Let's open states. We have the following states. For each state, we have a couple of cities. Totally, there are 50 cities. We have cars. We should have 100 cars in our database. Here we go. We have 100 cars, and all the data is provided very nicely. Let's check car images. This is something we need to come back and look at this. So we have 5 images for each car, but the position, as I mentioned, starts from 1 and goes up to whatever it is, 500. Okay, so this is something we need to come back and fix it. Let's go into database seeder, scroll up and find where we provide the position. So the sequence starts from 1 and ends with 500. So because I'm creating 5 images for every car, this is what I want to do. So I'm going to take the sequence index and I'm going to take the remainder when dividing this on 5, okay? And then I'm going to add 1. So whenever sequence is 0, then the following expression will give me 0 plus 1 will give me final position 1. When the sequence increases, like when it is 1, then this gives me 2, and so on. And when the index reaches 5, then 5 divided on 5, the remainder will be 0, and this will give me 1 again. So using the following code, the position will be alternated from like 1 to 5. Or I could do also in the following way. I will just show you maybe the easier to understand way. Here we provide sequence and we provide the following. Let me comment out this part. This is extra comma. We need comma here. Okay. Position 1, and then we duplicate this several times. Position 2, position 3, 4, and 5. So if we format the code now, this will do the same thing right here. So for first car, it is going to be position 1, second, position 2, and so on. And for the next car, for the sixth car, it is going to start with the position 1 again. This is probably easier to understand, but the above code, this code will do the same thing. So I'm going to leave both. Actually, we need this comma here. Okay, now let's save this and let's execute the migrate fresh with --seed again. Seeding completed successfully, and let's check now car images table, and we see that the position is from 1 to 5 for every car. And just like this, we defined ideal data for our project, and we can already start working on outputting these data on the website. Now let's open Home Controller, and we're going to select cars and render those cars on the home page. Let's use the following way to select cars. Car, where I'm going to select the cars which are published. So I'm going to provide published it to be less than now. I want to select cars which are published in the past. Okay, so then I'm going to sort those cars using order by method with published at column in descending order. Latest published car at the top. I want to limit the result with 30, and I want to get those cars. Now let's pass these cars to the view through associative array. Great. Now let's open homepage index blade PHP file, and here is where we simply iterate from 0 to 12, and we are rendering, we are using this X car item. Instead of this for loop, I'm going to use for each. We already have cars available in this blade file because we passed it from here. Okay, we use cars is car. Here we need and for each, and we are going to provide car right here. So I'm going to provide this in the following way, assuming that the component will accept a prop with name car. Let's open this component, car item component, and let's define inside props a single prop called car. Now we accept car right here. Now let's use this car and just display the information right here. So here we have hard-coded image. Instead of hard-coded image, I'm going to use car primary image path. Next, here we have the city of the car. So car city is a relation on the car name. Scroll down below. We have here yar. I'm going to use car yar. Here we have the maker name. I'm going to use car maker name. And here we have model name, car model name. Let's move this down like this. Here we output the price, car price. Here we have the car type, car type name. Let me double check what is the relation to car type. The relation is called car type. We could call this type as well, but car type is also fine. So car type name, and here we have car fuel type name. And just like this, we defined the car item component exactly as it should be. Now, if I save and if I reload the browser, okay, attempt to read property image path on null. I have a typo here. We can't access primary. Now let's reload the page again, and the home page was rendered. And we see latest edit cars. We see these are dummy images. We see cities right here. We see yar. We see maker, model. We see price. We see car type, and we see fuel type as well. And all the cars are unique. We are displaying 30 cars on the home page. And finally, we have to also fix the route to the car show page. Here we have hard-coded 1, but we're going to replace this and provide either the entire car object, or we can provide just ID. If we provide the object, Laravel will resolve this automatically and takes the primary key of that object. Now, let's have a look at different ways how we can query data. For example, if we don't have ORM model created for our table, we can still query the data from the cars table using the following way. We're going to use DB support class for this, and DB table, we provide the table name cars, and then we can call any query builder method such as get to get all cars. However, if we have car model, then we obviously know how to query the data, but there is a specific method to create the query builder instance, and that method is called query. We can create that query instance, and then on that query, we can use any methods from the query class, such as where, order by, limit, and so on. Okay, to get a list of all cars, we can do the following way. To get the first car, we're going to use the first method. We can also get a single value from the car. For example, I want to get the highest price. I'm going to order by cars with the price descending order and call the method value specifying the column name. And this will return a single integer or string value highest price from the database. If you want to get a list of values for a specific column, we can use a method called pluck. We are ordering cars by price descending, then calling pluck for price column gives me a plain list, one-dimensional plain array of prices from the cars table. Or I can provide a second argument in the pluck, which will index those prices by that ID column. So the second code will give us an associative array where key will be the car ID. If we want to check if a record exists or does not exist in the database, we can use methods like exists or does not exist. If we want to specify inside select which columns we want to select, we can use the select method and provide the column names. We can also provide aliases using as keyword, like we have done in the first case, right here or right here. If we can also use an additional method called add select to select, for example, VIN code here and price here, but we can also add mileage for each car, and after that we call get, and each car will have 3 columns: VIN code, price with the name of car underscore price, and the mileage. If we want to select the distinct records, we can use distinct method on the select. Like if we want to select the distinct maker ID and distinct model ID from cars. If you want to limit and use the offset as well on the car, we can use limit and offset methods, but there's alternatives as well, like skip, which is equivalent for offset, and take, which is the same as limit. If you want to select how many records exist in the database with some conditions or even without the conditions, we can simply use count method. We can use this count method directly on the car model, which will return how many cars totally exist in the database. If we want to select minimum, maximum, and average prices, for example, we can use min, max, and avg methods on the query builder, providing the column names. For example, the first code will return the minimum price of published cars inside the cars table, the second will return the maximum price of published cars, and the third will return the average price of published cars in the database. If we want to group cars, we can use group by method, provide the column using which we want to group. For example, we can use also this select row method, which we will cover in the next lessons as well. We're going to select the car ID and count as image count and group by this car ID. This will return car ID and how many images that specific car has. And this will return array of cars, car image instances. And if we just print the first cars from that array, we're going to get something like this. It is an instance of car image, but it only has 2 attributes, car ID and image count. This is exactly what we selected. If we access search page on our website, we see that it still outputs dummy data. Now, let's fix that. Let's open car controller search method and let's select cars. So let's use car where I want to always select cars which are published. So published at is less than now. Then I'm going to call order by to sort it by published at in descending order, and that gives me query builder instance. Then on that query builder, I want to do 2 things. First, I want to calculate how many cars there exist with the search criteria, like car count equals, on that query, I'm going to call count. Next is to actually get the cars. So cars equal, on my query, I want to call limit to select only 30 cars. And then I'm going to call get. Now I have car count and I have cars, and I'm going to pass them right here. Cars and car count. Great. Now let's open car/search blade PHP, and let's find the corresponding place where we need to output them. Let's scroll down below. Here we have found random number cars, and this is where we need to put found car count cars. And if we check in the browser, that was the place where the random hard-coded number was outputted. If I reload right now, we see found 80 cars. Now let's scroll down below and find the place where we have these car items. Here it is. This is the car item, and we have this code duplicated many times. So I'm gonna collapse that. Actually, I'm gonna delete now those car items. There's plenty. Oops. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So I deleted. Now we are going to iterate over received cars as car, and we are going to use x car item, providing the car right here. Because the prop name matches the variable name we're going to provide, we can do this in the following way. Now if I save and reload, we see found 80 cars, and those are cars selected from the database, and those are 30 cars. The pagination is dummy at the moment, but we're going to come back to this. Now let's see different ways how we can order data using Query Builder. We already saw an example of order by, but we haven't mentioned that we have ability to provide multiple order by methods. So we can do this a couple of times, provide the first order by column and its direction, second order by column right here and its direction. We can also use predefined latest and oldest methods. Latest method is going to do the same thing to order records by created at in descending order. And the oldest method is going to do this thing to order by created at in ascending order. However, there is also a possibility to provide additional column on latest and oldest methods. Like in this case, we are sorting latest by published at. So this is going to do the same as order by published at in descending order. We can also select any records in random order, and the method is called in random order, and then we can get cars in random order. So that's a good thing. If you want to always display random cars on the home page, you can do it like this. Also, if we want to remove ordering, an existing ordering, let's say we have this query builder, which is ordered by published at in descending order, and we want to remove this ordering, we can call reorder, which removes existing ordering, and then we can apply a new ordering, order by price, for example. Or we can also provide a new column in the reorder method. Like if it is sorted with published at, we call reorder price, it removes published at and applies the price in ordering. When we open the listing of the cars and click any of the cars, it is going to open hard-coded content right here. And now let's fix that part. For this, let's open show blade PHP file from resources views car folder, and we have to adjust this. Here we need maker. So this is going to be car maker name. Let's move this down. Then we need to output car model name. We need to output car year here. Then we need to output the city, car city name. This is the date when the car was displayed. So let's just output car published at date. Okay, scroll down below. Now this is the image section. So this is the primary image. So let's just output car primary image path. And down below we have all the remaining images. So we need to iterate using for each over car images as image, and we need image right here, and we have to provide image path here, image path. Cool. Let's delete all these hard-coded images. Let's scroll down below. What else do we have? So here's the detailed description. We can provide, here we need to provide the description of the car description. But let's assume that this might have content like HTML type of content. So let's use and output this with entities with unencoded. Okay, and this is also part of description, so we're going to remove this. Here we go. We have then car specifications, and these are car features. Okay, we are going to get back to these car features in a moment, but let's scroll down below and find where we output the price and everything else. So I think that's the part. Here we have make. This is car maker name. Then we have car model name. We have car year. This is car type. So we have car type name. And we have car fuel type name. What else do we have? So we have the user avatar, who is the owner of the car. We also have the user name. We don't have actually avatar for the user, but we have the user name. So here we're going to use car owner, and we have the relation to user through owner name. Car owner name, and we can also output how many cars the owner has, like car owner cars count. It's pretty handy. Car owner cars count. Let's understand this. Car PHP, it has owner method, and through owner it connects to user, and then user class has cars, which relates how many cars that user has, and we can access to that relation, and then through that relation, if we access this as a method, then this returns a query builder, and that on that query builder we can call count. Okay, great. Then here we have the phone number, and we need to output it. For this, I'm going to use str helper class. Let's use str, and I'm going to use method called mask. We're going to provide car phone, and I'm going to provide the symbol which should be used for mask, and I'm going to provide also the integer after how many digits it should apply this mask. So here in this case, we're going to provide -3, which means that first, the last 3 symbols will be masked. Okay, so we're going to take this and we are going to put this right here as well. Now, I'm going to save this and reload the browser. Car maker name. Okay, undefined variable. Okay, that makes sense. Let's open car controller. We have not passed that car. Let's find show method. Here we have this car, but we have not passed that car to car show blade file. So let's provide it here, save, reload. Now we see the name, yar, whatever. We see the price. I believe this is hard-coded price. We can come back to this. But we have like the name, how many cars that has, the last 3 characters is masked. We have some detailed description. As for the car specifications, this is something we have to fix. The CSS needs to be fixed as well. I recently made some changes in the HTML CSS project inside CSS. You probably have the latest version. You probably don't need to do this. I'm going to copy that app CSS and put this in my project inside app CSS, which comes from the public folder. Let's replace everything. Awesome. Now reload the browser and we see these car specifications. Now, on the right side, we don't display all the information, like we don't display VIN code, we don't display mileage or address. let's open PHP Store, go into show blade, and here we also have this hard-coded price. Let's replace this with car price. And now if we scroll down below, we have make, model, ER. Let me duplicate this, and this should be VIN. Then we have car type, fuel type, and we need address. This is going to be car address, and we probably need mileage as well. So I'm going to put this after VIN. Okay, cool. Reload the page, and now we have a lot of information, actually the whole list of information what we need to have. Last thing what we're going to do on this page is this car specifications. So this is hard-coded at the moment. And if we observe that part, which is above, we're going to see a lot of duplicated code. So this is the LI, which has the color red. This means that it doesn't have that specific feature, and this feature is leather seats. Okay, anyway, so we have a lot of LI elements inside these car specifications, and this is something I want to fix. For each LI, I want to create a separate component. So let's open terminal. I'm going to execute PHP artisan make component car. Well, I'm going to create this as view only component. So I'm going to call this in lowercase car specification. So this is going to be the component name dash dash view. PHP artisan make component. Okay, now let's open car specification blade PHP file. Let's open show blade PHP file as well, and I'm going to copy this li tag, one of the li tags. Let's take this one, and I'm going to put this in the car specification. However, this one has color green, which means that it is a checkbox. We need the second SVG icon as well, like this one here, and we need to alternate based on the value. Okay, now we have two SVG icons here. Now let's accept props value, and here let's check. If value is true, then we display this SVG, the green SVG. In else case, we display this red SVG. We need and if. Here, I'm going to use default slot. Okay, cool. Now let's go right here, and we have to adjust this. So let's start from the first one. We're going to use X car specification, and we have to provide value. The value will be car features ABS, and we have to provide the actual content like the label as well. Let's finish this car specification, and the label will be ABS. Now if we save this, reload the page, we see an error. Okay. The problem is right here. Yes, car specification. Okay. Well, this should be an array. That's my bad. This should be an array. Now we save it, reload it, and we see ABS, which has minus. So this is the car with ID 23. Now if we open the car with ID 23, ID equals 23, find that, and let's find its features. We want to find features. Car ID equals 23, ABS is 0. If I set the ABS to be 1 and save that, then reload the page, we're going to see now the ABS turns into green. And in the following way, we are going to follow and implement the other specifications. Like, I'm going to duplicate this many times. I can delete all LIs right now. Don't need them anymore. Let's collapse them to easily delete them. Okay, cool. Let's delete them. And maybe I need labels, corresponding labels. Okay, let's duplicate this multiple times. Okay, and then I'm going to copy labels for all of them using multi-cursor. I'm hitting Alt on my keyboard here and here. I just want to copy labels for all of them. Cruise control, Bluetooth connectivity, remote start, GPS navigation system, heated seats, climate control, rear parking sensors, and leather seats. Okay, I have a lot of cursors created for every label. Then I'm going to hit Shift on my keyboard and hit End on my keyboard. So this selects the whole entire line and all these labels are selected. So then I'm going to hit Control and C just to copy all of them. Now let's scroll up, move up, find that specifications area. And I'm going to create now again multiple cursor. The first cursor goes right here, then here. So if you want to create, previously we had multiple cursors already created. Like right now I have 2 cursors. If I click somewhere else, hitting Alt, it's going to create the third cursor. But if I click somewhere else without Alt, it is going to create only 1 cursor right here in this place. So the first cursor here, second here with Alt. Then I'm pressing Alt. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to hit Shift again, and in this case, Home button, and delete everything, and hit Control and V to just paste that. Rear parking sensors is the last one, but there was something else after it as well. So I just created not enough X-car specifications. Okay, I copied like maybe 11 lines, but I had 10 cursor points. That's why 1 was lost. Maybe 1, maybe 2 was lost. After rear parking sensors, there was something else. We need to scroll down and find that. It was leather seats. Okay, now let's delete all these LIs because we copied the actual labels. I'm trying to be cautious, don't to delete too many lines. Okay, now I duplicate this, and the last one was leather seats. Okay, now we have a lot of X item specifications. The only thing we need to adjust is to provide the corresponding keys, column names right here. So let's expand this and expand the column names, and let's start with the first one, which is air conditioning. So we can copy the column name, and instead of ABS, we can paste it right here. Next, we have power windows. We can copy the column name and put this right here. Next, we have power door locks. We can copy this, put right here. Next, we have ABS, which is correct. Next, we have cruise control, which we can copy and put this right here. Next, we have Bluetooth connectivity, copy the column name, put this right here. We have remote start. We have GPS navigation. We have heated seats. We have climate control. Oops. We have climate control here. Then we have rear parking sensors. And finally, we have leather seats. Okay, now this looks good. Let's save the file. I'm going to open car features, and I'm going to quickly test this. I'm going to select all the features, and I'm going to set 0 for all of them. Now let's open, reload the page. We see minus in all of them. Now I'm going to put 1 in all of them, and using PHP Storm, we can very easily do this. You just need to select all the cells and put 0 or 1 there. Okay, then we need to hit this submit button right here. So now I reload and I see checkbox on all of them. So our implementation of car specifications works perfectly. And we have, I believe, very ready car details page as well. Let's go back and open another car like this one. Chevrolet Tahoe 2005, price, every information, different seller, different phone number, 8 cars, detailed description, and different specifications. If we access /car URL, we're going to see this hard-coded My Cars page. Now, let's try to implement this. For this, let's open car controller and we're going to find index method here. We are going to select the cars which belong to the currently authenticated user. Because at the moment we don't have authentication implemented in our project, we're going to use hard-coded user ID 1 and select the cars for the user ID 1. So cars equal user, let's find with ID 1, and that we're going to import that user, app models user, and then I'm going to call cars query method on that, and I'm going to also call order by. I want to sort the cars by created at in descending order, and finally we're going to call get. So I select the cars and let's provide the cars right here. Now let's open car index blade PHP. And we have to scroll down below where we iterate over our data inside T-body, and we have to iterate over given cars is car. Okay, let's move this end for each below this TR right here, and we can delete remaining TRs because those are hard-coded, and we're going to work inside that TR to output the correct data. So here, for example, we need to output car primary image path. Next, we have car yar, car maker name, car model name. Here we have the date when the car was created or when the car was published. We can decide which one we want to display. I'm going to display when the car was created. Car created at. However, I want to display just the date, not the time. Okay, so this will display the daytime. Let's display this and then I'm going to come back to it. So here we have whether it is published or not, and we can use if car published at exists, then we print yes. If not, we print no. This is something which we have to provide car.edit and the car entire object. We can collapse this, and this is a link to car images. Well, we can skip that right now. When we implement car images page, then we can come back to this. And this is the button to delete the car, and I'm going to come back to this later as well. Now, I save this, I reload the page, and here we go. So we see the cars for the user 1. So we see the basic information, we see date with time, which we need to change and only display date without time. We have the published flag, this one is not published, and we have this edit images and delete button as well. If we have a look at the HTML CSS project, we can see that the edit and images buttons have different colors and they look slightly differently. That's because there is these buttons are styled under Page My Cars. So what we need to do is to add Page My Cars to this page. So let's scroll up, and inside XUp layout, do we support this page class? Let's open app-layout or app-blade PHP. Okay, we don't accept page class. We accept it probably in the base layout, but we don't accept in this app-blade PHP. So let's take like body class, which by default will be null. And then let's provide body class here like this. Okay, now from here we provide body class to be page my well, we have to remove this colon, page my cars. Is it correct? I mean the naming, page dash my cars. It looks correct. So we save it and reload in our Laravel, and we see that the buttons got blue and the delete is red and the styles are properly applied. Next is to fix that date right here, and for this we are going to use Carbon package. In Laravel there is by default, it comes with Laravel, it's a Carbon package working with the date. Carbon is a very powerful date manipulation library. Okay, so we can create an instance of Carbon providing this car created at, and then on that we can call format. I'm going to put this in parentheses. I'm going to call format on this, or we can create a method in the car model. So if we open car.php, scroll down below, we can add new method here, get create date. We're going to return new Carbon. We provide this created at, and we're going to call then format on this, providing year, month, day. Okay, now and we can specify that this returns string. Now let's take this method name and use it right here. So on car we're going to call get create date, and let's check in the browser. Reload the page and we see just the date. Here we are using for each, but if there are no cars, I want to also display some information that there are no cars, the user has no cars, and so on. Instead of for each, we can use for else. Then, oops, like this, for else. Then we have to provide right here empty directive, and inside we need tr, then we need td. I'm going to provide call span to this 5. Let's provide also text center padding dash large. And inside here, I'm going to write the following text. You don't have cars yet. And we're going to put a link to car create page as well. So for else, empty, and finally we need end for else. We save it. We reload it. We don't see any changes right now. But if we open car controller and change the user ID from 1 into 3, for example, I believe 3 doesn't have any cars. No, it has. Let's change it into 4, maybe 5. It looks like all of them have some cars. User. Okay, all users have cars. Let's search for user ID equal 5. And these are the cars for the user ID 5, which I'm going to change and assign it into user 4. Now, 5th user doesn't have any cars. So I reload and I see the following page. You don't have any cars yet. Add new car. Clicking on this should open this add new car form. Now let's implement watch list page. First, let's create blade file. PHP artisan make view Let's call this watch list, but we need to put this inside car folder, car.watchlist. Cool. Now let's open car controller, and I'm going to add additional function right here called watch list. Okay, then I'm going to return a view from here, car.watchlist. I'm going to select the watchlist cars right here. So cars equals, let's find user with ID 4. Again, we are doing this with hard-coded approach. So to do, we come back to this. Okay, so we find the user, and then I'm going to call favorite cars on that user. Then we provide cars to be the cars. Now let's open just created watchlist blade file inside car, and we have to copy and paste some content from the HTML CSS project. Here we have watchlist HTML, and we're going to find this main tag. Here it is. I'm going to copy, and here we're going to use X up layout and put this inside X up layout. Okay, if I save this, we have to define the root as well. So let's open web.php, duplicate this car search, and I'm going to call this car watchlist, and we should change this into watchlist as well, and the name will be car watchlist as well. Now let's open the browser and access car watchlist, hit the enter, and we see my favorite cars right here, which again at the moment is hard-coded. Now let's open this watchlist blade, and we have a bunch of car items. We need to delete pretty much all of them. So I'm going to scroll at the very bottom. Where it is? Here it is. Here it ends. Okay. Oops. Sorry. So this is what I'm doing. We have this car items listing, and I'm gonna leave my cursor right here and then scroll at the very bottom until I find its matching closing tag. Here it is. So this is it. Now I can delete from the top. So from here up until here. I'm just trying to do this slowly so that you can learn. But in practice, when you get used to it, so you're going to speed up your working process a lot. So for each, cars is car, and we're going to use X car item, providing car right here. Now we save, we reload, and we see the items which are in the watch list. So we see that the page does not have the heart icon highlighted like it is right here on this HTML CSS project. So this is watchlist.html. So the heart is highlighted here, but not here. And we have to fix that. Let's open HTML CSS project again, and we are going to find the heart icon which is highlighted. So this is inside this car item. Let's scroll down below. Here we have this SVG, and I'm going to select this SVG. Let's go into our car item, scroll down below, find that SVG, and I'm going to put the copied SVG here. The width is 20 pixel. Here we have the 16 pixel. We can reduce this to 16 pixel. Okay, always. Now we probably have two icons. One which is highlighted, which is filled, and the second which is not filled. Now, based on some flag, we need to decide which one we should display. Okay, so if we are rendering this car item from the watch list, we know that all the cars are inside the watch list. So on these props inside this car item, let's add an additional prop, is in watch list. Let's call this is in watch list. And by default, we're going to provide false. It is not in watch list. Then based on this flag is in watch list, we're going to do the following. So I'm going to add extra class on this SVG, which is not filled SVG. So this should be hidden if it is in watch list. Let's format this nicely. And in the same way, the second SVG should be hidden if it is not in watch list. Now, because all of the items are in watch list, if I reload the page, we don't provide watch list, don't we? Or maybe, do we have this hidden class? Let's open app.css and find hidden class. And here we go. Here we see only one icon, but that is not the one we want. So maybe we should inverse this. So hidden if this is in watch list, and hidden if this is not in watch list. Now we save and reload, and we see that this is filled. However, the styles right here is again different, so we need to inspect this and have a look. So we have this btn heart icon. It has text primary. btn heart text primary. Let's have a look. We have just btn heart, not text primary. Let's add the following class as well. Reload the page, and we see this in orange, nice orange color. However, because we add this text primary, it will be in orange color even on the home page, right here. Well, this should be in orange color, but not filled. So let's check. We have this car item is in watch list. This is always false. We are going to print what is the value of this is in watch list when rendering on the home page. So it is always false. Then why do we see this field one? We shouldn't see this field one, right? So again, we did something wrong. So the first one, this should be hidden if this is in watch list, and this should be hidden if it is not in watch list. Reload the page. That is correct. However, if we go in the watch list page, this is the issue. In the watch list page, we're going to provide is in watch list, and we are going to provide well, we can provide always true at the moment, because if we are rendering this from watchlist page, it will be in the watchlist in any case. So let's remove this dump, reload the page. We see this orange but not filled. If we go into car watchlist page, then we don't see also it filled. Let me return this dump again, and we see that this is false. Is in watch list. I have a typo. Is in watch list. This is it. S was missing right here. Save, reload, remove the dump, and reload. Building real-time applications, not the real-time, but the real-world applications is challenging. You always make some typos, you always have some issues, but the good thing is that when you finally make it, you feel that satisfaction. Now, I want to talk about one very important concept, and this is called eager loading. Now, imagine the following case. We're selecting 5 cars, we are iterating over our cars, and we are just printing the car city name. However, this line accesses the relation city, and this line makes select for every city. So finally, the following code will make 6 queries. One select will be to select those 5 cars, and then there will be 5 subsequent queries for each car to select its associated city. Okay, and even right here, the first select and the last select is the exact same. Even the ID is 15. That's because the first car and the last car both are for the same city. Okay, how to fix that problem? And that problem actually is a very common problem. This is called N+1 problem, queries problem. And this problem will get even worse if you try to access multiple relations. Like we are trying to access city, and we are also trying to access car types. Now number of queries will be much more. It will be actually 2 times N+1. So 1 query to select cars, and then for 5 cars, and then there will be 10 more queries, 5 for each relation. And imagine that we're now selecting 30 cars or 100 cars. The number of queries made for cities and car types will be 200 for if we are selecting 100 cars. So this is a very common problem, and that problem is might be the #1 problem on your website which degrades the performance and the load time of the website. How to deal with this problem? We can provide with method on the query, and we can provide the relation names right here. We can provide just a single relation name, city or car type, but we can provide both. So in this case, this line does not make select for every query. Instead, there will be totally 3 selects made. The first select will be to select cars. The next select will be to select cities for all the selected cars. And the next select will be to select car types for all the selected car types. Totally 3 queries. And it really doesn't matter in this case if we're selecting 5 cars or 100 cars. There will be still 3 queries made on the database. This is pretty handy. Now imagine the case that we are accessing nested relations, like we're accessing cities, states, name in our case. Without this eager loading, it is going to make again a lot of requests. So 1 to select cars, 1 to select the city, even though we don't need city. And the next one, we don't need any information from the city, but we need just information from state. So we are not using information from city, but it still is going to make to cities and then states, cities, states, and so on. To fix that, we can provide nested relations inside with right here, with city.state. And again, we can provide multiple relations in this with method. Now, when we are trying to access city and state, totally, there will be 3 queries made, 1 for cars, 2nd for cities, and the 3rd one for states. We can do the same thing if we provide such type of nested array inside with, like city, which is an array, and it has inside there state or car type. So this selects cars with city and state and car type as well. There is possibility to provide this with and activate this eager loading by default if we provide protected $ with property on the car. So here we have those 3 relations defined inside car protected with, like city, state, city.state, car type, and fuel type. Now when we write the following select without with inside car, this selects 5 cars, then we try to access city and state, but totally this is going to make 5 queries. 1 query is going to be to access the cars. The next query is going to be to access cities based on the relation. The 3rd query will be to access states, 4th one for car types, and the last one will be for fuel types. And here are all queries made. Okay, there's also a possibility to provide additional constraints, additional where clauses when implementing eager loading. For example, we want to select car with images, But right here, we are providing also a closure function as a value of this associative array of images. Okay, pay attention. On that query, here in this function, we are accepting the query, and on that query, we are adding additional where clause where the position is 1, which means that I want to select cars with images, but only those images which has position 1. So finally, when we try to access right here on this following line, images, when we dump the images array will always be 1, and it will be an image which has position 1. And here are the queries made for this. First, to select cars, and the second one is to select car images for the already selected cars, but the position needs to be 1 as well. Now we know what is eager loading and how we activate the eager loading. Let's implement this in our project. For example, on the home controller and on the home page. So I'm going to give you this challenge to you. You can think a little bit, try to implement this, and come back and see my solution. But I'm going to also give you a hint how to do this. If we open home index blade PHP, from here we are actually iterating over cars, and we are using this car item. So let's open car item. Here, this is the place we are accessing relations of car. Like here, we are accessing the primary image, city, and so on. You have to identify all the different relation types we are accessing from this car item, and then you have to provide those relation names inside with method right here. Okay, enough speaking. Try to implement this and come back and see my solution. All right, here's my solution. Let's provide with the method here. We need primary image. We need city. We need car type. We need fuel type. We need maker. And we need model. So these are the relations, as I remember, we are using inside the car item. But I'm going to double check. So primary image, we are using city, we are using, let's scroll down below, we are using the model, maker, car type, and fuel type. And that is all. Now, since we implement those relations, now totally the following code will make, the code on our page will make, let's count how many selects it will make. And maybe this also try to guess how many selects, pause it right now, and try to guess how many selects will be made on the home page. Okay, now let's count it together. The first select will be to select cars. The next one is to select primary image. Then the third one is for city, fourth one for car type, fifth one, 6, and 7. So totally there will be 7 queries made on the home page, and it really does not matter if we are selecting 30 records right here or even 100. But without this with, now I have another challenge to you. If I comment out this with, can you guess how many selects will be made on the home page? Okay, let's count this together as well. One select will be made to select cars. Now, when we try to access to this primary image, second select will be made, third, and so on. I'm not going to count all of them, but the point is that for every car, we are going to make select for every relation. Totally, we have 30 cars, and how many relations we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So totally, this is going to make 180 selects just to select the relations, and plus 1 to select the cars. You see the difference, right? 181 select versus 6 select. This is how powerful eager loading is, and this is why eager loading is the best thing what you can do on your website. Probably the very first thing what you should check if you have correct eager loading implemented on the website. if your website doesn't work fast. Now I have additional challenge to you. I want you to implement this eager loading on search page, watchlist page, and my cars page. Okay, I hope you did it. Now let's see my solution. On the watchlist page, whenever I'm trying to access favorite cars, so if I try to access with properties, this gives me collection. But I am going to access as a method which returns the query builder instance, and then on that I'm going to call with. Let's move this favorite cars down. I'm going to call with on this, and I need the exact same relations I defined in the home controller, because the car watch list is using car item component, and car item component is accessing the same relations what we have added in the home controller. So we're going to open home controller, and I'm going to copy this with method and put this right here and semicolon at the end. Now let's find search method, and we're going to do the exact same thing on search, because search is also using the same component, car item component. Now let's access index page, which is my cars page, and here we don't need all the same relations. For this, let's open car index blade and identify what relations we are using. So we are using primary image. So let's put right here cars with primary image. Next, what do we have? We have model, we have maker. Let's provide maker and model. Do we have anything else? No, in the listing we don't have anything else. So these three relations inside car controller index will be totally enough. In the watchlist method, I forgot to call get method after providing with. Without the get, obviously we cannot have any kind of cars. So this get should be here. Sometimes when we select data, we want to join to another tables and filter the data by another table, or simply select the data from another table. I assume that you are familiar with typical database joins. This is how we're going to implement the same thing in Laravel through Eloquent. We have right here cars, and let's say that I want to filter those cars with state. Okay, how we're going to do this? On query, I'm going to call join, and I want to join to cities, right? Then I'm going to provide the first argument of the join method is the table name I want to join. The second argument is the column name from the related table, cities.id. The third argument is going to be the operator using which we're going to do the comparison, equal sign. And the last argument is going to be the column name in the current table, like cars, city, ID. Now, using the following way, we joined to cities. And now, let's say that I want to filter those cars based on the state ID. So then I can add extra where clause right here, where cities.stateID equals 1. And in the following way, we're going to have filtered data for the state ID 1 on the search page. Now let's open the browser. Let's go to search page. And now look at this. We have totally found 7 cars, only 7 cars, and we see only 7 records, and all of them belong to the same state. And this is probably Los Angeles state, because we have cities around Los Angeles. If I comment out this part, reload the page, we're going to see 80 cars, and we're going to see 80 cars in the listing as well. So that's the one use case how you can use join, and in which case, in why you want to use join. The second reason is that you might don't want to make an extra query, for example, on city, even though we have that city inside with, a second extra query will be made to select city, right? So what we can do is the following. On query, we can call select to select everything from cars, plus we are going to select cities dot name as city underscore name. Now we select does this select accept multiple arguments? We're going to see. Then right here inside the cars, let's just dump cars at 0. We save, reload, and we have the first car right here, and if we expand its attributes, we are going to see city name right here. Now if we access, this is using the car search. Now if we access car item component, here we are accessing through relation car city name, and this makes the request, and right here this also makes request. What we can do is remove this city from here, okay, and here instead of relation city name we can access city underscore name because that is already selected. Okay, however, in this specific case I'm going to leave this accessing through relation because that is not very expensive operation for our website to just make one select for city, but sometimes that separate select might be very expensive query. That's why if you are still making the join, why not selecting it? So you should always choose between like the readability of your code and the performance. You should take something in between. Making your code super optimal while you have like 100 users, monthly active users on the website doesn't make any sense. Rather, it's better to focus on code readability because the relations also is going to work very fast. Okay, let me comment out this part. You can also apply joins multiple times on your table. For example, here we are joining on cities and filtering, but we can also apply additional join on, let's say, car types, where car types ID equals to cars car type ID. And let's say that I want to filter cars which has car types name equal sedan, right? So we can use this combination as well. In this case, I doubt there will be any records. Oops, where's that? Yeah, there was nothing found because the two weirs, like the cars which are in state 1 and also they are sedan, it doesn't exist. But if I change this into 2, maybe it exists. Yeah, it was found. And here we see that car type ID is 1, which is sedan. And this is, here we see name as well, sedan. And the question is probably, why do we see right here name sedan and state ID as well? Because when we don't provide anything with this select, by default, Laravel selects everything. So everything from joined tables. And that's why everything from cars, from cities, and from car types is selected. And that's why we see right here state ID and name. However, it's a good practice to provide, if we are doing join, it's a good practice to provide everything from cars table only and nothing else. Now I reload the page and we don't see here state ID or name because we are only selecting information from the cars table. Okay, so this was inner join example. However, there is also a separate method called left join, left camel case join, and we also have right join, and it works in the exact same way like it works in regular databases in MySQL or in even SQLite. I'm not gonna provide more information about that right now because it's a pretty straightforward. The syntax is the same. The table name, first column equals second column, and the left join works differently, right join works differently. And I assume that you know what's the difference between inner join, left join, and right join if you take this course. If you want more advanced joins and more additional where clauses on the join, you can do this in the following way. Let's say we're selecting cars, joining into car images, and right here in this join, we can provide closure as a second argument. We accept instance of join clause, and on the join clause, we can call on our own condition, how we connect these two tables together, like cars ID equals car images car ID, and we can provide extra where right here, car images position equals 1. So we are making the join to car images, but only those images which has position 1. We can also add extra or on, like cars ID equals car images car ID, or and second condition, whatever you want. So this is a pretty advanced case. You won't find this very often, but I just wanted to show to you that in case you need it, you know that this course has a slide on that information, and you can come back and find this out. We already covered the most common where clauses in Laravel, but there are even more. Let's see a couple of examples how we can use where clauses or what additional where clause methods exist in Laravel. We can apply multiple where clauses just like we are doing right here. This is pretty straightforward. However, every where method accepts 3 arguments by default, and the second argument can be the operator, and that operator can be any valid operator supported by your database. Like in our case, we are using equal sign, greater than, or even like, where we're providing the string with parentheses. The where method also accepts an array, and in which case we can provide multiple where clauses as array each of them, like array of sub-arrays, where each sub-array is the column name, operator, and the actual value. Now let's see an example of or where clauses. Sometimes we want to select very old cars or very new ones, and for this we're going to use or where. Like in our case, where year is less than 1970, or where the year is greater than 2022. We also have where not clauses, where not dedicated method, and in this case, this is going to select cars where mileage is not greater than 100,000. Obviously, we can write is less than or equal to 100,000 with where clause, but just for your information, you should know that there exists where not as well. There exists also where any clause, which gives you possibility to provide multiple columns, and if any of the provided columns satisfy the condition, then the car will be in the final result. So in our case, if address or description contains the text York inside there, then the car will be selected. There also exists where all clause, in which case all fields provided in this array needs to contain the word York. Now let's cover a couple of more where clauses which are not so often used. For example, this where between or where between. In our case, we're selecting cars which has year in between 2000 and 2020. We can also provide or where between if we need so. There also exists where not between and or where not between. So in our case, we are not selecting cars which are between 2000 and 2020, which means that we're selecting cars which are outside of 2000 and 2020 years. The next one is where null, we are not null, or we are null, or we are not null. If we want to select all the cars which are not published yet, this is the code how we can do it. Car we are null, published at, get. If we want to select the cars which are published, then we're going to use we are not null, published at, and get. Again, we can always use or we are null or we are not null if we need to use or we are clause as well. The next one is we are in, we are not in, or we are in, or we are not in. For example, if we want to select cars which are for maker 1 or 2, we are going to use we are in maker ID 1 or 2. If we want to select the cars where the maker ID is not in 1 or 2, we would use we are not in maker ID 1 and 2. We are in, we are not in also accepts additional query. For example, if you want to select the users which are signed up with Google, we would use the following select. User, we are not null, Google ID, but this returns a query. We are not calling get method, we just return the query. Then we could use that query to provide inside we are in method. Car we are in user ID in the given query. Finally, the generated SQL looks like this. Select everything from cars, where user ID is in, and second select right here. So this gives us possibility to provide extra additional sub-query inside this where. In the same way, we can use or we are in or we are not in. The next is we are date, we are month, we are day, we are year, and we are time. These are pretty straightforward. All of them works with dates. The first argument is the column name, which typically contains date time values, and the second arguments are depending on which method we are using. For example, in the first case, these just make sure that the published at is a specific date, like 2024, 07/12. The second method, we are month, makes sure that the published at is a specific month, like July. We are day makes sure that published at is the first day of the month. We are year will return cars, which was published in the last year in 2023. And the last one, we are time, simply, I think this is going to be very rarely used, but we can select the cars which were published at a specific time, hour, minute, and second. The next one is we are column or we are column. If we have like two columns, created at and updated at, and we want to select those records, cars or users or whatever, where the created at and updated at columns are the same, which typically means that the record was not updated after it was created. So if we want to select records which were not updated after it was created, we can use this where column. The second example is to select the records where the record was updated since it was created, where the updated at is more than created at. We can also provide multiple conditions inside where column in the following way. Array of sub-arrays. There also exists where between columns, we are not between columns, or we are between columns, or we are not between columns. We don't have a specific example in our project, so I took this example from Laravel official documentations. So we select the patients where the patient weight is between minimum allowed weight and maximum allowed weight. Or we can take the patients where the patient's weight is not in between minimum allowed weights or maximum allowed weights. And finally, there is where full text method as well. Our current database, which we are using for this project, SQLite, does not support full text search. But if we are using any other database like MySQL, Postgres, and so on, it supports full text. And if there exists full text index on the database, then we can search cars or whatever information in the following way, considering that full text index. Where full text, the column name, and the search keyword, BMW, for example. Now, let's have a look at the following example. Car, where year is more than 2010. Additional where, price is more than 10,000 or where price is less than 5,000. So imagine that we want to select the cars where the year is more than 2010 and the price is either greater than 10,000 or less than 5,000. So the generated SQL looks like this. And here is a problem. If we want to have the price condition grouped together, let's say that the year condition must always be there and the price condition should be grouped together, then this query has a problem. So you should be always careful when using or where in your applications. And the recommended practice is to use this logical grouping. So in our case, we can use another where, like we have the first where to compare the year, but here we have the second where, which accepts a callback function as well. So we provide the callback function. Inside this callback function, we accept this query with the builder, and then we can add those two conditions, where price is more than 10,000 or price is less than 10,000. And because we have provided closure function and we use that grouping, the generated SQL looks like this. Now, as you pay attention, we see that the year is more than 2010 and the price condition is grouped inside parentheses. And this is exactly what we wanted. Now, let's see an example of where exists. Let's say we want to select cars that have images and we don't want to select any car that doesn't have image. So in this case, we can provide a method called where exists. We can provide the function and closure function. That function accepts a query parameter right here. So we take that query and on that query, we can select something from car images, but we are connecting to the outside select. So select ID from car images, where column car images car ID equals cars.id. So here the equals is not, we can obviously provide the second argument to be equals, but if we don't provide second argument equals, and if we only provide two arguments right here, Laravel will automatically assume that the parameter, the operator using which we're comparing these two columns means equals. The nested select right here means to select car images for the parent car. So this finally is going to create nested select using this where exists. Or we can do it in the following way as well. We can directly provide query inside where exists. Car image, select ID, where column car images car ID equals cars ID. So these two pieces of code is doing the same thing. And this is what generated SQL looks like. Select everything from cars, where exists, and the nested select to ID to select ID from car images, where car images car ID equals cars ID. Now, let's talk about sub-queries. The where method accepts a closure function, and that closure function accepts the query builder. We can pass that function to a couple of other methods like or where not, and a couple of others as well. But in our case, we are selecting sedan cars, but we are using this nested select approach. So let's analyze this nested select first. Query select name from car types, where column cars car type ID equals car types ID, and we're just selecting one. Okay, so this nested select will be executed for every car, and it simply is going to select name of the car types. And in the outside, this where has second argument equal and sedan as well. So inside this where, so whatever is written inside this where will be a value which equals sedan. That query is the same as the following one, we have that subquery in its own separate variable, car type, select, where column cars car type ID equals car types ID, limit 1, and we're providing this subquery inside this where the subquery equals sedan. And the final generated SQL looks like this. Select everything from cars, where something is selected here equals sedan. And that something is select name from car types, where cars car type ID equals car types ID limit 1. This limit 1 is important, otherwise the following select will select multiple values and the where condition will not work because multiple values cannot be compared to a single value. Here we have another example. We're selecting cars which has price below average price. So here inside this where, first we have the price which is less than and the closure function. So in previous example, first we had the closure function and the subquery, then we had the operator and the static value. Here we have it in a reverse order. We have static value, not the static value, but the actual column, and that column, operator, and then we have this subquery. Inside subquery, we're selecting, using select row, we're selecting average price from cars. So we're simply selecting cars which has price below average. And the generated SQL looks like this. If we want to debug our SQL queries, there are a couple of functions for that. One of them is dump, which dumps the query with its parameters. It is going to dump the actual generated SQL as well as the parameters which are bound to this where clause. In our case, we have only one parameter. This is 100,000. The second method is dd, which dumps the SQL, the parameters, and it dies, stops the code execution. There also exists toSQL, which dumps the raw SQL, which has parameters replaced already. This does not print separately parameters and separately prepared SQL statement. Instead, it is going to dump a single raw SQL parameters already injected inside SQL. And the last one is dd raw SQL, which dumps, prints the raw SQL, and it simply stops the execution. In Laravel, there are multiple methods to implement pagination. The easiest approach involves using paginate method on either the query builder or on an Eloquent query. For example, I'm going to delete everything right now, and on that query, I'm going to call a method called paginate, which returns an instance of paginator, and I'm going to assign this into cars. Then when we provide cars and car count right here, we can completely remove this car count, and we're going to take care of how car count will be displayed in the search blade in a moment. This method, the power of this paginate method is that it automatically handles setting the query's limit and offset according to the page the user is currently viewing. By default, the current page is identified by the page query string parameter in the HTTP request. Laravel detects this value automatically and inserts it into the pagination links generated by the paginator. Awesome. Let's open search blade PHP. We don't change the iteration. We have these cars as an instance of paginator and we leave it like this. Now let's search for car count, and this is a place we are going to change. We're going to use cars, total method for this, and finally, let's render the pagination links. On cars, I'm going to call a method called links. So we save it. Now let's have a look in the browser. We reload the search page and we see found 82 cars, which is coming from now paginator total method. And if we scroll down below, this is the pagination links generated by Laravel. This is our hard-coded pagination right here. It is collapsed. We're going to take care of the templating in the next lesson, but let's understand why we see previous and next right here, or where are the other links. I'm going to inspect this, and I'm going to collapse this div, and here we have another div which has class hidden. By default, the default template Laravel uses for pagination is Tailwind CSS template. And that template has different pagination links on different screen sizes. Like it has previous and next on small screens and the full pagination links on large screens. And it adds this hidden class on the pagination links on large screen. Okay, so if I remove this hidden class, now we see the summary of the pagination as well as the pagination links. And again, we're gonna work styling of these pagination links in the next lessons. Now, if we mouse over or if we click any of the links right here, we're gonna see in the URL page equals 4. If we scroll down below, if we just remove this hidden class once again, then we see that now we're showing 46 to 60 results. And the active page is 4 right here. This is what I mentioned. Laravel automatically manages the pagination links based on the query parameter. And it automatically generates also these links based on the query parameter and based on the paginator result. We can use this next button. Now we're on page 5. Obviously the summary is hidden, but we are viewing different result set, and that is all. Now I think we can customize the pagination links. There are several ways to customize pagination. The first way is to provide new view name inside links method right here. For example, let's call this pagination. The view doesn't exist, that's why we're gonna get an error. The error tells view pagination not found. The second way is to not provide pagination here, but open up service provider and inside boot define what should be the default pagination view. For this, we're going to use paginator, illuminate pagination, paginator, and on that, we're going to call default view. For example, pagination. Again, if we save this and if we reload, we're going to still see the same error, view pagination not found. And the third method is to customize existing Tailwind CSS view. Now let's open terminal and I'm going to execute the following artisan command. PHP artisan vendor publish --tag equals Laravel pagination. We hit the enter. Now it copied directory from vendor Laravel framework illuminate pagination resources views into our resources views vendor pagination. Okay, now let's have a look. Inside resources views vendor, now we have a pagination folder, and there we have a bunch of pagination examples for Bootstrap 4, 5, default 1. This is semantic UI, simple Bootstrap 4, simple Bootstrap 5, simple default blade, simple Tailwind blade, and Tailwind blade. So the Tailwind blade is what right now Laravel is using by default. So we can customize this. If I simply remove everything from here and just leave 1, 1, 1, we save this, reload the page. We're still using the default one, so I'm going to comment this out, reload the page, and if we scroll down below here, we see 1, 1, 1, which is coming from the following Tailwind blade PHP. So you should choose which approach you want in your desired specific case, but right now I'm going to create new view, called it pagination, and I'm going to use that pagination view instead of modifying the Tailwind blade PHP. And actually, we don't even need that vendor folder right here. I just showed to you how you can publish it and customize it. But you know what? I'm going to delete this vendor folder completely. Let's uncomment this and set the default view to be pagination. And then I'm going to create new view. Let me create this using artisan, PHP, artisan, make view pagination. We hit the enter. The view was created. Actually, it created, it created only view. Yes, I thought I created component and I thought that maybe it created the component class as well, but no, we created just the view. So here we have this pagination blade PHP. The pagination blade PHP right here accepts an instance of paginator. And I am going to define this right here for my PHP Storm so that PHP Storm auto-completes all the methods it has. Slash asterisk 2 times, then I'm going to define the variable paginator is an instance of length aware paginator. So this is the class which instance the paginator is. Okay, great. We can print that right now. Let's use curly braces, dd, paginator, and we're going to see all the properties of this paginator. Here we see that. So it is an instance of pagination length aware paginator. It has its own items. Let's expand it. It has items, it has per page, current page, path, and so on. It has options as well, and a couple of other things. Okay, now let's start step by step implementing pagination. First, let's open Search Blade and let's take this nav, which is our pagination template, and let's copy. I'm going to copy, not cut, because I have to modify. And then when I implement everything in the pagination blade, then I will delete this nav. Okay, so here I have this pagination. If I save this right now and reload it, we see pagination 2 times, which is fine. Now let's start in the following way. First, we need to check if the paginator has more pages. If it doesn't have more pages, we should not even display pagination at all. So if it has more pages, then we display the pagination. Okay, this is the first step. Next step is to take care of the links. So here we have this is the first page link, this is the previous page link, then we have links for each page, and then we have next page link and the last page link. So the first page link, this one, and the last page link I'm going to remove. Okay, we're going to use only previous and next. And then the first page link right here will always be displayed, and the last page link will also always be displayed. That's why we don't need a separate, like the first page links at the top and at the beginning. Okay, now what we are doing, we need to check, let's use if directive, we need to check if paginator is on first page or not. If it is on the first page, we need to disable the previous page link button, link, whatever. Okay, so if it is on first page, then we have to disable this. However, in else case, if it is not on the first page, we have to show it. Let me copy this A, and if it is on the first page, I am going to remove this href, and I'm going to change this into span. Now we have a span instead of A if it is on the first page link, which means that it is disabled. However, if it is not the first page, then right here we have to output previous page URL. Now if I save this, reload the page, we are on the first page. And this is actually disabled. If I mouse over, we don't see any hover effect. However, if I change page into 2, scroll down below, then I mouse over, now it is enabled and it takes me to the first page. So that part already works. And we can do something similar for the next page as well. So right here, let's write if paginator has more pages, then we need to display the link. And if in else case, if it has more pages, then we have to display the link. If it doesn't have more pages, then we have to display right here span. Okay, let's format this nicely. And I think we are good. Now let's reload the page. The last page, I believe, is how many links do we have? Okay, we can take care of, we can check everything at the end. I just wanted to check that the last part was working, but we can check this everything at the end. Okay, now we need to iterate over the links and render them. However, there exists a special variable already available, which is called elements. So let's print elements. What is it? Scroll down below. It is an array. At the moment, it contains only one element inside there, and that one element is also array. And this is links. Those are the pagination links. So in a nutshell, we need to iterate over these pagination links. However, if we go into another page, like page 4, for example, scroll down below. Okay, we have to increase the pagination number of pages. So instead of 15 right here, I'm going to provide 5, which increases the total number of pages. And let me try to access page number 7. Scroll down below. Now look at this. Inside this array, elements array, we have 3 elements. The first one, which is array of 10 elements, then we have string, and then we have second array which has only 2 elements inside there. Okay, now this is something we need to take care of and we need to handle properly. Okay, let's go into pagination and let's start iterating over our elements. For each elements as element, then we need to check if is string. If the element is string, it means that it is that 3 dot. Here we have this 3 dot. If it is string, it is a 3 dot, and we are going to display it in the following way. Pagination item. Let's remove active class, it doesn't need. And right here, we're going to output the element. This is a 3 dot. However, if it is not a string and if is array elements or element, then we have to iterate over element. So here I'm using nested loop for each element is page and the URL. This is how we have those elements, right? Page and URL. Okay, great. Now we have the page and URL, and I'm going to grab this a link and I'm going to put this right here. However, we also need to check, well, right here we need to output page, and right here we need to provide URL. However, we need to also check if the current page is the loop page, so that instead of A, we're going to display span in this case. So let's use the following if page equals paginator current page. Here is the current page. Okay, paginator current page will always return what is the current page in the URL query parameter. And if it is the same as the page right here in this loop, it means that we are on that page, so we're going to display span. In else case, we're going to display a link, and let's take this and display span right here. Let's remove this href, and let's also add class active. Okay, I think we are done. If I scroll down below, we can remove this 2, 3, 4. Awesome. So this is for next, this is for current pages, and this is for previous. I save it, I reload it, and you see a bunch of pages, right? So we see 1, 2, whatever. So we have a lot of pages, and I believe we can reduce this if we use method on the pagination called on. We should provide it here, on each side, and let's provide 1 on each side of the current page. On the left and on the right side, we want only 1 page to be displayed. So I reload it, and now this is how we look it. Okay, so we see the current page is 7. Before that we have only 6, nothing else, and on the right side we have only 8. If I activate 8, if I scroll down below, then we see 9 and 7 here, and just like this, we always see 1 page before and after. Then we see 3 dots, and at the end and at the beginning we see 2 pages. Now we can open search blade PHP and we can remove this hard-coded now. And just like this, we have pagination implemented. If we want to go to the last page, we are going to click 17 right here. Then the pagination is gone. The pagination is gone because in this pagination blade PHP, I used incorrect method, has more pages. Instead of has more pages, I should have used has pages. If the paginator has pages, not more pages. If I reload right now, we see this pagination links. The last one is disabled. However, I noticed something. If I mouse over on this one, I see that the link is not correct. So let's open pagination, scroll down below, and right here, we are going to use paginator next page URL. Save, reload, and this one takes me to the page 17. Now let's output correct pagination links on my favorite cars page and on my cars page as well. Let's open watchlist method right here, and instead of calling get right here, we're going to call paginate, and let's provide 15 here. So we're going to display 15 items per page. We provide cars. Let's open watchlist blade PHP. Here we have this my favorite cars. Here we iterate over cars, and right here we're going to display pagination links. This is going to be cars links, and I'm going to provide also on each side to be 1. I save it, reload it, scroll down below. Okay, it is working perfectly. So there are totally 4 pages, and that's why we don't see more than that. But navigating between pages works perfectly fine. Great. However, I also want to display how many cars the user has in its favorite cars section. So maybe next to this my favorite cars, right here on the right side, we can display this pagination summary. For this, we're going to do a kind of custom solution here. So I'm going to introduce a new div. Let's give it class, CSS class, flex, justify between, and items center. Okay, then we need h2, and then I'm going to check if cars total is more than 0, and if, in this case, we're going to display a div with class of pagination dash summary. I'm going to create paragraph as well, and inside that paragraph, I'm going to write showing. We're going to use cars first item, cars first item. Then we need 2. Here we need cars last item. Then we need off. And we need cars total results or cars. Okay, we save it, we reload the page, and here we see showing 31 to 45 of 50 results. We know that when we create seed data, the user has 50 cars in its own watch list, in its own favorite cars list. That's why we see totally 50 results. If we go on the first page, then we see from 1 to 15 of 50 results. I believe we don't need dot at the end, but the summary is there, which is great. So let's go to search page, and I think that we have this pagination set to 5, and we're going to increase that. So I'm going to search for method search, then change this paginate into 15, and then let's open index, and we are going to change this as well. If we try to access car right now, there are no cars for the specific user 5, but let's use user 1. Reload the page. Now user 1 has multiple cars. Let's change this get into paginate for 15. Now let's open car index blade PHP. Scroll down below. Here we have this nav. Let's remove this nav and use cars links. And again, I'm going to use on each side we need 1. Save and reload. Scroll down below. We see only 2 links because there are not many cars for that specific user. However, if we change this paginate from 15 to 5, we're going to see much more links right here. Okay, this is great. Let's return this back into 15. Laravel also supports simple pagination, which is a simplified version what we already covered. For example, I'm going to change this paginate into simple paginate, save it, and if we reload the page, we're going to see just previous and next links. We don't see all the links in the pagination, and there are a couple of other restrictions regarding the simple pagination. Simple pagination is more lightweight. It is less expensive in terms of how many queries are made on the database. So if you only need next and previous links, then this is what you are going to use. Also, simple paginate doesn't support total number of records in your application. So we cannot actually use simple paginate on our watch list, because right here we are displaying total number of records. We cannot also use it on search page because we are using 82, or we are using the total number of records right here, okay? And on these pages, we need those pagination links. So it doesn't make sense to use the simple paginate in our case, but I just wanted to give you information that if you only need next and previous buttons and nothing else, no total number of records, no actual links, then simple paginate is what you should use. If I try to use right now simple paginate on watch list, simple paginate, we are gonna see error. Let's go back, reload the page, and this is the error. Method total does not exist. And this is exactly what I mentioned. Simple paginate doesn't support that. And also the instance right here, the instance of cars is different. It is not what we previously covered, length aware paginator. It is simple paginator. I'm gonna simply undo this, but now you know that if you need simple paginate, it is there. If we are using simple paginate and we also want to customize the pagination buttons, these previous and next buttons, we can provide, again, in the same way, we can provide view to the links method in the car index. Here we can provide a new view file, or we can define the default view file for simple pagination. And we can do this in the following way: paginator, default view, simple view, and provide pagination dash simple, for example. In this case, because we are not going to actually customize it, I'm not going to create this pagination simple. But if you want it, you can customize the view in the following way. Or again, you can publish the vendor Laravel pagination blade files, and you can also customize the default simple pagination file from there. Now, I'm going to show you several more cool features regarding pagination. First, let me reduce these 5 so that we can have everything easily visible on the page. I don't want too many records. Next, after we call paginate, we can call a couple of more useful methods, such as, for example, if we want to link each pagination button into a different page, we can use a method called withPath. For example, if we want to link this to a different page, as I mentioned, like user/cars page, if we save it, reload it, And then if I mouse over on this, we see that the URL is user cars. Obviously, we don't have that URL. It doesn't support that URL, but if you need that, it is there. And sometimes that might be very helpful. The next one, what I'm going to show, is to provide additional query parameters, such as, for example, if we have sorting applied on the website and we want to keep that sorting, we can provide that sorting query parameter. We're going to learn how to take those query parameters from requests and reapply it right here. But for now, let's just append additional query parameter on the generated links. Appends, associative array, sort, and price. We save it, reload it, and now if I click on page 2, we see in the URL sort equals price, and then we have page. Click on page 3, sort equals price, and then we have page 3, which is pretty cool. If we want to save, preserve all query parameters what we currently have in the URL, in this case, we have to use with query string. So that is going to preserve all the other query parameters what we have in the URL. So reload the page. Now we have sort query parameter in the URL. We navigate between pages and sort will stay there. If we add additional query parameter, for example, name equals Zura, hit the enter, then the generated links will also contain name equals Zura in the URL. That is pretty cool. However, if I just leave append sort and comment these with query string, and if we have additional query parameters such as name Zura, for example, then when we navigate between pages, name Zura will be lost. Okay, so depending on your use case, sometimes you want to preserve all the query parameters, sometimes you only want to provide your own parameters through appends method. And the last method I want to mention is fragment. So here I can provide, if I have a specific section on my page which has ID cars, then I can provide the fragment, and generated links will have hashtag cars in the URL. This is also pretty cool. And you can use these methods in combination together, like all of them or a couple of them as you want, but based on your needs, now you know what possibilities there exist in Laravel pagination, and you can always come back to this video and remember how each of them works. If you want to access request data, there are two common ways. One is to accept request variable in your route callback function or in your controller's method. For example, in car controller index, I'm going to try to accept instance of illuminate HTTP request, and Laravel will automatically inject that variable because I am accepting it right here. And let's just dump what is that request. But the second method to accept the same request variable is through request global function. Request, like this. Now, if we dump both of them, save, and reload in the browser, we're going to see the following result. So we see request printed right here, and the same request printed right here. And this request is a very large object containing a bunch of properties and even more methods. We have information about, like query parameters, about files, cookies, headers, the request URL, the method, and a lot of other things. If we want to accept the route parameters like we are accepting right here, and we want to also accept request, it is common practice to put your query parameters after request or any other variable which will be injected by Laravel. So here, let's accept request, and only after that we should accept car. Now, let's access the following URL, car/1, and I'm going to also add query parameters like page equals 1. It doesn't make any sense providing query parameters on the car details page, but I just want to demonstrate you something. That's why let's put this page equals 1 as well. Now, I'm going to copy this URL, and we know this URL, how it looks like, and the request URL looks like this, right? Now let's try to access some important information from the request. We have this request variable, and we can access request path in the following way, which will output car/1. We can also access request URL, which will give us the entire URL, but without query parameters. We can also access request full URL, which will provide the entire URL, including query parameters. We can also access request method, which will, in our case, gives us get. If we submit the form with the post method, then the request method will give us post. Request class has a lot of methods. If we want to test if the request method is get or post, we can use method called isMethod. So this if will be satisfied only if the request method is post. We can use the method isXML HTTP request to detect if the request is made using AJAX. If we want to test if the specific URL satisfies the following pattern, like if it starts with admin/ and something, then we can use method is. We can also use route is method, which will, in this case, so the is accepts right here the path, and route is accepts the route name. So if we have every route for admin users starting with admin dot, then we can check this using route is. If we want to check if the request expects JSON or not, we can use this expects JSON method as well. Now let's see few more useful methods. They are not as commonly used as the above ones which I just mentioned, but maybe you need them in certain cases, so I'm just going to mention them very quickly. Full URL with query. We already saw what is this full URL, but we have full URL with query, which gives us possibility to provide additional query parameters before retrieving the URL. So in our case, the URL will look like this. So it will have query parameter sort equals price, and it will also have right here page equals 1. I'm going to mention a few more methods from request. They are not as commonly used as the above ones, but maybe you need them in certain cases, so I'm just going to mention them very quickly. One of them is full URL with query. We already saw what is full URL doing. It is returning the entire URL. However, if you want to return the URL plus add additional query parameters, this is exactly what it's doing. So the output will be that the URL will have page 1 as well as new query parameter sort equals price. We also have similar method called full URL without query. Let's say that we want to remove specific query parameters, only one query parameter or several query parameters. We can do the following, in which case the URL looks like this. The other one I want to mention is host, which will return the host of the URL. We also have HTTP host, which will return with the port, and we also have schema and HTTP host, which will return the following response. We also have possibility to access specific headers from the request, like if I want to get the information about the content type, we can do it like this. It might output something or it might output null. We can get the request bearer token if we are doing bearer authentication in our websites. Bearer token is mostly used when building REST APIs, so it is not as common for building websites. And the last one I want to mention is the IP address. So if I save this, everything, and reload the browser, we're going to see a bunch of outputs right here. And we see that the header, basically right here from the line 81, is actually null. This is null, which is the bearer token, but everything else is populated. The IP address, the host with schema, and so on. Now let's open home controller index method and learn how to return responses with different ways and in different formats. Okay, so there are a couple of ways to return response. And one of them is very primitive. We can just return the variable as we want. For example, we can return hello world as a string from here. And if we simply reload the home page, we're going to see hello world string right here. We also have possibility to return array from here. We can put anything in the array. The interesting thing is that we can also return collection of models. For example, if I call car get to return all the cars, I reload in the browser, we're going to see JSON. Laravel is intelligent enough to detect what we are doing, and in this case, Laravel is serializing models, ORM models, car model objects, and returning JSON. If we pretty print this, we're going to see how each model looks like. It has all the information that is necessary, and that is very useful if we are building APIs, right? We also have possibility to return a single object. If we call first method right here, reload, now this is a single car object. So that was like implicit returning of response. So where we return some object, some string, some array, and Laravel converts that into appropriate response. However, we have dedicated response function as well. In this response function, we can provide pretty much anything like string, array, collection, object, whatever we want. Let's provide something like hello world. However, this response function has additional features. We can provide, for example, status code like 200, or if we are creating a new record and we want to return with a different status code like 201, we can do this from here. This is how we can do it. Now, if I reload the page, we see hello world. However, if we inspect the website, and if we check network and reload once again, we're going to see that the status code is 201, which typically means that the record is created when building REST APIs, which is not our case. Just I wanted to mention how we can return different status codes. We can even return 404. Reload the page. Now we see that there is the content, but the status code is 404, page not found. Additionally, we can also provide couple of headers on that response. For example, we can provide like a content type to be application JSON, and we can chain those header methods. Like we can do this multiple times. This is header 1, its corresponding value 1. We can have header 2 and its corresponding value 2. Also, if you have any questions, what is available, what methods are available in this response, you can always take that response object. You can dump this right here, which will give you in the browser what type of object response is. This is Illuminate HTTP response. Okay, and then, by the way, you can do this on any model in Laravel. So if you are interested what methods are available there. So this is, I think, very important thing. So you can do this in any Laravel class. Then we open Laravel's official documentation, laravel.com. We go in the documentation, scroll down below on the left side, we click on API documentation, and then we can search for that class. That class is Illuminate HTTP response. We can put that class right here. It's gonna bring us a couple of things, like the first one is what we are looking for, and right here you're gonna find all the methods like status to get the status code of the response, content, header, this is what we right now used. We can provide some cookies, get callback, throw response, macro, and there are a couple of other things. So you can have a look always at the official documentation, what methods are available in your object, whether this is response or something else, and then you can use those methods. We know that we can return array, which will be converted into JSON. However, if we want to explicitly specify that we are returning JSON on the response, we can do the following. We can create response, and then we can call a method called JSON and provide data. The data can be anything. It can be object, it can be array, it can be collection, and let's put just 1, 2, and put a semicolon here. And if we reload right now, we see here JSON. If we want to return view, but also control the status code of the response, as well as what headers we're going to pass, we can do this in the following way. We can call response, then we can call view, provide our view name, and then we can provide right here data, which will be passed to the view, and we can provide then status code, whatever we want, like 404, 201, whatever. Okay, and then we can provide also additional header or multiple headers. We have a couple of methods regarding headers, like we already covered header, but we can provide with headers as well, which accepts an associative array like this, where the key is the header name and the value is going to be the header value. There are several ways to implement redirect in Laravel. First of all, we have to return whatever we are redirecting, because redirect constructs response, and we have to immediately return that response with the appropriate header. So let's do redirect, and we can provide the URL right here. For example, we want to redirect user to car/create. We save it, and if we reload the home page, we will be redirected into car create page. Now, let's see a different example of redirect. I'm just going to call redirect, and then I'm going to call root. This root accepts a root name. So instead of URL, we can provide car.create right here. And if we try to access homepage again, we will be redirected to car create page. If we want to redirect user to a URL which requires parameters, we can also provide additional parameters right here. For example, if we want to redirect user to car show page, and we can provide right here ID equals 1. We save. Let's go on the home page. Okay, it is not ID, it is called car. Reload the page, and we are redirected to specific car page. However, we can also provide right here the entire car object on redirect. So we can search car first, we provide it right here, then we try to access the home page, and we will be redirected on the first car page. If we want to implement redirect on an external URL, then we can call redirect away, which means outside of the website, https google.com. We save it, again try to access homepage, and we are redirected to google.com. Now this is the end of this YouTube tutorial. If you like the course so far, maybe you want to check the entire course on my website, TheCodeholic.com, where you can find much more than what is available on YouTube. You can find written lessons, quizzes, you can find the certificate of the completion, the entire deployment section, testing section, and a lot more. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video.